Chapter 1, Going Home. Welcome to the world of rule horror stories. Always remember the rules, and stay alert. This game is clear about rewards and punishments. If the player dies, the player's representative area will be punished. If the player clears the game, they will receive a reward. Bai Xiaojiang opened his eyes and felt a splitting headache. Many pieces of information flooded his mind. He was chosen, and he really was unlucky. Bai Xiaojiang looked around. He was sitting at a desk, and people around him were packing their things, leaving one by one. He should be at work. Bai Xiaojiang looked at the computer in front of him, which was turned on. On the desktop, there was a file named Rules. He opened the file, and the rules appeared. A good marriage is important. Both sides should trust and help each other. Your wife has been paranoid recently, and she's acting strange, which bothers you a lot. You plan to find a good time to file for divorce. Rule A. 1. Your wife treats you well, but please don't make her angry. 2. Make sure to return home right after work every day. Don't stay out overnight. 3. Don't drink alcohol because your wife doesn't like people who drink excessively. 4. Remember every special date. It will help you. 5. If you find that your wife is acting strange, stay silent and lock yourself in the study. Bai Xiaojiang sighed, feeling a bit of a headache. In the real world, he had just divorced his ex-wife. As soon as he walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau and returned home, he closed his eyes and opened them again, and now he was thrown into this. It seemed like he had to divorce again. At that moment, his real-world image was being broadcast live. Everyone was nervously watching this new representative of Yin country, with countless bullet comments flying across the screen, most of them not hopeful about this newcomer. This is the new representative of Yin country? Finished. This looks like just an ordinary office worker. When Zhang Tianhao took office, he was still a criminal detective. His IQ and physical ability were much stronger than his. Too bad my brother Hao fell in the fifth horror story. It was so close last time, but it ended up in a deadlock. Ha, Yin country is out of luck this time. They're doomed. Little fool, what's so proud of? Aren't you also a newcomer? The previous representative fell much faster than our brother Hao. Their new representative seems to be Detective Longma Ichiro from East Japan. Finished. I should hurry up and buy a ticket to East Japan. Pa, rare dog. Our kimchi country's Park Changban Appa is the most amazing, Simiida. This is our fourth horror story, although it's also a wife horror story, but our difficulty is much higher than yours. Little idiot upstairs, don't get too cocky. Watch out for a big crash. Bai Xiaojiang had no idea how disappointed the bullet comments were with him. He checked the time. It was now 6 in the evening. At that moment, he felt someone tap him on the shoulder. It's off work, Xiao Bai. Want to go out for a drink? Bai Xiaojiang turned around and saw that the person who tapped him was a middle-aged man. He glanced at the man's name tag hanging around his neck, Huang Bai. He should be his colleague. I have some things to do at home, so I won't go, Bai Xiaojiang said. He dared not agree. Whether it was Rule 2 or Rule 3, neither allowed him to go drinking after work. Violating 2 rules at once? Was he asking to die faster? Well, then I'll head out. Be careful on the way, Huang Bai said, not insisting, and turned to leave. Bai Xiaojiang turned back and continued checking his desk and computer files to see if there were any more clues. The desk was clean and tidy, and aside from the previous rules, there were no other clues in the computer files. However, Bai Xiaojiang still rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a photo. It was a picture of him and a woman together. From the background of the photo, it seemed to have been taken in a theme park or somewhere similar, as there was a Ferris wheel behind them. In the picture, they were standing side by side. The woman was holding a string of candied fruit, smiling happily at the camera, while Bai Xiaojiang gazed gently at her. It was clear that they were a loving couple. Bai Xiaojiang looked at the woman's face. The first feeling the woman gave was clean and pure, carrying a breath of youth. Then he turned the photo over. On the back of the photo was written a date, March 27, 2024. Bai Xiaojiang thought of Rule 4. The date was important. He silently remembered this date, then glanced at the computer. Today's date was March 25, 2025. Bai Xiaojiang guessed this date must be a very important day. Maybe it was the day they met for the first time. But if it was the day the photo was taken, they didn't look like it was their first meeting in the photo. Then it might be the day they confirmed their relationship, or the day of the proposal? Bai Xiaojiang put the photo into his bag. This photo might be useful, so it was better to carry it with him. Seeing there were no other clues, Bai Xiaojiang carried his bag and left the company. The company was located in a busy city area, and it was rush hour, people were coming and going on the street. Bai Xiaojiang stood on the street. He suddenly realized a problem. he didn't know where his home was. At this moment, many contestants from other countries also faced this problem. They didn't know where their homes were. The bullet screen was very disappointed with Bai Xiaojiang's performance. It's over. This newcomer is already dumbfounded so soon. Look at the guy from Little Japan. Their contestant really has some skills this time. Sugoi, worthy of being a detective. It's okay. We still have chance for a hint. Believe in this newcomer. Why are there so many 500k messages in the chat? We haven't lost yet. At this moment, the contestant from Little Japan, Ryuma Ichiro, secretly took the manager's key, sneaked into the archives room, and found the employee file. From there, he found his home address. Meanwhile, in the Yen Nation command room, the supervisor group leader Wu Fei stared closely at the screen, brows tightly locked. To be honest, he didn't really believe in this newcomer either. Mainly because the previous contestant performed too well, it was hard not to compare. Leader, Little Japan already got the address. Should we use a hint now? The person in charge of watching the Little Japan team's livestream asked. Wu Fei shook his head and said, "Don't rush to waste a hint. We only have 3. Let's see if he can think of a way himself first. Pull out this contestant's identity info. Let's learn about his situation. Oh, and also, analyze the data of Little Japan and British newcomers this time." At the same time, Bai Xiaojiang walked on the street, observing everywhere. So far, the street scene was no different from the real world. But he always felt like he was being watched. Yet when he turned around to look, that feeling disappeared quickly. Forget it. I'd better go home first. After roughly observing the surrounding environment, Bai Xiaojiang decided to go home. According to Rule 2, if he didn't go home, something might happen. Bai Xiaojiang took out his phone, found the contact marked wife side, and directly called in front of the livestream audience. This action instantly caused a frenzy among the people watching the livestream. Countless bullet screens rolled rapidly. Many people from Yen Nation didn't understand, and people from other countries were mocking too. Is he crazy? How dare he do this? It's over. He's either stupid or insane. Does anyone know who this newcomer is? So unlucky to get a reckless guy like him. Ha ha ha, thank God. Yen Nation is doomed this time. Our British team really got lucky with our newbie. Wasn't Yen Nation arrogant before? Serves them right. Bai Xiaojiang's finger hovered above the call button on the phone. His fingertip was shining with sweat. The bullet screen also became quieter. Everyone was waiting for the call to go through. As the third dialing tone rang, the call connected. But the other end was silent for a moment. Then, a gentle and soft voice came from the phone speaker. Hello? Listening to his wife's soft voice, Bai Xiaojiang said, "Wife, could you come pick me up at the company? My leg hurts a bit." There was silence on the other end of the phone, but soon the wife spoke again, her voice trembling a little. "You want me to? Okay, I'll come over right away. Husband, wait for me downstairs at the company, I'll be there soon." After finishing her words, the wife hung up the phone. Bai Xiaojiang put his phone away, walked downstairs to the company's coffee shop, ordered a cup of coffee, and sat in a corner. About 5 minutes later, a woman walked in. Bai Xiaojiang judged from her figure that it was his wife. The woman looked around and spotted Bai Xiaojiang in the corner. A look of joy and surprise appeared on her face, and she quickly jogged over. When the woman reached him, Bai Xiaojiang finally noticed that his wife's face was different from the beautiful one in the photos. Now, her face was covered in horrifying scars, as if it had been burned. "Husband." The wife sat beside Bai Xiaojiang and linked her arm with his. "Let's go home." Bai Xiaojiang's face remained calm, and he pretended not to notice the terrifying scars on his wife's face. "Let's go." The wife helped Bai Xiaojiang up and looked at his leg with concern, asking, "Husband, how's your leg? Does it still hurt? Let me help you, should we go to the hospital?" Bai Xiaojiang waved his hand, "I'm much better now, let's just go home first." The wife didn't say anything and continued to help Bai Xiaojiang walk out of the coffee shop. They slowly made their way to the parking lot, with the wife keeping her head down the entire time, clearly not wanting anyone to see her burned face. After getting in the car, Bai Xiaojiang also opened the passenger side door and sat down. As the car started, Bai Xiaojiang secretly observed his wife's every move. She seemed in a good mood. So far, aside from the burn marks on her face, there was nothing strange. It seemed that the burns on her face were the reason for her change. Bai Xiaojiang thought he should look for clues about the burns. The car drove out of the busy city area and arrived at a regular residential building. After the car stopped, Bai Xiaojiang glanced at his phone. It was 6:45 p.m. "Wife, what did you do today? I missed you so much after working all day." After getting out of the car, they walked side by side. Bai Xiaojiang said, boldly reaching out his hand to hold his wife's hand. Ah! The wife's face immediately turned red, and she tried to pull away, but Bai Xiaojiang held her hand tightly, not letting go. I spent the whole day at home, I missed you too. Bai Xiaojiang playfully teased his wife with a smile, but inside, he was highly cautious. Something wasn't right. The timing was off. From the time he called his wife to when she arrived to pick him up, it only took 5 or 6 minutes. Even counting the time he spent walking around after work, it was only about 10 minutes. But it took them about 25 minutes to return from the company. This meant that in such a short amount of time, it was impossible for his wife to arrive so quickly at the company. There could only be one possibility. His wife had been nearby the whole time. The feeling of being watched that Bai Xiaojiang had sensed earlier was most likely his wife. She had been following him all along. When they reached the door of their house, the wife stopped, turned to Bai Xiaojiang, and had an eerie expression on her face as she said, "Husband, could you open the door?" Bai Xiaojiang looked at the door lock. It was a black electronic password lock, but now, he didn't know the password. He sighed and calmly typed in 240327. The password was correct, and with a click, the door opened. Bai Xiaojiang looked at his wife, and he saw a brief flash of disappointment on her face, but it quickly turned into a smile. After entering the foyer, the wife took Bai Xiaojiang's bag and placed it aside, then said, "The food will take a while, husband, you can rest for a bit. You must be tired after a whole day of work." With that, the wife went into the kitchen, and soon, the sound of chopping vegetables came from inside. Bai Xiaojing stood there in a daze. "Why did you take so long to come back? Go cook, I'm starving. Why is this dish so salty? Didn't I say I wanted to eat fried skewers from the East City tonight? Too tired to buy them? If you didn't want to buy them, just say so, don't say we'll eat it another day. Forget it, I don't want to eat now, you eat by yourself, my best friend invited me out for drinks." The suppressed memories surged into his mind. Bai Xiaojing felt his headache worsen. Looking at the busy figure in the kitchen, he sneered. In reality, he couldn't even get a hot meal, yet in this strange world, his wife showed him care and attention. After work, when he returned home, he could have a meal made by the one he loved, and his hard work was being noticed. The people in front of the screen breathed a sigh of relief as they saw his wife enter the kitchen, and the comments on the screen became active again. Great, now take advantage of this and check the other rooms, look for clues. I didn't expect him to accidentally return home. I have to say, this newcomer is really brave. Axiba, he actually managed to do it. The little one downstairs broke through. But Bai Xiaojing didn't take this opportunity to search the other rooms. Instead, he chose the strategy with the most comments. He pushed open the kitchen door and walked in. "What are you doing here?" His wife, wearing an apron and holding a kitchen knife, looked at Bai Xiaojing in surprise. "Aren't you the one who hates going into the kitchen the most? It's so oily in here." "Honey, I'm here to help, 2 people cooking will be faster." Bai Xiaojing observed the dishes in the kitchen and secretly sighed. There were no strange ingredients. "Stop making trouble." His wife slapped away Bai Xiaojing's hand as he tried to sneak a piece of green pepper. The rhythm of the knife falling on the cutting board became faster and lighter. "You don't know how to cook, just wait outside." Bai Xiaojing smoothly took the celery from her hand. At the point where the leaves and stems met, he squeezed out a clear juice, mixed with the faint scent of jasmine on her wrist. Because he used to cook often, Bai Xiaojing quickly placed the celery on the chopping board and cut it into sections with clean and sharp movements. Then, he threw the celery into the pan and started stir-frying. "You?" His wife stared at Bai Xiaojing's back, a little incredulous. Soon, a fragrant and visually appealing stir-fried celery with beef was ready. Bai Xiaojing picked up the chopsticks, turned around, and brought it to his wife's mouth. "Try it?" His wife instinctively opened her mouth and took a bite. The fresh fragrance of celery mixed with the salty taste of beef. Bai Xiaojing had also added a little chili, which made the dish more flavorful. "Is it good?" Bai Xiaojing nervously looked at the woman in front of him. He wasn't sure if the strange world would like normal food. It's good." His wife nodded and looked at Bai Xiaojing. "Then, if you want to eat it, I'll keep making it. If you want something else, just tell me." Bai Xiaojing smiled. "In the future." His wife mumbled, fell silent for a moment, then looked up and said, "Will I still be able to eat your cooking?" "As long as you want to eat, anytime you can." After saying this, Bai Xiaojing served the meal, picked it up, and walked out of the kitchen. He walked to the dining table, sat down, and soon his wife walked over, holding a can of beer in her hand. Chapter 3, The Unavoidable Drink. "Want to drink some alcohol?" His wife placed the beer she was holding on the table and slid it toward Bai Xiaojing, then smiled at him. Her gaze sparkled with a strange light, giving off a chilling feeling. According to Rule 3, his wife didn't like him drinking excessively, so he definitely couldn't touch this beer. Bai Xiaojing immediately put the beer aside and awkwardly smiled. "Aren't you the type who doesn't like excessive drinking?" I'll quit drinking from now on. But his wife didn't let it go. She picked up the beer again and placed it back in front of Bai Xiaojiang. Although she was still smiling, her smile had become stiff, and her gaze turned cold. It's okay, we're happy today, just drink a little. I won't mind, and you don't need to quit drinking for me. Drink if you want to. Alright, since you've said that, I'll drink a little. Bai Xiaojiang, who originally planned to refuse, looked at his wife's increasingly cold gaze and felt that if he rejected her, she would be angry in the next second. Reluctantly, he picked up the beer and opened it, but he didn't drink it. Instead, he placed it back on the table and picked up chopsticks to take a bite of the dish. Bai Xiaojiang ate while observing his wife's expression. Let's eat first, drink while eating. Drinking on an empty stomach is bad for the stomach. His wife's expression softened, and she didn't continue forcing him to drink. Meanwhile, Frank's contestant, Wallace, faced a similar request from his wife. Dear, drink a little wine. The game environment for contestants from different countries was also different. At this moment, Wallace was facing his wife, a blonde, blue-eyed, classic European beauty. However, her face was also covered in large burn scars. A proper gentleman cannot refuse a lady's request. His wife stared at Wallace tightly, and her tone clearly carried an unhidden threat. But Wallace still shook his head and said, Dear, although a gentleman really shouldn't refuse, my body just can't allow me to touch alcohol. His reasoning was sound. Rule 3 prohibited drinking, and Rule 1 said not to make the wife angry. So now it was a choice between the two, but Rule 5 added a condition: if the wife was in an unusual state, he could hide in the study. So, if his wife got angry, it counted as her being in an unusual state. As long as his wife got angry, he could do a quick slide and immediately hide in the study, locking the door and windows behind him. Wallace felt proud in his heart, but he didn't notice that his wife's expression was growing colder, like a zombie, expressionless. Dear, ah. Wallace had just intended to lift his head to look at his wife, but what greeted him was the knife and fork in his wife's hands. At this moment, the exquisite silver knife and fork deeply pierced into Wallace's eye socket. Wallace felt a wave of red in front of him, his vision blurred, accompanied by intense pain. Not good, this crazy woman. Wallace was scared. He didn't care about the pain in his eyes, groping to get up and quickly ran toward the direction of the study he remembered. Dead legs, faster, faster. As long as he reached that place, he would. At this moment, the audience in Wallace's live stream, who had closed their eyes due to the bloodiness, only heard Wallace's loud scream. His wife, her hair disheveled, eyes filled with blood, peered through her hair and venomously stared at Wallace, who had collapsed on the floor after being severely injured. Why? Why didn't you drink? Why couldn't you just listen to me for once? The wife mumbled, as if questioning Wallace, or perhaps speaking to herself. While saying this, she picked up another set of knives and forks from the table and slowly walked toward Wallace. Wallace was still struggling, his desire to survive overcoming the fear. Ignoring the intense pain in his legs, he used his hands to crawl, inch by inch, toward the study. The wife slowly followed behind. Every few steps Wallace crawled, she would thrust the knife and fork into his body and violently slash them out. Flesh and blood flew, and large amounts of blood splashed out, staining the hallway from the living room to the study. It seemed like she wasn't in a hurry to kill Wallace. Instead, it was as if she was playing with a mouse, torturing and toying with her prey. At this moment, Wallace was her prey, being tortured again and again. Her mouth almost stretched to her ear, her bloodshot eyes wide open, staring at Wallace crawling, her face full of madness, accompanied by the same frenzied laughter, which was chilling. When Wallace finally, enduring excruciating pain, touched the door of the study, he no longer had the strength to open the door. Gritting his teeth, he slowly lifted his head, suddenly threw it back, and then smashed it hard against the door. Bang! With a heavy thud, the door was knocked open by Wallace. Wallace looked like a man who had just escaped death, face filled with wild joy. Ignoring the blood streaming from his forehead, he crawled in quickly. But when his hand reached out the door again, he froze, his face twisted wildly. Madness, shock, disbelief, confusion, despair, so many expressions flashed across his face in an instant. What he touched was a staircase, and it was a staircase going down. This was the entrance to a basement. But that's not right, he was sure he didn't go the wrong way, the study should have been right here. And there was no door at the basement entrance. No, don't kill me, I beg you, I'll do anything you want, please don't kill me. Wallace panicked. The man who always called himself a gentleman now turned and begged like crazy, crying and sobbing, no trace of dignity left. His wife, upon seeing this, seemed to finally witness the scene she wanted most, and began laughing toward the sky, her voice sharp and mad. Then the live stream turned black, only Wallace's screams and his wife's crazed laughter could be heard. After a while, the sound gradually faded, followed by an announcement in the stream that Frank had failed the level, and strange events had begun to appear in the area. At this moment, in the Flame Nation command center, Wu Fei quickly shouted to the nearby staff, "Quick! Send this info to our players. You'll die if you don't drink." The position of the study will change. Send it now. The staff immediately responded, hastily typing the message and uploading it right away. Bai Xiaojiang was slowly eating his food, his eyes glancing now and then at his wife, because although she was eating too, her eyes never left Bai Xiaojiang. Her black pupils didn't move at all, never looking at the food or anywhere else, just locked onto Bai Xiaojiang, never moving away, as if watching to see if he would drink. The strangest thing was, even when she moved her head while speaking or eating, her eyes stayed still, always staring at Bai Xiaojiang. This gaze made his whole body uncomfortable. At that moment, a mechanical voice spoke next to Bai Xiaojiang's ear. Frank's player was killed by his wife for refusing to drink. He tried to hide in the study. The study's position changed. He failed to escape. Bai Xiaojiang looked at the beer. It seemed he had no choice but to drink it. Chapter 4, New Rules. Bai Xiaojiang picked up the beer can, and finally his wife's gaze left his body and shifted to his hand holding the can. He acted as if nothing was wrong, took a sip of the beer, and kept watching his wife's expression. When she saw Bai Xiaojiang drink the beer, it was like a huge weight was lifted off her shoulders, and the strange expression on her face vanished. She returned to normal. Bai Xiaojiang saw that her state was stable, and just when he started to relax, he felt something was wrong again. The cold beer slid down his throat, but the expected cool feeling didn't come. Instead, it was like a spark falling into dry grass, instantly lighting every inch of him on fire. An unspeakable heat exploded in his stomach, spreading like wildfire through his whole body, burning his skin hot and making his bones sizzle. This burning didn't bring warmth, but instead felt like some kind of violent fuel, instantly smashing the dam of his reason. A dark mix of rage, violence, and destruction exploded in his brain, like a flood bursting through, drowning all his thoughts. His brows twisted into a deep frown, his teeth clenched tightly, and blood vessels filled his eyes. Bai Xiaojiang struggled to suppress the emotion. He looked up at his wife. At that moment, it was as if she couldn't see him at all. Still slowly eating the food in his bowl, seeing his wife's calm expression, he felt only restless, with countless bad thoughts uncontrollably flooding his mind. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't be drinking this strange beer. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't need to be here. Yes. If it weren't for her, maybe there wouldn't be this weird story, and he wouldn't be here. It's all her fault, it's all because of her. Bai Xiaojiang's eyes were blurry, and his ex-wife's image slowly began to overlap with the person in front of him. He worked desperately, but she spent every day either shopping with her best friend or being unclear with her childhood friend. Every time he asked, the answer was always that they were just friends, and if anything was going to happen, it would have happened already, it had nothing to do with him. For their future, he worked part-time after his main job, but still, she complained that he didn't have time to spend with her. When he came home, there were only endless chores, cold pots and stoves, messy rooms, and mountains of takeaway boxes. Bai Xiaojiang placed his hands on the table, stood up unsteadily, and slowly walked toward his wife. When Bai Xiaojiang reached his wife, she felt the light dim. His shadow covered the light, and she stopped moving her hand as she was eating. She raised her head, looking at Bai Xiaojiang with clear apricot eyes, as if she had long gotten used to seeing him in such a state. Is something wrong? His wife ignored Bai Xiaojiang's strange state and asked. Such a calm tone made Bai Xiaojiang even more irritated. Staring at his wife's beautiful but burn-scarred face, he couldn't hold back anymore. He raised his hand, intending to slap her hard. His wife didn't dodge, just calmly looking at his face, letting his hand approach her. No, it's not your fault. Bai Xiaojiang struggled to stop his movement, biting his tongue. The sharp pain gave him a moment of clarity, and his expression was one of agony. I'm full. I'll go rest in the study for a while. Taking advantage of this moment of clarity, Bai Xiaojiang hurriedly turned and looked for the study. Behind him, his wife gazed at his departing figure with complex eyes. Fortunately, luck was on his side. The first door he tried was the study. Bai Xiaojiang immediately rushed in, locked the door behind him, and lay on the cold floor, gasping for air. The burning emotions had no outlet, so he could only clench his fists and pound the floor. The pain from his fists, along with the coldness of the floor, finally made him feel a little better. Ha, that alcohol really almost killed me. Bai Xiaojiang didn't dare be careless, just now, it had almost been a life-or-death situation. If he hadn't drunk the alcohol, he would have died, but drinking it almost killed him too. If he had chosen to hit his wife just now, he would probably have died even worse. Recovering a little, Bai Xiaojiang slowly got up from the floor and began to look around the study. The study was filled with the distinct smell of old books and heavy wood. The study was bright and transparent, with very simple lines. One wall was a built-in white matte bookshelf, displaying some books and art ornaments, with no sign of clutter. In the center was a white desk, slim but sturdy. Apart from a super-thin curved display, a wireless keyboard and mouse set, and an open hardcover notebook, there was nothing else. Bai Xiaojiang opened the computer and checked the files. The storage was very clean, as if it had never been used. Not finding any clues, he got up again and walked to the bookshelf. He casually pulled out a few books and flipped through them, then picked up some art ornaments to examine, still finding no clues. This shouldn't be. Since the rules say to hide in the study, there should be some clue here. Bai Xiaojiang picked up the open hardcover notebook. It was completely blank, but as he brought it closer, he faintly smelled an acidic odor. This is invisible ink? He realized that these were words written with white vinegar. If he used fire, the content would appear. So, he searched around and found a lighter in the desk drawer. He carefully lit it and brought it close to the notebook. Soon the brownish handwriting appeared, but Bai Xiaojiang felt strangely uneasy all over, the same feeling of being watched returned. He dared not think too much and started browsing the content of the notebook. When you see this sentence, I am already dead. I don't know what I did wrong. Why did it turn out like this? I know someone will see these, and now I will tell you what I really went through. My name is Bai Xiaojiang, my wife is Yi Xiaoxiao. Our relationship from meeting to marriage was very smooth. I thought we would live happily ever after, but after marriage, she started to become a little abnormal. I always felt something was off. The person I knew was sunny and cheerful, but now, sometimes, she seemed like a completely different person. She became sensitive, suspicious, insecure, silent, and kept recalling things from our past, but I never experienced what she was talking about. I suspected she had mental problems and took her to the hospital, but every time we got there, she would return to normal. I had a feeling something had possessed her. I started fainting more often. When I woke up, a long time had passed. At first, it was only 1 or 2 hours, but later it stretched to 1 or 2 days, even to a whole Monday. I would wake up and find it was still Monday. Xiaoxiao's gaze toward me grew stranger and stranger. I suspected that my condition was somehow related to her. She was so strange. I didn't know what to do. I contacted a master online, and the master told me that she was haunted by an evil spirit. Ghosts are extremely mean, and they need to be burned in a big fire. I struggled for a long time. Listening to Xiaoxiao's pleas and her banging on the door, I really wanted to open it, but I knew I couldn't. It was for her good. However, suddenly, I had the thought that it would be better if she died. That damned master was a swindler. Xiaoxiao got burned, but the evil spirit didn't die. After her burn injuries, Xiaoxiao's gaze toward me became colder. She started becoming more sensitive and suspicious, always doubting me for no reason. Seeing the ugly scars on her face, my heart became more and more restless. I couldn't stand it anymore. I wanted a divorce. But every time I expressed the idea of separation, looking into her eyes, I couldn't bring myself to mention divorce. I had no doubt that if I did, the next moment she would kill me without hesitation. Now, you must remember what I'm about to say. Bai Xiaojiang looked down and saw the next rule, Rule B. Chapter 5, Spying. Rule B, a reminder from me. 1. When you feel something is off with her, you can drink a can of beer. She won't dare to approach a drunk person. 2. There are no mirrors at home. If there are, stay away from them or cover them with cloth. 3. There are only you and Xiaoxiao in the house. There are never any extra people. Don't believe her lies. 4. Don't refuse any request from Xiaoxiao. Make her feel good, and only then might she agree to the divorce. 5. Ensure she is deeply asleep. This is the best time to ask for a divorce. She will kill you. You must get a divorce. Bai Xiaojiang wrote down the rules and closed the notebook. But when he looked up and glanced at the door, his scalp tingled, and he stood still, frozen in place. It felt like everything had frozen. He knew where that feeling of being watched was coming from. There was a vent above the doorframe in the study, and half a face was peeking through the vent. A pair of eyes were staring at Bai Xiaojiang intently. It was Yi Xiaoxiao. The vent wasn't very high, but it was above her reach. Her height, based on Bai Xiaojiang's previous estimation, was probably only around 1.62 meters. Bai Xiaojiang couldn't imagine what kind of posture Xiaoxiao had to maintain behind the door to be able to spy through the vent. Her eerie appearance sent a chill down his spine. At the same time, the live stream was filled with scrolling comments. This is so creepy, oh my god, I'm terrified. Not accepting. Not accepting +1. Not accepting, times 10086. Bai Xiaojiang pretended not to see. The door and windows were locked anyway. He lowered his head and lay on the table. Pretend to sleep, quietly listening to the sounds at the door. The clock on the wall seemed glued in place, its hands moving so slightly that they were almost invisible, but each tick of the second hand was amplified in his ear, each sound striking his heart, making him restless and anxious. He didn't know how long had passed when Bai Xiaojiang heard a knock at the door. Are you asleep? It was Yi Xiaoxiao's gentle voice. Bai Xiaojiang's heart suddenly shrank, and he dared not even breathe, pretending to be asleep, emitting steady breathing sounds. The knocking came again a few more times, and when Yi Xiaoxiao saw there was no response, her voice carried a hint of grievance. Xiaojiang, I know you're not asleep, I heated up a cup of milk for you. You seemed uncomfortable earlier, drink it, it's warm. Bai Xiaojiang tightly shut his eyes, but his hand unconsciously clenched. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the rule that he couldn't refuse her request. But the situation in front of him was so strange, he hesitated for a long time. He carefully lifted his head, and the face at the window had disappeared. Bai Xiaojiang took a deep breath and slowly stood up from the chair. His legs were a little weak, as if carrying a 1,000-pound burden. He walked step by step toward the door, each step heavy, as if he wasn't walking on the ground, but on cotton. He tightly grasped the doorknob and slowly turned it. The door made a soft creak sound and slowly opened. The moment the door opened, Bai Xiaojiang's heart suddenly sped up. He didn't know what awaited him. When he saw his wife standing at the door with a cup of milk, quietly holding it. Her face carried a trace of grievance, and her eyes seemed dim. Seeing the door open, she lowered her head and softly said, drink some milk, I just heated it for you. Thank you, Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaojiang took the milk and instinctively rubbed his hand on his wife's head. Ah! His wife couldn't help but let out a cry, then quickly took a step back, putting some distance between herself and Bai Xiaojiang. Her face immediately turned a shade of red, like a ripe apple. Her eyes were wide, full of surprise and shyness, just like a frightened little deer. I'm going to take a shower. His wife stammered, her voice carrying a hint of panic. Before the words were even finished, she turned and hurriedly left. Bai Xiaojiang looked at the milk in his hand with a complex expression. The strange and resentful wife from earlier, and the considerate and shy wife just now, felt completely different to him. Yi Xiaoxiao should be in a good mood now. As long as he treated her well, found a way to make the vengeful spirit inside her sleep, and then filed for divorce, everything would be over. Now she was going to take a shower, what should he do? 1. This is a good chance to spy on his wife while she's showering. 2. Go look for other clues in different rooms. Bai Xiaojiang entered the bedroom and opened the door to the master bedroom. A warm, cozy atmosphere immediately filled the air. Soft beige light poured into the room, creating a peaceful and romantic ambience. The room was tastefully and practically decorated. Directly across from the door was a spacious double bed, to the left of the bed was a floor-to-ceiling window, and on the right side against the wall was a large wardrobe. Beside the bed was a nightstand, with many photos displayed on it. Bai Xiaojiang picked up a photo and looked at it. It was a picture of him and his wife, but at the time, his wife didn't have the burn scars on her face, so it must have been taken before their marriage, before everything had happened. There was not a single photo from after their wedding. It seemed the burn incident had deeply hurt and affected them, and his wife probably hadn't wanted to take photos since then. Opening the drawer of the nightstand, Bai Xiaojiang found a small jewelry box. He was about to open it when he suddenly heard his wife's voice from behind. What are you doing? Bai Xiaojiang quickly closed the drawer, put his hand in his pocket, and hid the jewelry box in his pocket. He turned around and saw his wife standing behind him. Her hair was wet, flowing on her pale shoulders, with a few strands playfully sticking to her cheek, adding to her cuteness. She was wrapped in a soft bath towel, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. The edges of the towel still held the steam from her bath, giving it a dreamy, hazy beauty. It's nothing, just looking at some old photos. We were really happy back then, weren't we? Bai Xiaojiang quickly changed the subject, not wanting her to notice that he had just taken the jewelry box, but his actions had been too obvious and hard to ignore. He had prepared himself to be caught. Hearing Bai Xiaojiang's words, his wife walked over, picked up a photo, and gently stroked it with her fair hand, her gaze complex. Yes, back then I was really happy, because I had you. Every day was happy. At that time, I always imagined our future married life. We would have a warm little home, a cute child, a simple but happy life. She put down the photo and turned her back to Bai Xiaojiang. Bai Xiaojiang thought he heard a sigh, then saw his wife turn around, glance at him with a complex look, then lie down on the bed and cover herself with the blanket. It's late, let's sleep. Bai Xiaojiang was stunned, and with a stiff face, he lay down beside his wife. There were 2 blankets on the bed, so he didn't need to sleep under the same blanket with her. Forget it, he would deal with the clues tomorrow. For now, he would sleep. After a whole day of intense tension, his body and mind were exhausted. His taut nerves began to relax, and sleepiness hit him, making his eyelids grow heavier. Soon, his breathing became steady and deep. Half asleep, he felt someone embrace his waist, instantly waking up. His whole body tensed, and he dared not move. Chapter 6, The Wife's Confession. Time returned to just now, with his wife quietly lying beside him, listening to Bai Xiaojiang's gradually calming breathing. Once she confirmed Bai Xiaojiang was really asleep, his wife carefully moved and gently embraced him from the side. Her arms wrapped around his waist from behind, her warm chest pressed against his back. Little Bai, brother. She whispered softly in his ear, her voice as light as a feather, afraid to wake him. But the words she said left Bai Xiaojiang, pretending to be asleep, shocked. Wenwen misses you so much. Who is Wenwen? Bai Xiaojiang realized that the wife in front of him wasn't Yi Xiaoxiao. Connecting it with the strange scene in the study earlier, he felt the air around him turn ice cold. Her lips lightly brushed against his neck. Where have you been all this time? Wenwen has been waiting for you to come back every day. When you weren't here, Wenwen felt so lonely, so scared, afraid you would never come back, afraid Wenwen would never see little Bai again. Her hand gently caressed his chest. It's good you're back. Wenwen almost thought you didn't want Wenwen anymore. She buried her face deeper into his neck, breathing deeply in his scent. Little Bai, you don't know how Wenwen has been getting through these days. Her voice started to choke, that person was so scary. Wenwen was locked up, it was so dark, there was nothing, and they weren't my little Bai. My little Bai wouldn't treat me like that. My little Bai will come back to save me. Her hand started gently moving over his body, not out of desire, but out of a deep longing and need for reassurance. Bai Xiaojiang tightly shut his eyes, his body rigid, pretending to be asleep. His wife's words were like a bomb, constantly exploding in his mind. His thoughts ran wild like a runaway horse, uncontrollably galloping. His palms gradually started to sweat, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. He wanted to turn around and ask everything, but his body felt as if it were nailed to the bed, unable to move. He was afraid that if he spoke, it would make things worse. Time seemed to freeze, every second passing excruciatingly slow. He kept struggling in his mind, thinking about whether to keep pretending to sleep or face the truth and ask, while wondering how to carefully start this conversation. Suddenly, his wife gently turned over and let out a soft sigh. Bai Xiaojiang's heart tightened suddenly, and he dared not even breathe, fearing his wife would discover that he wasn't actually asleep. He could only continue pretending to sleep, letting his thoughts wander in the darkness, consumed by anxiety and worry. His wife's breathing gradually calmed, she must have fallen into a deep sleep. Finally, Bai Xiaojiang began to relax his tensed body slowly, starting to think over what his wife had said. The information was overwhelming. Who exactly was his wife, Yi Xiaoxiao or Wenwen? Where was Wenwen locked up, and who was that person? Was Wenwen referring to him as little Bai brother? He didn't know how long he had been thinking, but drowsiness struck again. Bai Xiaojiang's eyelids grew heavy, unable to concentrate on his thoughts, so he decided to simply sleep. The next day, he woke up early as usual to prepare breakfast, but found that his wife was nowhere to be seen. Bai Xiaojiang took out the jewelry box from last night, looking at the BWW and BXJ engraved on the ring, his heart skipped a beat. BXJ referred to himself, so who was BWW? WW must be the abbreviation for Wenwen, and the B should be a surname. Could it be that Wenwen was his wife? No, that didn't make sense. If that were true, the notebook's message would contradict it. The notebook clearly said Xiaoxiao was the wife, and Wenwen had mentioned being imprisoned, likely related to the fire. Bai Xiaojiang recalled the third rule in Rule B, only you and Xiaoxiao are at home. There is never anyone else. Don't believe her lies. While pondering, he walked out of the bedroom and into the living room, only to find that breakfast was already prepared on the table, a plate of bacon and eggs, and a steaming cup of milk. His wife, wearing an apron, was sitting in the chair opposite him, smiling at Bai Xiaojiang. Hubby, you're awake, come and eat. Bai Xiaojiang froze. This was the first time he had ever eaten breakfast prepared by someone else since their marriage. He was always the one who got up early to prepare breakfast and then went to work. He sat down, starting to eat while observing his wife. Was the woman sitting in front of him Yi Xiaoxiao or Wenwen? His wife was eating her own breakfast, occasionally glancing at Bai Xiaojiang. When she saw that he was looking at her too, she would smile at him before continuing to eat. After finishing breakfast, Bai Xiaojiang grabbed his briefcase and left the house, planning to go to the company to see if there were any other clues. Employee records usually had spouse information. As long as he could find the employee records, he would know his wife's name, and that would help him figure out who the real wife was. Hubby, be careful on the road. Bai Xiaojiang turned around. His wife was standing by the window, looking down. When she saw him turn, she waved at him. At the bus stop, that strange feeling of being watched returned. Bai Xiaojiang knew that his wife had secretly followed him, and she was likely somewhere nearby, watching him stealthily. Little Bai. What a coincidence. A gentle touch suddenly came on Bai Xiaojiang's shoulder, someone had tapped him. He instinctively shivered, annoyed at being interrupted, and turned around abruptly, only to meet a pair of eyes filled with laughter. A woman was standing behind him, slightly leaning forward, neither too close nor too far, just close enough for him to catch a faint scent of fresh shampoo from her hair. She was wearing a soft, off-white knit sweater, making her features appear especially gentle. The curve at the corner of her mouth deepened, carrying a sense of familiarity between acquaintances and a hint of apology for the slight intrusion. Xiao Bai, shall we go to work together? Bai Xiaojiang was stunned. It seemed this person was his colleague. He saw the ID badge on her chest, Mia. The bus is here. Let's go. Throughout the journey, Bai Xiaojiang remained silent because the feeling of being watched never left. He dared not engage in too much conversation with Mia, fearing his wife might notice something unusual. Mia didn't initiate any conversation either, occasionally glancing out of the bus window and occasionally giving him a smile. After getting off the bus and walking a few steps into the company, the gate blocked the view from behind. The feeling of being watched receded like a tide, and Bai Xiaojiang sighed. Standing in front of him was Huang Bai. He greeted both Bai Xiaojiang and Mia. "Xiao Bai, Mia, good morning. You two came together?" Mia smiled and nodded. "I ran into him while waiting for the bus. I'll stop here, I need to head to my workstation." After Mia left, Bai Xiaojiang turned to Huang Bai, intending to gather some information. He seemed to be familiar with the original owner. "Brother Huang." What's up?" Huang Bai tilted his head and looked at Bai Xiaojiang beside him. "Our wedding anniversary is coming up. I want to buy a gift for my wife. Do you have any suggestions?" To his surprise, Huang Bai looked a bit shocked and stopped walking. "You're married? Didn't you always say you were single?" Bai Xiaojiang's heart skipped a beat, but he forced himself to remain calm on the outside. "Brother Huang, you must be mistaken. I've been married for some time." Huang Bai furrowed his brows and said with certainty, "Xiao Bai, how could I be mistaken? You've been single all these years, and I've even tried to set you up with people." Bai Xiaojiang felt a chill run down his spine. Could all of this be an illusion? Then who is his wife now? At that moment, Huang Bai leaned closer to Bai Xiaojiang and lowered his voice. "Xiao Bai, have you been under too much stress at work lately? I know a psychologist. Maybe you should go see them?" Bai Xiaojiang politely refused, deciding to look into the employee records. Maybe it would unravel this series of mysteries. With that thought, he said goodbye to Huang Bai and quickly headed to the company's archives. Chapter 7, Mia's Death. Bai Xiaojiang said goodbye to Huang Bai, his heart heavy, pounding in his chest. Unmarried? How could this be? That house, that wife, those rules, could they all be his delusion? He suppressed the storm inside him, his gaze sharp as he scanned the company environment. The archive room is usually near the administrative or HR department. Relying on his intuition and the common knowledge of office layouts, he quickly crossed the somewhat noisy office area and finally saw an inconspicuous door at the end of the hallway with a sign reading Data Room. The door was locked. Bai Xiaojiang tried pushing it, but it didn't budge. He looked around to confirm no one was paying attention, then quickly pulled out a paperclip he had found in his desk drawer the day before. In the real world, although he was just an average office worker worn down by life, some of his early small hobbies hadn't completely faded. He skillfully straightened the paperclip, bending one end into a small hook, and carefully inserted it into the lock. Damn! This newbie knows how to pick locks? This is criminal. It's too criminal. The main point is wrong. He says he's married, but his colleague says he's single. Who's lying? Thinking carefully, this is terrifying. The archive room is the key. It seems that the guy from the neighboring office, Long Ma Yi Lang, is almost done. I'm dying of anxiety. Come on, Yan Gua. Don't lose to the little days. Time seemed to stretch. Bai Xiaojiang held his breath, fully concentrating, feeling every subtle change in the lock. Finally, with a quiet click, the door lock popped open. He quickly slipped inside, gently closing the door behind him. The archive room smelled of old paper and dust. Rows of metal cabinets were neatly arranged. Bai Xiaojiang had a clear goal, heading straight for the cabinet labeled Employee Records Active. He quickly searched and soon found a folder with the name Bai Xiaojiang. He took a deep breath, yanked the folder out abruptly. Name, Bai Xiaojiang. Department, Marketing Department. Position, Specialist. Joining date, May 15, 2022. Marriage status, unmarried. Black and white, clear and obvious unmarried. Bai Xiaojiang's hand trembled slightly. A chill ran up his spine. Yi Xiaoxiao in the notebook, wife at home, and the one who called herself Wanwan. What is all this? Who is he? Has he ever been married? Does that home even exist? Or, from the moment he stepped into the world of bizarre tales, has all his perception been distorted? Just as he was drowning in massive confusion and fear, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice rang like a death knell above every live broadcast room in the world. Announcement: Japanese player Ryoma Aikiru has successfully cleared the Strange Wife Bizarre Tale. Clearance rating: Japan receives National Fortune Reward, 5% increase in national mental resilience. Other countries' players, clearance countdown, 24 hours. If the countdown ends without clearance, the player dies, and their corresponding country will randomly generate multiple bizarre areas. This announcement was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the chaos in the Yin Country live broadcast room, and it slammed heavily onto Bai Xiaojiang's heart. Bullet comments, Yin Country. It's over. Little Ri has cleared it. A rating. It's over, it's over, it's over. We have one more day. Little Bai, hurry and think of something. Where's the command center? Hurry up and give a hint. Look. The command center has sent a hint. Almost at the same time the announcement rang, Bai Xiaojiang heard the urgent alert sound from the Yin Country command center in his ear. The voice was steady but extremely fast. Bai Xiaojiang. Ryoma Ikiru's method of clearing, through long-term PUA tactics with his wife, constantly emphasizing the ugliness of her burn scars, her mental instability, and her burdening him, making her feel strong guilt and self-doubt. When she was emotionally down and mentally dazed, he drank beer and used Rule B, Article 1, drunk, she dares not come close as protection. We speculate that the vengeful ghost will not appear when you are drunk. He suggested a divorce, claiming it was for their own good. The wife, in great pain and guilt, agreed to the divorce, thus completing the clearance. Be aware, this process is extremely dangerous, and Ryoma Ikiru's own mind was on the verge of collapse, but he succeeded. Please carefully evaluate whether to adopt this method. Repeat, carefully evaluate. The prompt ended. Bai Xiaojiang leaned against the cold filing cabinet, processing this cruel information. PUA, mental suppression, using his wife's pain and guilt, delivering a fatal blow when she was at her most vulnerable. Is this really the way to clear it? Ryoma Ikiru succeeded, but Bai Xiaojiang felt an indescribable disgust and coldness surge in his heart. He thought of his wife from last night, the one who embraced him and whispered "When misses you" and "that person is so scary," thought of the look in her eyes when she handed him milk with a grievance, thought of her standing by the window in the morning, waving goodbye. Is this method really right? Bai Xiaojiang murmured to himself. His instincts told him it was wrong, very wrong. Rule B's final warning was, she will kill you, and, definitely divorce, full of extreme fear and determination. Although Ryoma Ikiru's method succeeded, it seemed to completely overlook Wenwen's existence, overlooked many clues mentioned in the notebook, and ignored the two completely different states of his wife. This clearance method was like forcibly tearing open a superficial wound, but it might have released something deeper, darker. It missed the core of the bizarre tale. Where exactly did the wife's strangeness come from? Who was the one locked up? Will divorce really end it all? He could not, like Ryoma Ikiru, implement such cold mental torment on someone who might be a victim, whether it was Yi Xiaoxiao or the existence of Wenwen. And, his intuition told him, imitating this method in this seemingly more complex and twisted home might carry risks far beyond imagination. It can't be completely copied. Bai Xiaojiang made a decision. He needed more information, needed to find the clue about Wenwen, needed to understand the true source of this strange tale. He quickly put the file back in place, erased any trace of his visit, and left the archive room. During the rest of the workday, Bai Xiaojiang appeared to handle files at his desk, but inside, his mind was like an ocean in a storm, constantly churning with various clues and questions: that ring, the unmarried file, the colleague's perceptions, his wife's dual status, the warning in the notebook. He felt like he was standing at the center of a huge mystery, with every clue pointing to deeper darkness. Finally, the workday ended. At exactly 6 o'clock, the office became noisy again. Bai Xiaojiang packed his things, turned down Huang Bai's invitation for a drink, and heavily walked toward the elevator. He needed to go home, to face that home, and within the limited time, find his own way to survive. As he stepped out of the company's grand glass revolving door, the evening noise hit him like a wave. Bai Xiaojiang had just stepped down the stairs, preparing to blend into the crowd. Bang! A dull, heart-wrenching explosion, followed by the terrified screams of pedestrians around him, erupted less than 5 meters in front of him. Flesh, torn clothes, scattered items, like a smashed watermelon, spreading a glaring red across the ground. Time seemed to freeze. Bai Xiaojiang's pupils suddenly contracted, his body frozen in place. The pungent smell of blood instantly filled his nose, and his stomach churned violently. He saw clearly the twisted, deformed head, the familiar off-white knitted sweater. It was Mia. The crowd around him fell into massive panic, screams, cries, phone calls to the police, and vomiting sounds mixed together. Some people were so scared they collapsed to the ground, some covered their eyes, not daring to look anymore, while others frantically scattered, fleeing in all directions. Bai Xiaojiang forced himself to suppress his intense physical discomfort and inner shock, forcing himself to stay calm. He suddenly looked up, his gaze shooting like an arrow toward the towering company building. The evening dusk surrounded him, and the glass curtain wall reflected the city's light pollution. The top floor was a blur, nothing could be seen clearly. No figures swaying, no signs of someone falling, only the cold, silent, towering building silhouette, like a massive black tombstone that swallowed life, piercing the clouds. Mia was dead. Right in front of him, in the most tragic way. Who pushed her? Why her, of all people? That seemingly ordinary coincidental encounter in the morning, could it be more than just chance? A more intense, cold, and bone-chilling sense of being watched, like maggots on his bones, locked onto him from some unknown corner. This time, the malice and madness in that gaze were almost tangible. Bai Xiaojiang stood at the edge of the pool of blood, surrounded by the chaos and the whirlpool of screams. He raised his head, no longer looking up at the building that had swallowed Mia, but instead, his sharp gaze scanned the alleyway across the street in the shadows, the windows of parked vehicles, and the dark windows of the apartments further away. He knew, the wife, or rather, the presence controlling the wife, was definitely nearby. Watching him. This bloody tale, with divorce as its goal, had just torn open its most terrifying corner. With that thought, he took out his phone and dialed his wife's number once again. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? His wife's soft voice came from the phone, sounding happy, as if Bai Xiaojiang calling her made her very glad. Bai Xiaojiang looked at the horrific corpse in front of him, hearing the faint whine through the phone, sighed, and maintained a calm expression. It was you, wasn't it? What are you talking about, dear? His wife's voice remained soft. Even with a hint of a coquettish tone, the faint yet clear whistling wind from high above in the microphone felt like a cold needle piercing through Bai Xiaojiang's eardrum. He looked at Mia's body, mangled beyond recognition, the painful fragments of her off-white knitted sweater soaked in a pool of blood, his stomach churning, a chill rushing from his feet to his head. It was her. It had to be her. Right here on the roof of this building. The chance encounter this morning had now become a death sentence. Just because Mia had shared a car ride to work with him and said a few words? The possessiveness and paranoia of his wife, or rather that existence controlling her, had reached such a terrifying and reckless level. Bai Xiaojiang's fingers gripping the phone turned white from the effort, his nails digging deep into his palm, bringing a sharp pain that barely suppressed the turbulent waves of fear and anger inside him. He could not show any signs of abnormality, could not provoke this monster hovering above him. He took a deep breath, forcing his voice to sound a bit weary and reliant, even deliberately mimicking a touch of intimacy. It's nothing, just got off work and saw a bit of chaos outside, seems like something happened. I'm a little scared. Honey, I want to go home, I want to see you right now. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence, and the wind seemed to lessen a bit. The wife's voice carried a clear delight and comfort. Don't be afraid, dear. It's okay, just an accident. I'll come back to keep you company very soon. Can you wait for me at the office entrance? We'll go home together. Bullet chat. I want to walk back alone and clear my head, feel the wind. You go straight home and wait for me, I'll be there soon. All right then. The wife's voice sounded a bit disappointed, but she complied. Be careful on the way, come back quickly. I'll have dinner ready for you. Bai Xiaojiang responded, quickly hanging up the phone. He could not stay here any longer. And this was a good opportunity. He immediately turned around, against the flow of panicked people, keeping his head down, and hurriedly walked in the direction away from the company building. His heart raced in his chest, and his shirt was already soaked with cold sweat on his back. He could clearly feel that chilling, vengeful gaze from high above, sticking to his back like a tangible shadow. His wife needed time to come downstairs, this was his only chance. He didn't dare to look back, just relying on memory and sense of direction, he entered a relatively secluded alley near the company. Confirming he had temporarily escaped the chaos of the main street and the possible line of sight range, he nearly began to jog, urgently scanning the storefronts along the street. Soon, he spotted his target, a nondescript community convenience store. Boss, do you have a mirror? A small one, carry-on size. Bai Xiaojiang's voice held barely noticeable breathlessness. The boss was a middle-aged man, engrossed in his phone. He pointed nonchalantly to a rack filled with small items. Over there, look for yourself, $5 each. Bai Xiaojiang quickly walked over, instantly spotting the palm-sized, plastic folding-capped round mirror. Without hesitation, he grabbed one, quickly paid, even without waiting for change. He said keep the change, and turned to leave. He tightly clutched that cold little mirror, swiftly shoved it into his back pocket, then carefully covered it with his jacket's hem. Rule B, the second rule, no mirrors at home. If there are, stay away from them or cover them up. This rule was full of contradictions. If there are none, then how can one stay away from or cover them? This feels more like a warning. Mirrors are not allowed to exist in the home, or they can see things that should not be seen. This mirror could be the key tool for him to uncover the truth, or it could be a deadly trigger. It must be hidden well. After doing all this, he finally breathed a little easier, but did not dare to slow his pace as he hurried towards home. Sure enough, when he was almost at the entrance of the community, that familiar feeling of being secretly watched quietly crept up again, carrying a hint of the cold echo from just committing a crime. His wife was following him. Bai Xiaojiang forced himself to slow down, adjusted his breathing, and pretended that nothing had happened as he walked into the building. As he opened the door, a fragrant smell of food drifted in. His wife was busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. Hearing the door open, she immediately turned around with a gentle smile. Honey, you're back? Wash your hands quickly, dinner will be ready soon. Her smile was still warm, her eyes clear, as if the demon who had just pushed someone off the roof into the abyss was not her at all. Bai Xiaojiang looked at the hideous scar on her face, feeling that beneath it was a depth of horror 100 times worse than what was visible on the surface. Thank you for your hard work, my dear. Bai Xiaojiang forced a smile as he walked into the kitchen. He saw several dishes already prepared on the stove, all of which were his favorites. This warm scene appeared incredibly strange and ironic against the backdrop of Mia's bloody, mutilated body. He walked behind his wife, the kitchen space was a bit tight. She was focused on stirring the food in the pan. Now is the time. Bai Xiaojiang took a deep breath and made a bold move that would cause the live stream chat to explode. He gently, yet firmly wrapped his arms around his wife's waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. He could clearly feel the body in his arms instantly stiffen. His wife's stirring movement halted completely, her knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure on the spatula. Wife, Bai Xiaojiang's voice was soft, carrying an intentionally created depth of emotion and weariness. He tightened his arms, holding her even closer. What I saw outside today suddenly made me understand. His wife's body remained as stiff as a stone, not responding, only the food in the pan made a faint sizzling sound. We won't divorce. At this moment, not only was the live stream chat buzzing, but even the command center of Yen country was in an uproar. Is he crazy? He could clear the level right now. I know. He's a spy from Yen country. We're done. We're doomed. Who has his code? I have his payment code. At this moment, several staff members at the command center of Yen country were also cursing, one of them looking at Wu Fei, waiting for him to decide. Chief, this. Wu Fei waved his hand, signaling to wait a bit longer. Bai Xiaojiang spoke each word carefully, his tone carrying a sense of relief and firmness as if he had been through a lot. I was a jerk before, I was blinded by all those messy things. Scars, what's wrong? None of it matters anymore. I just know that I cannot be without you. Let's stay like this, together forever, okay? Boom. This sentence exploded like thunder, exploding in the small kitchen, and more so in his wife's heart. She suddenly turned around. The force was so strong it almost made Bai Xiaojiang let go. The spatula in her hand clattered to the ground. His wife lifted her head and looked directly at Bai Xiaojiang. On her face, that gentle smile shattered and peeled away like a mask, revealing an extremely complex, almost twisted expression. The smile was still there, the corners of her mouth even straining upwards, but her eyes were like ice poisoned, cold, shocked, angry, and with a hint of unbelievable panic. These extreme and contradictory emotions intertwined and collided on her face, making her already terrifying scarred face appear even more bizarre at this moment. What did you say? Her voice was incredibly dry, like sandpaper rubbing against her throat. No, not divorcing? Together, forever? Yes. Bai Xiaojiang met her terrifying gaze, his eyes firm and full of love. I can't live without you, Xiao, we are not getting divorced. No. The wife suddenly screamed, her voice sharp enough to almost pierce eardrums. Her smile completely vanished, leaving only extreme anger and an almost frantic urgency. No. We must divorce. She spoke rapidly, her eyes flickering, like she was desperately searching for reasons. Look at my face. So ugly. I will drag you down. I have mental problems. I will hurt you. I don't deserve you. You should have a better life. Leave me. Now. Immediately. Get divorced. Her words were chaotic and hurried, filled with self-deprecation and a panic to escape something, forming a stark contrast with her earlier obsessive possessiveness. Bai Xiaojiang's heart raced, his blood felt as if it cooled and boiled in an instant. Chapter 9, The Me in the Mirror. Indeed. Longman Ichiro's way was wrong. Or rather, it was extremely one-sided. The Bai Xiaojiang who wrote the warning in the notebook, the must get divorced emphasized in Rule B, might be exactly what this fierce spirit or the dominant Yi Xiaoxiao personality desires. It is forcing itself to divorce. Even at the cost of self-destruction to find excuses. And the one who was locked away, who cried in his arms at night, the one, is the one who truly doesn't want to divorce and might be bound by this divorce contract. The wife's abnormal insistence, the panic hidden beneath her distorted expression, all confirmed his speculation. This divorce was by no means a release for this fierce spirit or dominant personality, but might instead mean some great danger or an end. And for 1-1, divorce could mean complete annihilation. The real way out might not be divorce, but to hold on to this marriage? Or find and release 1-1. But Rule B clearly states, she will kill you, and must get divorced. This contradictory whirlpool of information was tearing Bai Xiaojiang apart. He looked at his emotionally agitated wife, her eyes crazily flickering. The small mirror hidden in her back pocket now felt as hot as a branding iron. The mirror, perhaps it could reflect the truth? But the warning of the rule said to stay away from or cover the mirror. Once used, is it the key to breaking the deadlock, or the key to opening Pandora's box? Time was down to less than 24 hours. After his wife's hysterical declaration of "we must get divorced," the kitchen fell into dead silence, only the residual oil in the pot continued to sizzle. Bai Xiaojiang's heart sank to the bottom. His wife's reaction not only confirmed his guess but also revealed the chilling contradiction at the core of this strange tale: the dominant existence was desperately pushing for divorce. In this suffocating stalemate, his wife's expression suddenly began to twist and change violently. The cold resentment and urgency receded like a tide, replaced by a profound confusion and pain. She clutched her head, her body slightly trembling, as if two souls were violently pulling and struggling inside her for control. Bai Xiaojiang held his breath, nervously observing this silent battle. He didn't know if this was a tug-of-war between Xiao and Wenwen, or if the fierce spirit itself was unstable. A few seconds later, his wife's movements came to a stop. She lowered her hands from her head, her expression became a bit hollow, with a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. Her gaze towards Bai Xiaojiang was no longer the madness and urgency from before, but instead carried a deep fatigue and some indescribable complexity. She avoided Bai Xiaojiang's probing gaze. In a flurry, she bent down to pick up the spatula off the floor, her voice carrying a forced calmness, clumsy even in its desperate attempt to change the topic. "Honey, are you working too hard? Your face looks terrible. Do you want to have a beer to relax?" As she spoke, she didn't even wait for Bai Xiaojiang to answer, quickly walking to the fridge, pulling out a can of beer, and handing it over. Her movements were smooth, as if the earlier hysteria had never happened. "Drink beer?" Bai Xiaojiang's heart raced with alarm. Rule B, first rule: when you feel something is off with her, you can have a can of beer, she won't dare come near a drunk person. The wild heat and nearly uncontrollable experience from the can of beer last night still haunted him. He looked at the beer can she offered, its cold metallic touch seemed to carry an invisible sting. He didn't reach out to take it. He just stood there quietly, his gaze like a focus beam, locking onto his wife's eyes tightly, unblinkingly. There was no anger in his eyes, no fear, only a penetrating calmness and scrutiny, as if he intended to see through all the secrets hidden deep within her soul. His gaze made her extremely uncomfortable, her eyes began to dart away, and the fingers gripping the beer can turned white from the pressure. Her expression twisted again in struggle, that hollow fatigue overshadowed by a deeper pain. It seemed she was resisting something, yet also enduring immense torment. She opened her mouth, but in the end, said nothing. That can of beer felt like a hot potato. She suddenly set it down on the counter beside her, making a light clink. I'm a bit tired. Her voice dropped, carrying a raspy sound of exhaustion. She didn't even dare look at Bai Xiaojiang anymore. "The dinner is in the pot, you can heat it up and eat. I want to go back to the room and rest a bit." After finishing, she almost fled, her head down, quickly leaving the kitchen, heading straight for the master bedroom, and then closed the door. Bullet comments. Hearing the sound of the master bedroom door closing, Bai Xiaojiang's tense nerves did not relax, instead, he became more alert. His wife's state was too strange, that last bit of fatigue and evasion didn't seem like a disguise. The dominant presence seemed to have retreated temporarily for some reason? Or was it that just now, Wenwen briefly claimed the upper hand, preventing her? No matter the truth, this was a rare opportunity. Bai Xiaojiang wasted no time, immediately turned around, and quietly walked toward the study. It was currently the safest place, as the rules mentioned that the study could be used as a hideout. He locked the door carefully, leaning against the cold door panel, his heart still pounding violently. He quickly took out the small round mirror from his back pocket that he had bought in the chaos. The cold plastic shell felt strange in his hand. This mirror was strictly forbidden from appearing in the house. It could be the key to passing, or it could invite disaster. Bai Xiaojiang took a deep breath, his eyes becoming incredibly sharp and resolute. No longer hesitating, he opened the folding cover with slightly trembling fingers. Pop, the sound echoed softly. The smooth mirror reflected the dim light of the study in his own slightly pale, tense face. He didn't look at himself in the mirror, instead, he fixed his gaze intensely on the mirror's surface, speaking to it in a low, clear voice that held an undeniable penetrating strength. "Come out. It's time to meet. I know you're watching." As his words fell, the study fell into dead silence. Just as Bai Xiaojiang thought his guess was wrong or that the mirror was ineffective, a sudden change occurred. In the mirror, the face reflected began to writhe. Like rippling water, and like a poorly tuned television screen. His originally tense but relatively normal features started to twist and deform in the mirror. The color of his skin quickly faded from a healthy hue, becoming gray and cold. The tightly pressed lips pulled wide apart, forming an extremely exaggerated, malicious, and vengeful grin. The most terrifying thing was those eyes. The eyes in the mirror had pupils shrunk to the size of pinheads, the whites of the eyes filled with menacing blood vessels, piercing through the mirror with hatred, staring intently at Bai Xiaojiang outside the mirror. That was not him. The Bai Xiaojiang in the mirror grinned, that vengeful smile seemed ready to tear the mirror apart. A cold, hoarse voice, filled with endless hatred and a hint of rage at being exposed, seemed to drill straight into Bai Xiaojiang's mind from the depths of the mirror. "How did you find out? The voice spoke slowly, like rusty gears grinding together, filled with an inhuman quality. Although Bai Xiaojiang was mentally prepared, seeing this terrifying scene that shattered his understanding still made his scalp tingle. A chill shot up from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head, almost causing his hand to slip from the mirror. He forced himself to endure the immense fear and discomfort, compelled to confront the bloodshot, malicious eyes in the mirror. Find out? Bai Xiaojiang's voice was tight from the tension, but he struggled to remain calm, even adding a hint of sarcasm. There are too many flaws. Don't you think many things are contradictory? Chapter 10, The Choice. Don't you think it's contradictory? If divorce could really solve the problem, then why would Yi Xiaoxiao agree to divorce? The Bai Xiaojiang in the mirror sneered. What if she doesn't want to hurt you? Bai Xiaojiang shook his head. How could someone so obsessed that she would kill over a few words I exchanged with a female colleague possibly agree to a divorce and let me leave her? Humph. What a useless fool. That's where you expose yourself. The Bai Xiaojiang in the mirror coldly huffed, clearly dissatisfied with Yi Xiaoxiao's behavior. I just want to ask one question, where is Wenwen? Bai Xiaojiang looked calmly at the mirror. The wicked grin on the Bai Xiaojiang in the mirror froze for a moment, his blood-red eyes narrowed, dangerous vibes grew thick. I don't understand what you're saying? The Bai Xiaojiang in the mirror pretended to be confused, unwilling to answer the question. But Bai Xiaojiang continued to press, pretending not to understand doesn't work. Now, will you tell me where Wenwen is, or will I find her myself? The Bai Xiaojiang in the mirror sighed, speaking in a calm tone, let's not interfere with each other. Think carefully. I have never harmed you, have I? You want to leave, and I have my own goals. Working together is a win-win. Bai Xiaojiang fell silent, quietly watching the mirror. Seeing that he had not spoken, the Bai Xiaojiang in the mirror assumed he was listening and further persuading, as long as you follow my plan, you can leave safely. I can tell you how to get out. As long as you drink the beer, that Bai Wenwen won't dare to show up. With me here, I will make Yi Xiaoxiao agree to divorce, and then you can leave. There's a bank card in the nightstand of the bedroom. You can take all the money in it. I will also give you another gift. You won't lose out, and it'll be a good deal. So, what do you think? Watching the urgent and excited expression on the face of the one in the mirror, Bai Xiaojiang smiled. I'll ask you one more time, where is Wenwen? Hearing this, the Bai Xiaojiang in the mirror's face turned ugly, gritting his teeth. Why? Bai Xiaojiang was stunned. What why? Why do you have to meddle? The Bai Xiaojiang in the mirror became anxious. Just follow my words. Isn't it good to get a divorce and walk away? Don't worry about these things anymore. That Wenwen has nothing to do with you. Do you know her? Does she know you? Do you really want everything to end in tragedy? What good does this bring for you and me? The voice of Bai Xiaojiang in the mirror was sharp, filled with the rage of defiance and a sense of nearly desperate impatience. It could not understand why, with an easy path right in front, Bai Xiaojiang insisted on walking toward a dead end. It threw out the bait, safety, money, gifts, but Bai Xiaojiang's eyes showed no signs of wavering. Instead, under its frantic questioning, they grew even colder and firmer. At that tense moment of confrontation. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the study was gently knocked upon. The person in the mirror instantly silenced, revealing a twisted anticipation and glee. Outside the door, his wife was the sharpest knife at that moment. Husband? The wife's soft voice came through the door, deliberately sweetening. I cut some fruit for you, could you open the door? You worked hard all day, eat some fruit to relieve your fatigue. Bai Xiaojiang did not respond. He gripped the mirror tightly, his knuckles whitening from the effort. The person in the mirror silently grinned cruelly, mouthing, open the door. Listen to her. Husband? Are you in there? Did you fall asleep? The voice outside carried a hint of barely perceptible impatience, the knocks becoming heavier. Open the door, let me see you. Bai Xiaojiang still did not respond. Husband. I beg you. The voice suddenly turned plaintive and sorrowful, filled with a thick cry, full of the grievance and pity of fear of being abandoned. I know I might have acted a bit strange today, making you scared. I'm sorry, truly sorry. I just love you too much, I'm so afraid of losing you. Please open the door, let me see you, I promise I'll listen to you. I will never lose my temper again. That voice was so heart-wrenching it could touch even the hardest of hearts. Bullet screen. Wow. What acting. Oscar-winning performance. Hurry and say yes to the one in the mirror. Divorce and take the money and leave. Right, who cares about Wenwen? The completion is what matters. Know when to stop, brother. Don't throw yourself in. You dying doesn't matter, just don't drag us down. The cruel grin on the face in the mirror grew wider, the gaze filled with venomous mockery. Listen, how pitiful. Why bother? Open the door, accept her, and do as I say, you can be free immediately. Bai Bai Xiaojiang's heart was not entirely untroubled. Reason told him that compromise might be the safest choice. But at that moment, a vivid image of last night flashed clearly in his mind. In the darkness, that warm, trembling body tightly clung to his back, whispering a choked voice filled with suppressed fear and grievance. One misses you so much, that person is really scary. One is locked up, it's so dark there, there's nothing. Little Bai Gij will definitely come back to save me. The soul imprisoned in endless darkness. The one who still called out Little Bai Gij in despair. The person in the mirror continued to chatter and threaten, while the wife outside had shifted from pleading to angry pounding. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Open the door. Bai Xiaojiang. Open the door for me. The voice suddenly rose, becoming sharp and piercing, filled with uncontrollable rage. I know you're inside. What are you hiding for? Come out. The sound of crashing began. The entire door of the study quaked violently, the lock groaning under the strain. It felt as though, in the next second, the enraged beast outside would break through the door. The Bai Xiaojiang in the mirror laughed excitedly. She's here. She's angry. You're finished. It's still not too late to agree with me. Otherwise. He. Bang. Another violent crash. The dust around the doorframe fell in cascades. The live stream chat went completely wild. Hurry and agree. Opening the door means death. She's gone mad. She's absolutely insane. Don't worry about one. Save your own life first. It's over. Too late. In that critical moment, just as the lock was about to break, Bai Xiaojiang suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp as a knife, cutting through all hesitation and fear. He stared directly at the distorted face in the mirror, twisted by rage and anticipation. Word by word, with certainty, his voice was not loud, yet it overshadowed the crashing outside and the mockery in the mirror. This idle business, I will take care of it. I will definitely save her. Chapter 11, Rejection. What? The face in the mirror let out a piercing scream of disbelief and fury. Bai Xiaojiang no longer looked at it. He ignored the grotesque face that was filled with boundless rage, about to crash through the mirror due to the complete failure of the plan, and disregarded the curses and roars that could tear the soul apart. With a sharp bang, he firmly closed the folding cover of the mirror, sealing away the swirling resentment and madness completely behind the cold glass. Then, at the moment when the crashing outside reached its peak and the door lock let out its final mournful cry, he suddenly reached out, twisted the locked doorknob open, and pulled the door wide. Outside, the wife who was about to use all her strength to crash in was caught completely off guard. Her face, twisted with violence, madness, and a hint of impending triumph, froze in an instant, her body stumbling forward with great inertia, nearly crashing into Bai Xiaojiang's embrace. She raised her head, looking at Bai Xiaojiang, who suddenly appeared at the door, calm and collected, or at least appearing so, with eyes full of shock, confusion, and embarrassment. She seemed entirely unprepared for Bai Xiaojiang to open the door, momentarily at a loss, frozen in place, the fierce aura she had just gathered leaking away. Bai Xiaojiang looked at her. Looking at this scarred face, now filled with complex emotions. Anger, madness, grievance, confusion, embarrassment, and a hint of deep-seated vulnerability hidden in her eyes, perhaps even unnoticed by herself? He took a deep, silent breath. No questions, no accusations, no fear. Under the astonished gaze of his wife and the breathless attention of the entire world's audience, Bai Xiaojiang stepped forward, opened his arms, and gently embraced the monster who had just wanted to break in and potentially kill Mia. His embrace was not passionate, it even carried a hint of awkwardness and stiffness, but it was exceptionally firm. One hand gently wrapped around her shoulder, the other hesitated for a moment, but eventually rested on her slightly trembling back, carrying a sense of comfort. The body in his arms suddenly trembled. Like being shocked by electricity. His wife's body instantly tensed, like a startled hedgehog bristling with all its spines. She seemed to want to struggle, to push away, to scream. But Bai Xiaojiang's seemingly gentle yet unyielding embrace was like an invisible shackle, holding her in place. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Then, Bai Xiaojiang distinctly felt the body in his arms begin to tremble violently. It was not a tremble of anger, but a deeper shudder, seemingly erupting from the depths of her soul. A suppressed, broken whimper overflowed from her throat, like the mournful cry of an injured small beast. Her rigid body gradually softened, her forehead resting against Bai Xiaojiang's shoulder, hot tears quickly soaking through the fabric of his shoulder. Bullet comments. He embraced her. He really embraced her. Wow. What kind of operation is this? She's crying? That female ghost is crying? Mia, clown.jpg. 1-1? Is it really 1-1 who came out? Bai Xiaojiang did not look down, he just held her tightly, feeling the silent collapse of the body within his arms. He did not know whether it was 1-1 or Xiao Xiao weeping now, but he knew that she was the gentle and considerate wife who would feel shy. The embrace was like a key, briefly opening a corner of the cage, allowing that fragile soul to breathe and vent. But he did not indulge in this fleeting warmth. His mind was racing. A few seconds later, Bai Xiaojiang gently patted her back and slowly released his embrace. He lowered his head, looking at his wife's tear-filled and dazed face. Her eyes no longer held fury but were filled with confusion and a drowning person's reliance on a piece of wood. "You should rest now," Bai Xiaojiang said softly, then turned and left. The moment he stepped out of the study door, Bai Xiaojiang's gaze became incredibly sharp and focused. Time was tight. His wife might lose control at any moment. He began to act. His eyes were like searchlights, sweeping over every corner of the living room. The sofa cushions were lifted to check for gaps, and the drawers of the TV cabinet were quickly pulled out to search. Decorative paintings were taken down to check the back. His movements were swift and silent, carrying a calm and efficiency like a professional search. He dashed into the master bedroom. The goal was clear: the bedside table. He had taken the jewelry box in the morning but hadn't had the time to carefully check the depths of the drawer. He pulled open the drawer, casually grabbing the bank card, not caring about the messy items inside, his hands quickly and accurately searching. Cosmetics, small medicine bottles, a few old magazines, no special discoveries. He forcefully pulled out the entire drawer, checking the bottom panel and the insides of the cabinet. A faded photograph tumbled out from under the bottom panel. It was a group photo. The boy was none other than Bai Xiaojiang himself, but the girl beside him was not his current wife. She was a shorter, pure, and cute girl with a baby face. Bai Xiaojiang flipped the photo over, and on the back was a line: Bai Xiaojiang and Bai Wenwen will always be together. It seemed his assumption was wrong. He thought that Yi Xiaoxiao occupied Bai Wenwen's body. Now it appeared that Bai Wenwen's soul was trapped within Xiaoxiao's body. His immediate task was to find Bai Wenwen's body and let the soul return. He turned to the big wardrobe. Suddenly pulling open the cabinet door, he swiftly shoved aside the hanging clothes, reaching into the pockets and even bending down to check the bottom of the wardrobe. Nothing was found except for clothes and the faint smell of mothballs. Living room, bedroom, nothing. No clues. Sweat beaded on Bai Xiaojiang's forehead. Time ticked away. He could feel that the figure standing in the living room was subtly changing, the sense of confusion and fragility was fading, and another cold, rigid aura was rising. Where is it? Bai Xiaojiang's eyes were like a trapped beast, frantically sweeping around the room. Rules, mirror. Wenwen, locked up, darkness. Bai Xiaojiang's footsteps did not pause for a moment, heading clearly toward the living room, seeking other rooms. However, just as he was about to brush past his wife, who was standing stiffly in the middle of the living room, a cold hand suddenly grabbed his arm. The grip was strong and full of desperate restraint. Husband. Yi Xiaoxiao's voice was filled with tears, no longer the icy firmness from the kitchen, but full of a humble plea. She turned to face Bai Xiaojiang, raising her scarred, tear-streaked face, her eyes deep with unshakable sorrow and fear. Please. Please don't search for her anymore, okay? Her voice broke, every word seeming to be painfully squeezed from her throat. I am your wife. Yi Xiaoxiao. Look at me, look at me. She desperately wanted Bai Xiaojiang's gaze to focus on her face, tightly gripping his arm, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. I won't hurt you again. I swear. I will never deceive you again, she frantically promised, tears spilling like loose beads. We won't divorce, we won't divorce. We can live well together, okay? Just like these past few days. I will cook for you, wait for you to come home. We can live like a real couple, okay? I beg you. She was almost exhausting all her strength to plead, her body shaking violently from excitement. Chapter 12, Yi Xiaoxiao's plea. Bai Xiaojiang's body stiffened. Yi Xiaoxiao's heart-wrenching plea felt like countless fine needles stabbing into his heart. For days, the gentle care and shy reliance of his wife, even that desperate embrace and her broken cries just now, were uncontrollably swirling in his mind. The pain and humility she revealed at this moment were so real that they made his hardened defenses waver slightly. Bullet comments. Damn. Her crying makes me feel so uncomfortable. Don't believe her, Xiao Bai. But she really looks in so much pain. Saints, get lost. Think about how Mia died so tragically. Wenwen is still suffering. Xiao Bai, don't be fooled. Time seemed to stretch. Bai Xiaojiang could feel Yi Xiaoxiao's hand trembling as she held his arm, and he could hear her suppressed sobs. He pressed his lips tightly together, his heart in turmoil. On one hand, there were the images of Mia's tragic death and Wenwen's helpless crying in the dark. On the other hand, there was this tearful, humble, pleading wife in front of him. In the end, the sense of responsibility towards Wenwen, the obsession with the truth, and the inability to let go of Mia's tragic death overwhelmed the fleeting moment of compassion. He closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, his gaze became cold and hard again. He didn't speak, but forcibly and slowly, yet with unmistakable determination, began to free himself from Yi Xiaoxiao's grasp on his arm. No, don't. Yi Xiaoxiao felt his rejection and let out a desperate wail, holding on tighter as if it was her last lifeline. Bai Xiaojiang's strength was ultimately greater. Piece by piece, he forcibly pried open her fingers. Just as he completely broke free and was about to step forward again. Wah! A cry of utmost despair erupted from behind. Yi Xiaoxiao, as if losing all support, suddenly pounced from behind, hugging Bai Xiaojiang's waist tightly with both arms. Her face pressed closely against his back, her burning tears instantly drenched his thin clothing, searing his skin. That cry was not an act of false pleading, but a desperate howl from a soul when something had completely shattered. Don't go. Don't go look for her. Please, she cried on Bai Xiaojiang's back, her voice twisted and misshapen by immense sorrow. I'll tell you everything. Bai Xiaojiang's body stiffened again, no longer trying to break free. He stood silently, like a silent statue, feeling the intense shaking and burning despair radiating from the body behind him. He was waiting. Yi Xiaoxiao cried, gasping for breath, her intermittent voice carrying a heavy nasal sound and deep-rooted self-loathing, coming out muffled from behind Bai Xiaojiang. I don't know what I am. I've not known since I gained consciousness. That thing in the mirror, it deceived you, and deceived me. At first, I hid deep within Bai Wenwen's consciousness, watching Bai Wenwen live with you. I envied her so much, you were so good to her. It told me, as long as I listen to it, I can replace her. Her voice was filled with bitterness. I really envied her being able to live openly, while I don't even know what I am. Why does she have a loved one, while I can only drift aimlessly? Her arms tightened even more, as if she wanted to merge herself into Bai Xiaojiang's body. Until it helped me, it found a new container, one that could bear both my and Bai Wenwen's consciousness, and that I could completely control. Bai Wenwen's consciousness was unfamiliar with this new container. I began to slowly seize control. At first, she didn't realize she had switched bodies, and to prevent discovery, it burned the face of the container. It hid Bai Wenwen's body. I don't know where, using her fear and despair, as nourishment, to feed me. Yi Xiaoxiao's voice was filled with pain and self-loathing. It forced me into this body, using Wenwen's memories, her emotions, her appearance, fabricated the identity of Yi Xiaoxiao, this false wife. She lifted her head, resting her chin on Bai Xiaojiang's shoulder blade, tears mixed with snot smeared on his clothes, her voice hoarse and desperate. It wants me to be the perfect substitute. I don't know its true purpose, it makes me imitate the identity of the substitute wife, the more I imitate, the better. But. Her cry surged again, these past few days, these days with you, your care, your dependency, those emotions. Her voice suddenly rose, filled with pain and longing that even she couldn't understand. I am so happy. Bai Xiaojiang. Do you know? I have never been this happy. This is the first time I know what happiness is, even though I know all of this is fake. All stolen. Built on by Wenwen's pain. I envy her. I am so jealous I could go crazy. She pounded Bai Xiaojiang's back hard, not out of anger, but releasing her pain that had nowhere to go. I envy how you treat her so gently. Envy her being remembered in your heart. Envy her, she is a real person. Flesh and blood. With love and hate. Her cries gradually weakened, turning into a near dreamlike whisper, filled with endless sadness and humble longing. If I could also be a person, it would be great. If these stolen days could continue forever, it would be great. Even if I live forever in lies, as long as I can feel a little bit of warmth from you, it would be enough. As her words fell, the study fell into dead silence. Only Yi Xiaoxiao's repressed, intermittent sobs, and Bai Xiaojiang's heavy and slow breathing could be heard. The clothes on his back had been completely soaked by her tears, coldly sticking to his skin. That cold wetness, however, seemed to carry a burning temperature, searing his soul with tremors. Bullet screen. I am silent. Wow. This plot. Where's my knife? She shouldn't be considered a ghost, it's like a newly emerged persona induced by someone. What should Xiao Bai do? How to choose? Bai Xiaojiang still did not look back. His straight back was like a tightly drawn bow, rigidly bearing the weight behind him and the overwhelming sorrow. The truth was like the coldest tide, completely submerging him. Yi Xiaoxiao's confession tore apart all the disguises, revealing a brutally twisted and tragic truth beyond imagination. The real purpose of the person in the mirror, he still did not understand. The endless darkness that Wenwen endured, and the Yi Xiaoxiao before him, built on resentment and lies, yet unexpectedly longing for human warmth. His hands slowly lifted, as if wanting to touch the cold, trembling hands around his waist. But just as his fingertips were about to make contact, they suddenly curled back violently. What should he do? What could he do? Chapter 13, The Basement. Bai Xiaojiang's straight back bore the scorching tears and heart-wrenching confession of Yi Xiaoxiao. That humble longing was like a red-hot needle, stabbing deeply into his heart. The weight behind him and the overwhelming sorrow nearly crushed him. Silence spread like a cold tide in the dead-quiet living room. The only sound echoing was Yi Xiaoxiao's uncontrollable sobs. The truth was more twisted and heavier than expected. The ambition of the person in the mirror was laid bare. Bai Xiaojiang suffered in darkness, while the Yi Xiaoxiao in front of him tightly held onto him. This existence, crafted from resentment, lies, and the person in the mirror, had developed a desire for humanity that should not belong to her, in the warmth she stole. This desire was so humble. So desperate. Bullet screen. Damn it, you made me cry. She is so pitiful, but... Don't care anymore, hurry up and clear the game. I don't want to die. Bai Xiaojiang's hand, that hand that just lifted and then curled back down, was tightly clenched into a fist by his side, his nails digging deep into his palm. He could feel Yi Xiaoxiao wrapping her arms around him, that strength carrying a desperate dependence, also filled with deep fear. Fear of his departure, fear that after the truth was revealed, this stolen, temporarily existing meaning would completely turn to dust. Time flowed in silence, each second felt like a knife cutting deep. Finally, Bai Xiaojiang closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the last bit of wavering in his gaze was completely frozen, leaving only an almost cruel clarity. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling due to oppression. Then, he slowly, very firmly, began to pry open Yi Xiaoxiao's cold and trembling hands that wrapped around his waist. No. Don't, Yi Xiaoxiao sensed the determination in his actions and let out a dying whimper, holding on tighter as if trying to embed herself in his bones. But Bai Xiaojiang did not stop. His actions were not rough, yet carried an undeniable, rock-solid will. One finger at a time, he peeled the desperate pair of hands away from himself. Let go. His voice was low and hoarse, squeezed out from deep in his throat, filled with an undeniable weariness and coldness. Yi Xiaoxiao's cries turned into broken sobs, her body trembling violently from resistance and fear, but unable to withstand Bai Xiaojiang's strength. Her hands were finally completely pried open. Bai Xiaojiang did not have the heart to look back at her expression at that moment. He took a step forward, completely breaking free from the bindings and weight behind him. He could feel the desperate gaze pinned tightly to his back. He still turned around, his gaze landing on Yi Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the ground, curled up, crying and trembling all over. Her face was covered in tears and dirt, her eyes hollow, as if her soul had been drawn out, leaving only boundless despair and a self-destructive aura. Yi Xiaoxiao, he began, his voice terrifyingly calm, each word falling like ice beads on the ground, you truly are very pitiful. Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly raised her head, a flicker of weak light passing through her gray eyes, but that light was instantly extinguished by Bai Xiaojiang's following words. You were created, used, treated as a tool and nourishment, you don't even know what you are, that is very pitiful. You envy one, long for becoming human, desire warmth, none of this is your fault. But this does not justify your harming others, taking away lives. I am not here to criticize you from a moral high ground, I do not have that qualification, nor do I consider myself a good person. But each of us must be responsible for our actions, right? Now I must go save Bai Xiaojiang, both for myself and to help you atone for your mistakes. His gaze seemed to penetrate Yi Xiaoxiao's body, looking directly into the consciousness within. Each word was like a heavy hammer, smashing down hard on Yi Xiaoxiao's heart. The last trace of color drained from her face, her body shaking like sifted chaff, her lips moving, but no sound came out. In those hollow eyes, immense pain and a late-coming realization along with regret surged wildly, ultimately turning into a complete deadness and despair. She no longer pleaded, no longer struggled. She simply knelt on the cold floor, as limp as if all her bones had been drawn out, her head hanging deeply, her long hair cascading down to cover her scar-laden face, now filled with endless pain. She no longer obstructed him, as if she had accepted fate, or had been utterly crushed by this cruel reality. Bai Xiaojiang sighed, walked over, gave her one last hug, then stood up and left. Bai Xiaojiang took one last deep look at her. In his eyes, there was no joy of victory, only a heavy fatigue like a mountain and a determination to face the truth. He no longer hesitated, turned around, and walked toward the corner of the living room where there was a door to the basement that he had never opened. The door was heavy and made of wood, bearing the marks of time and a chilly aura. Bai Xiaojiang's hand pressed against the cold doorknob, taking a deep breath as if to empty all hesitation and distractions. Click! The sound of the door lock being turned echoed clearly in the dead silence of the room. He pushed hard. The door hinge emitted a painful squeak, and a suffocating wave of dust and the smell of decaying wood rushed at him, carrying with it the unique chill and dampness from deep within the ground. Before him appeared a narrow and steep wooden staircase leading downwards. In the high rise of the apartment building, a staircase to the basement seemed extremely eerie. The staircase vanished into a thick darkness that seemed to swallow light, with only a tiny bit of dim light barely illuminating the top few steps, the wood of which had begun to decay and blacken. Bai Xiaojiang did not hesitate and stepped inside. The decaying wooden stairs groaned under his weight, and each step kicked up fine dust, swirling in the faint light. The chill in the air wrapped around him like a tangible presence, seeping into his bones. He carefully held onto the cold wall and descended slowly, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the narrow space, adding to the atmosphere of oppression. The staircase was not long, and soon he stepped onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. There were no lights here. Only the little bit of dim light seeping in from the staircase entrance vaguely outlined the basement's contours. The space was small, filled with some dusty clutter, and the air was thick with dust, mold, and an indescribable, stale chill. Yet, in this darkness, an object stood out starkly at the center. It was covered with a huge, heavy deep gray velvet cloth, rectangular in shape and nearly the height of an adult. The edges of the fabric drooped to the ground, piled with dust, as if it had been silent here for countless years. Rule B, Article 2, there are no mirrors in the house. If there are, keep them away or cover them with cloth. The answer was imminent. Chapter 14, Sacrifice. Bai Xiaojiang's heart pounded like a drum, clearly audible in the silent basement. He walked step by step toward the covered object, his footsteps echoing in the emptiness. The cold air seemed to become even more viscous, carrying a silent warning and a sense of being watched. He stopped in front of the covering. He stretched out his hand, his fingers touching the cold, rough velvet surface, stirring up a small cloud of dust. With no hesitation, no delay, he fiercely grabbed a corner of the velvet cloth, his arm bursting with strength from his whole body, and yanked down hard. Whoosh! The heavy velvet cloth fell to the ground, sending up a choking cloud of dust. In the dim light, the object that had been covered finally revealed its true form. It was a huge, ancient full-length mirror embedded in a heavy wooden frame. The mirror surface was smooth, and even in the dim light, it clearly reflected Bai Xiaojiang's figure at that moment, his slightly pale and taut face, close covered in dust, and his sharp eyes filled with shock, realization, and final confirmation. However, just as the mirror clearly reflected his image, the reflection of Bai Xiaojiang suddenly distorted. The Bai Xiaojiang in the mirror did not show the shocked expression like his own. His face, as the mirror settled, became extremely ugly, dark and resentful. It was as if a carefully arranged chess game had been completely overturned in the final step, all conspiracy and disguise exposed to the light of day. Only bare, undeniable anger remained, along with a hint of desperate panic. The figure in the mirror stared intently at Bai Xiaojiang outside the mirror. In those eyes that belonged to Bai Xiaojiang, a cold, unhuman, predatory gleam surged. Have you thought it through? Are you sure you want to go against me? Bai Xiaojiang did not speak, but his steadfast gaze said it all. All right, since that's the case, make sure you don't regret it. The figure in the mirror laughed angrily, and its image began to blur. Then, the figure in the mirror vanished, and the scene inside the mirror began to change, transforming into a girl who was deeply asleep. Bai Xiaojiang recognized that face. It was the face of Bai Wenwen from the photo he had just found. It seemed this was Bai Wenwen's body. The voice of the figure in the mirror came from within. Her body is here, shatter the mirror, and you can save her body. It was certainly not so kind. The expression of the figure in the mirror changed, looking provocatively at Bai Xiaojiang. Once the mirror breaks, I can come out too, and Yi Xiaoxiao's body will lose its main soul, causing it to decay. Ha ha ha, Bai Xiaojiang, aren't you trying to be a hero? Great hero, how will you choose? The figure in the mirror burst into mad laughter. Being a hero comes with a price. The figure's lunatic laughter echoed in the small basement, filled with delight and the thrill of impending escape, controlling everything. The choice it offered was extremely vicious: shatter the mirror, save the imprisoned body of Bai Wenwen, but the price was releasing it, the true mastermind, and Yi Xiaoxiao would immediately rot in decay. If he didn't shatter the mirror, Bai Wenwen's body might never be retrieved, her soul gradually being eroded by Yi Xiaoxiao's soul. Bai Xiaojiang's fists were clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palm, bringing sharp pain. He stared intently at Bai Wenwen, who was sleeping in the mirror. Save Bai Wenwen, or preserve Yi Xiaoxiao's existence? Whichever choice he made would come with devastating consequences. The figure in the mirror had pushed him to a dead end, savoring his current struggle and pain. In that suffocating standoff, a figure blocked the light at the entrance of the basement. It was the wife. She had come down without him noticing, her face paler than Bai Xiaojiang's, her body swaying, barely standing with support from the cold wall. Her gaze was extremely complex, filled with pain, despair, confusion, and a trace of indescribable sadness. She looked at Bai Xiaojiang, at the mirror, at the sleeping Bai Wenwen, and also at the crazy figure raging in the mirror. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Suddenly, the wife's gaze underwent a subtle change. The complex pain belonging to Yi Xiaoxiao receded like a tide, replaced by a clarity, a decisive firmness. It was Bai Wenwen. She briefly regained control of her body. She did not look at Bai Xiaojiang, nor even at the evil spirit in the mirror. Her gaze fell upon her sleeping self in the mirror, tender yet immensely sorrowful. That was her original body. Then, before anyone could react, she moved. She suddenly lunged at Bai Xiaojiang, not to attack, but for a hug, using all her strength. This hug was incredibly brief, yet it seemed to contain 1,000 unspoken words. Bai Xiaojiang could feel her body tremble and her determined resolve. I'm sorry. Brother Xiaobai, a barely audible whisper, filled with endless affection and apology, rang in his ears. Then, she released him, and without looking back, charged towards the massive full-length mirror. Bai Wenwen reached out her hand, but instead of smashing the mirror, she pressed both hands firmly against the cold surface. Her forehead also pressed tightly against it. What are you doing? Stop it. The figure in the mirror let out a terrified scream. It sensed that things were about to go wrong. The next second, a strange change occurred. A soft yet resilient white light surged from the center of the wife's brows, like a gentle stream, yet similar to a flood breaching its dam, crazily pouring into the mirror. That was not the power of attack, but the power of the soul's origin. She was forcibly stripping away her position as the main soul of this body. No! Fool! You foolish fool! The person in the mirror panicked completely and roared in despair. It understood Bai Wenwen's intention. With the stripping of the soul's origin, the wife body under Bai Wenwen's control trembled violently, her skin losing luster at a visible speed, even beginning to develop fine lines like cracking porcelain. At the same time, the sleeping body in the mirror, which originally belonged to Bai Wenwen, seemed to be drawn and slowly opened its eyes. But that gaze was hollow and lifeless, as if it were merely an activated empty shell. Yi Xiaoxiao, I do not hate you, thank you. Bai Wenwen's voice resonated directly at the soul level, weak yet firm. This body and little Bai Go, I beg you. In the instant her voice fell, the last glimmer of light belonging to the main soul in the wife's body was completely stripped away, transforming into a streak of flowing light, instantly entering the mirror and merging with the body that had just opened its eyes. No! The person in the mirror let out a heart-wrenching roar. It knew what this meant. Bai Wenwen sacrificed her main soul status in this body, forcing it to be transferred to the coexisting Yi Xiaoxiao consciousness inside. At the same time, she injected her remaining soul origin into that lifeless body in the mirror. Chapter 15, I will take you home. The body, having lost the support of the main soul, would accelerate its decay, while injecting the soul's origin into a dead body. The result was only one: accelerating its complete, irreversible rot and collapse. Crack, sizzle. In the mirror, Bai Wenwen's body, which had just opened its eyes and still bore a trace of vitality, began to rot at a visible speed. Skin quickly turned gray, caved in, muscles dissolved, revealing ghastly white bones. A strong, nauseating stench of decay seemed to seep through the mirror and spread out. Bai Wenwen. You dare! You dare to do this! The person in the mirror, watching Bai Wenwen's body rapidly rot away before its eyes, fell into madness. Its image twisted violently in the mirror, letting out inhuman roars. Since that's the case, let's be destroyed together. With a deafening roar, the huge full-length mirror shattered with the evil spirit's reckless self-destructive impact. Countless sharp, glinting shards scattered like death's hail, shooting out in all directions. Bai Xiaojiang instinctively protected his head and face, forced to retreat repeatedly by the shockwave and flying shards from the explosion. The evil spirit's shrill cries filled with resentment and unwillingness peaked amidst the explosion, and then transformed into a twisted black smoke, soaring into the sky through countless shards, instantly breaking free from the confinement of the basement, vanishing without a trace. It escaped. With endless hatred and madness. Dust filled the air, and shards scattered everywhere. In the center of the basement, only an empty, wooden-framed mirror frame remained. And in front of the mirror frame, the wife, now should be called Yi Xiaoxiao, stood there. Because of Bai Wenwen's final gift, she became the true main soul of this body. The body did not immediately decay, but the fine cracks on her skin had not disappeared, signaling its fragility and instability. Yi Xiaoxiao's face was as pale as paper, her eyes filled with immense pain, disbelief, and deep guilt. She looked down at her hand filled with fine cracks, then raised her gaze toward the pile of rapidly turning into black water, emitting a foul smell. Tears surged silently. I'm sorry, she murmured. The voice was choked with emotion. She could clearly feel the last trace of the remaining soul origin of Bai Wenwen, just entering the rotten body, rapidly dissipating with the complete collapse of the body. It was a complete, soul-shattering disappearance. No! It shouldn't be like this. You shouldn't disappear. Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly raised her head, her eyes bursting with a determined light. She looked at her own body, then at the dissipating soul origin. Husband, she turned to face Bai Xiaojiang, who was still in shock and filled with sorrow, a beautiful yet relieved smile appearing on her face. Thank you for letting me know I was really happy these past few days. Before her words fell, she suddenly raised her hand, using the last power of the main soul, and fiercely slapped her forehead. Yi Xiaoxiao! What are you doing? Bai Xiaojiang was at a loss. A light even brighter than before, yet carrying a self-destructive aura, was forcibly stripped from Yi Xiaoxiao's forehead. That was the main soul origin she had just gained. This light did not fly elsewhere but transformed into a gentle light band, like the softest pull, accurately binding Bai Wenwen's nearly dissipating remnant soul. Then it suddenly yanked it back, forcibly guiding it, re-injected into Yi Xiaoxiao's body, which had just actively stripped the main soul and was now becoming gray and deepening in cracks. She returned the life opportunity that Bai Wenwen had given her, forcibly re-anchoring Bai Wenwen's nearly dissipating remnant soul back into this body they had both used. The light scattered. Yi Xiaoxiao's body swayed, the cracks on her skin seemed to deepen a bit, but the gray pallor slightly eased. Her gaze changed, becoming clear and gentle again, holding a hint of bewilderment from surviving a disaster. It was Bai Xiaojiang. Her soul was forcibly brought back by Yi Xiaoxiao through self-sacrifice, becoming the main soul of this body again. And Yi Xiaoxiao, an extremely ethereal, almost transparent figure, slowly floated out from the top of the current body. Her form was vague, as if she would scatter with the wind at any moment, her face holding a gentle, relieved, and reluctant smile, looking down at the still somewhat bewildered Bai Xiaojiang, then back at Bai Xiaojiang. I'm sorry Bai Xiaojiang, thank you. Her voice was like a whisper in the wind, ethereal and weak. It's so nice to have met you, goodbye. The dust in the basement had not yet settled, the air filled with the pungent smell of shattered glass and that indescribable decaying aura. The mirror frame stood hollowly, like a huge wound. Bai Wenwen's body curled up on the ground, eyes tightly closed. Although her soul had been desperately pulled back by Yi Xiaoxiao, re-anchored in this cracked shell, she had evidently sustained heavy damage, slipping into a deep coma. And Yi Xiaoxiao's ethereal figure, like a candle in the wind, dimmed to almost transparency, swayed unsteadily, as if she would completely merge into this cold underground air and dissipate into nothingness at any moment. On her blurry face, there was a kind of relief after fulfilling her wish and a deep reluctance, her gaze gently brushing over the unconscious Bai Wenwen, finally settling on Bai Xiaojiang's face filled with pain and urgency. Wait! Bai Xiaojiang's voice was like the last roar of a caged beast, carrying undeniable determination. He suddenly rushed forward, not towards the unconscious Bai Wenwen, but reached out a hand towards the dissipating figure of Yi Xiaoxiao. His fingers spread wide, as if he wanted to grasp a wisp of smoke. Don't go! Yi Xiaoxiao! His eyes burned with a heat that was almost scalding, filled with a near-mad desperation to hold on. Come back! Just like when you and Wenwen lived together, enter my body. Stay here. I'll take you home. Take me home? Yi Xiaoxiao's ethereal figure swayed slightly, seeming to be touched by the word, but then, a great shock and deeper pain surfaced on her vague face. She looked at Bai Xiaojiang, her voice ethereal yet exceptionally clear, carrying an undeniable warning. No. No way. Bai Xiaojiang, you have no idea what you're saying. Her shadow struggled, trying to pull away from his outstretched hand. My personality is forcibly condensed by resentment and the power of the mirror person. It is twisted. It is corrosive. Enter your body? She let out a sorrowful laugh. That is not cohabitation, that is parasitism. It is slow murder. My consciousness will gnaw at your spirit like a maggot, taint your memories, distort your will, yourself will be eroded bit by bit, like a sandcastle swept away by my existence. Her voice was filled with fear, not for her own disappearance, but for Bai Xiaojiang's future. This process could take a month, maybe a year, or even 3 to 5 years, but there is only one end. That is, your consciousness will completely vanish. This body will only have me, a twisted, resentful remnant soul left. Do you understand? Her warning was like an ice pick, stabbing fiercely into Bai Xiaojiang's heart. The basement fell into a dead silence. Only Bai Wenwen's faint breathing proved the tenacity of life. Bai Xiaojiang did not pull back his outstretched hand. He looked at Yi Xiaoxiao, whose eyes, even on the verge of disappearing, still held worry and affection for him. He recalled her humble desire, if only I could be a person too. He remembered her final decision to sacrifice herself, giving the chance of survival back to Wenwen. He thought of those brief moments of warmth she had stolen, her awkward concern and cautious joy. Her existence was warped, a product of the mirror person's scheme, her hands stained with Mia's blood. But her emotions were real, that yearning for humanity and her pure dependence on him, blossomed with a faint yet genuine light in the twisted darkness. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, the intensity in his eyes not extinguishing but settling into a rock-solid, almost martyr-like determination. I understand. Bai Xiaojiang's voice was low, yet carried the force to cut through all hesitation. Each word fell in the silent basement like a hammer. The consequences, I will bear. He stepped forward, coming closer to the dissipating shadow, his gaze like a torch, firmly locking onto Yi Xiaoxiao. I said I would save her, this time I will also save you. His tone held an almost crazy calmness. If my body and consciousness can become the container for your survival, allowing your soul that yearns to be human a chance to feel, to learn, to truly live for a brief few years, then it is worth it. As for me... Bai Xiaojiang's face revealed a trace of weary yet serene smile. Who told me I just like to meddle in others' affairs? Xiaoxiao, he reached out his hand again, this time with an irresistible gentle invitation. Come on. Don't be afraid, I will take you home. Chapter 16, Passing the Level. Yi Xiaoxiao's shadow trembled violently, as if a candle flame dancing wildly in the wind. She looked into Bai Xiaojiang's heartbreakingly firm eyes, gazing at his outstretched hand, as if trying to embrace the whole abyss. All warnings, all fears, all self-denial seemed pale and powerless in front of those eyes. The words of refusal could no longer be spoken. It was a trust and surrender that transcended reason, life and death, even the very notion of existence itself. An invisible tear, filled with complex emotions, seemed to slide down from the shadow. Okay. A response as light as a mosquito's whisper. In the next second, that fading, thin shadow, like a weary bird returning home, transformed into a faint yet pure stream of white light, filled with determination and lingering attachment, unhesitatingly dove into Bai Xiaojiang's open arms, merging into his body. Bai Xiaojiang's body jolted suddenly. It felt as if a cold current had pierced through him. A flood of indescribable awareness, carrying weak resentment yet boundlessly sorrowful and dependent, surged instantly into his mind. He groaned softly, his face turning as pale as paper, cold sweat oozing from his forehead, his body swaying, almost unable to stand steady. The fusion began. He could clearly feel another weak consciousness, cautiously curled up in a corner of his mind, filled with great anxiety and apology. A strange sense of connection was established. He could vaguely sense the remnants of fear, new confusion, and a faint yet real warmth deep within Yi Xiaoxiao's soul. At that moment. Announcement: Yen Nation competitor Bai Xiaojiang has successfully passed the strange wife horror tale. Pass evaluation, S rank. Pass analysis, insight into the core truth, confronting multiple distortions, completing soul redemption at the cost of self-sacrifice, ending the root of the horror tale. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in all live streaming rooms around the world, announcing the final outcome. Bai Xiaojiang listened to this victorious declaration, a complex smile filled with infinite fatigue stretched across his lips. S rank? The price was his future. Indeed, being a hero often comes at a cost. He slowly lowered his head, looking at the still unconscious Bai Wenwen on the ground. Her breathing seemed to have stabilized somewhat, the cracks in her skin no longer deepening, but still a shocking sight. He walked over to her, struggling to squat down. He extended his hand, gently brushing against her cold cheek with his fingertips, feeling that faint breath of life. Wenwen's soul was sleeping within this battered body. Bai Wenwen, he murmured, his voice hoarse, I'm sorry. I couldn't give you a complete ending. He had not been able to retrieve her original body, nor could he let her see herself whole upon waking. Goodbye. His gaze was gentle yet firm, as if making a silent promise. After doing all of this, Bai Xiaojiang slowly stood up. He could feel the new, weak yet persistent awareness within him, like a frightened little beast, snuggling closely against him. He took one last look at this basement filled with blood, lies, sacrifice, and fleeting warmth, his gaze sweeping over the broken frames and the decaying traces on the floor. Then, he no longer lingered. His figure, along with the other soul he carried inside, and the unconscious Bai Wenwen on the ground, began to become blurry and transparent. Like a poor signal on a screen, they gradually faded away into the air, under the gaze of countless shocked, complicated, and even tear-filled eyes in the livestream. The barrage of comments left many in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. S rank. Little Bai. Wrong, by God. He took away the female ghost's soul? But there were also many negative voices questioning Bai Xiaojiang. Wait, didn't he pass to return to reality in a few days? That means the female ghost would come back too, right? He is indeed powerful, but clearly there was a safe way to pass, yet he dragged us to share the risk. Isn't that a bit too selfish? Exactly, selfish. Others seeing these comments also ruthlessly criticized. The selfish ones are you. He participated in the competition for us, and all you can do is talk nonsense here. If it fails, the horror won't necessarily come to your home, right? Do you even know the value of an S rank? The light completely vanished. The basement returned to silence. Only the scattered debris on the ground, the hollow frames, and the faint air of sadness lingering in the atmosphere bore witness to everything that had happened here. In the real world, the bustling traffic and noise outside the Civil Affairs Bureau remained the same. Bai Xiaojiang's figure, unnoticed in a corner, began to fade away. A phantom quickly solidified. He stumbled a step, bracing himself against the cold wall to steady his footing. A violent headache crashed over him like a tidal wave, countless chaotic memories that did not belong to him swirling in his mind, the fear of being burned by fierce flames, the despair of being trapped in darkness, and a faint yet clear sense of dependence, one that carried the fragrance of jasmine. Instinctively, he raised his hand to press against his fiercely beating heart, which felt as if it carried an extra weight. He had cleared the level. The price was just beginning to be paid. The voice of the system echoed in his mind once again, this time only he could hear it. Congratulations, player, you have cleared the Strange Wife Rule Bizarre Tale. Evaluation, S-Class. Loot, a bank card. Loot, Bai Wenwen's notes. Loot, Yi Xiaoxiao's residual soul. Reward acquiring. Physical capabilities increased by 5%. Mental resilience increased by 5%. Acquired item, Ghost Mirror Fragment. Acquired item, a can of laughter beer. Rewards have been distributed, the player will have 1 week to rest, waiting for the Rule Bizarre Tale to reopen. Bai Xiaojiang did not check these items, but looked towards the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. At this moment, his wife, or rather, ex-wife, had finished the divorce procedures and left. He didn't know if she had seen his live stream. Thinking of this, he sighed. The troubles of reality seemed unimportant now, he didn't even know how long he could live. Even if by some luck he could keep clearing levels, his consciousness would eventually be devoured by Yi Xiaoxiao. However, he had no regrets. Some things, he would follow his heart, only seeking a clear conscience. Just then, the phone in his pocket vibrated urgently, interrupting the surrounding noise. Bai Xiaojiang took a deep breath, suppressing the churning nausea and headache, and pulled out his phone. The screen showed an unfamiliar number. He answered, his voice hoarse and tired. Hello? Chapter 17, National Rule Response Center. Comrade Bai Xiaojiang, hello. A calm and capable male voice came from the other end of the phone, the tone carrying respect and a hint of unnoticed concern. This is the National Rule Response Center. I am your dedicated liaison, codename Rockdot. First of all, on behalf of the nation and all the people, I extend my highest respect and sincere gratitude to you. Your S-Class clearance has gained us precious buffer time and powerful national luck rewards. You are our hero. Bai Xiaojiang forced a smile. A hero? A hero about to be slowly consumed by the tenant inside him? His throat felt somewhat dry, and he only responded with a low Rock seemed to understand his condition and quickly got to the main point without too much pleasantry. This number is your dedicated liaison channel, open 24 hours. From now on, if you encounter any issues, threats related to rule bizarre tales in the real world, or need any form of support including but not limited to personal safety protection, intelligence analysis, medical assistance, social relationship coordination, or even some inconveniences in your personal life, just call this number, and the nation will do everything in its power to solve it for you. This is the nation's promise to your contribution, and also a necessary measure to protect you, this national instrument. The term national instrument struck Bai Xiaojiang's heart with a slight pang. He understood his value and the heavy responsibility behind this privilege. Thank you. His voice remained hoarse. I currently temporarily do not have any special needs. He just wanted to find a place to lie down and let the damned headache and chaotic memories calm down. Understood. You have just experienced a high-intensity mental battle and need rest. Rock's voice held understanding. Please take care of your health. If there are any situations, feel free to contact us. We will arrange a new residence and necessary living support for you during your rest period. Someone will be in touch with you shortly to hand over details. Residence Bai Xiaojiang instinctively glanced at the Civil Affairs Bureau building. Not long ago, he was here, completely parting ways with the person he once thought he would spend his life with. The house was sold, the property divided, and he became a homeless hero. Okay, thank you. He thanked again, his tone utterly exhausted. Rock said no more, emphasizing once again that he was always on standby, then hung up the phone. The busy tone sounded, and Bai Xiaojiang put away his phone, feeling the last bit of strength holding up his body was pulled away. He dragged his leaden legs, ignoring the curious or probing gazes around him, and waved down a taxi. Driver, go to Sunshine Garden Community. This was an old, broken little room he had temporarily rented, the only place to stay after the divorce. The narrow rental room was filled with a faint smell of mildew and dust. A simple bed, an old table, a plastic wardrobe, that was all his belongings. Bai Xiaojiang locked the door, too lazy to turn on the light, not caring about the basement dust and small bloodstains on his body. He collapsed straight onto the hard bed like a chopped-down tree. The moment his body touched the bed, a massive wave of fatigue completely overwhelmed him like a tsunami. The headache continued, and the new, weak consciousness inside him seemed to also feel the extreme fatigue, curling up tighter, sending a vague sense of finally safe comfort. Bai Xiaojiang's consciousness quickly sank into darkness. In a half-asleep, half-awake state, chaotic dreams and reality intertwined. Broken lenses, decayed bodies, Yi Xiaoxiao's despairing tearful eyes, Bai Wenwen's sleeping face, various terrifying scenes flashed by like fragments. At that moment, a strange sensation came. On the edge of his hazy consciousness, he seemed to feel the bed beside him slightly sink. Then, a cool, inexplicably ethereal body gently and cautiously pressed against his back. In deep exhaustion, Bai Xiaojiang's brain was almost stopping its thoughts. The body's self-protective mechanism made him subconsciously seek warmth and dependence, feeling that cool touch behind him and the weak sense of reliance emanating from it. He didn't resist, not even fully aware of what was happening. In a daze, he unconsciously rolled over, extending his strong arm, gently yet instinctively wrapping that ethereal, cool presence into his embrace. His chin rubbed against her head, emitting a muffled dream murmur, his arms held a little tighter, as if wanting to warm up this chill. The remnant soul of Yi Xiaoxiao, curled up in the corner of his consciousness, seemed to ripple violently because of this unconscious embrace. A never-before-seen torrent of emotions, mixed with immense pain, deep sorrow, and a trace of humble joy, carefully, not daring to disturb, was conveyed to the sleeping Bai Xiaojiang. She didn't dare to move, just greedily absorbing this unconscious warmth and acceptance from the host, as if the wandering soul had finally found a temporary harbor. Although she knew that this warmth came at the cost of consuming his life. Bai Xiaojiang was completely unaware of this. Surrounded by dual tenants inside and outside, amid the heavy cost and temporary peace, he finally sank into a deeper, heavier sleep. Outside the window, the city's neon lights flickered, reflecting on the shabby curtains of the rental room. Inside, it was silent, only the man's even and heavy breathing could be heard. And in the air, the silent flowing sadness and attachment of another soul. The countdown of life quietly began in the silence. How long the deep, dreamless sleep lasted, he did not know. When Bai Xiaojiang's consciousness slowly floated up from the dark sea like a sunken ship, the first thing he felt was not a hangover-like headache, it seemed to be temporarily suppressed by a deeper fatigue. And it was a strange, real touch. His arm was pressed by something, feeling a bit numb. In his arms, he held a warm, soft existence, carrying the heat of a human body. Bai Xiaojiang's sleepiness instantly dissipated, and his heart suddenly tightened. He nearly held his breath, slowly and stiffly opening his eyes. The faint light of early morning seeped through the gap in the old curtain that wasn't pulled tight, sparingly illuminating the narrow rented room, dispelling some of the darkness from last night. In this hazy light, he saw the scene in his arms clearly. It was not an illusion, not a dream. Yi Xiaoxiao was curled up in his arms, soundly asleep. Her profile was pressed against his chest, her breathing even and shallow, warm and moist, brushing against his skin. Her black long hair was somewhat messy, scattered on the pillow and his arm. What shocked Bai Xiaojiang the most was those hideous, hellish-looking burn scars on her face had disappeared. Chapter 18, Shy Yi Xiaoxiao. That small face, with delicate features, long eyelashes casting a small shadow under her eyelids, a graceful nose, and naturally soft pink lips pressed lightly together, radiating an unguarded peace. This face was more vivid and perfect than any photo he had seen before. Bai Xiaojiang was completely stunned, his mind blank. The cool feeling of the embrace from last night, was it not merely an illusion? Could she really consolidate such a real entity in the real world? This exceeded his understanding of the residual soul form. Was it because of fusion? Or had she undergone some change herself? He instinctively moved his numb arm slightly to try to pull it out, to take a closer look at her and ease the aching numbness. In his arms, Yi Xiaoxiao sighed in discontent while sleeping, her delicate brow slightly furrowing. Instead of loosening, she curled deeper into him like a kitten seeking warmth, rubbing her cheek against his chest, her arms tightening around his waist. Bai Xiaojiang's body instantly stiffened, his breath momentarily halted. That warm, real touch and unconscious cling brought a huge impact, crashing into his heart. He dared not move again, only maintaining this somewhat awkward yet oddly intimate position, letting the numbness in his arm spread. He lay quietly, in the faint morning light of the rented room, lowering his head to admire the slumbering face in his arms. The face without scars bore a breathtaking fragility and purity. In her sleep, she shed the resentful obsession of the evil spirit, the painful despair when revealing the truth, and the ethereal quality of the residual soul. At this moment, she was as quiet as a newborn baby, or like a traveler who had finally found a home after a long journey. Bai Xiaojiang's gaze lingered complexly over her smooth forehead, her straight and delicate nose, finally resting on her slightly moving lips. An indescribable emotion surged in his heart, unsure if it was pity, responsibility, or perhaps the helplessness towards this heavy bond? Time quietly passed in silence, the city outside began to awaken, faint sounds of traffic could be heard, and the light through the curtain seemed a bit brighter. Finally, Yi Xiaoxiao in his arms fluttered her eyelashes a few times and slowly opened her eyes. That pair of eyes carried a misty softness, she seemed not fully awake yet, simply blinking instinctively, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Then, her gaze focused, and her pupils contracted. She saw Bai Xiaojiang's face close by, saw his still eyes fixed on her. Then she clearly felt that she was tightly embraced by him. With her cheek pressed against his warm chest, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes instantly widened in shock, the confusion in them quickly replaced by overwhelming surprise and embarrassment. Her fair cheeks flushed visibly, whoosh, from the base of her ears all the way down to her neck. Even her small earlobes turned a cute shade of pink. Ah! A short, embarrassed scream escaped her lips, not loud but breaking the silence in the room. In the next second, before Bai Xiaojiang could react at all, even as his expression was still one of observation, the soft body in his arms suddenly became illusory and transparent. Yi Xiaoxiao, like a frightened rabbit, instantly transformed into a faint flow of light, whoosh, and with lightning speed, abruptly retreated back into Bai Xiaojiang's chest, completely vanishing from sight. Leaving Bai Xiaojiang frozen in place, his arms still in the embrace position, but now his hands grasped only emptiness. In the air, there seemed to linger a trace of her faint, barely perceptible fragrance. Bai Xiaojiang. He maintained this position, stunned for several seconds, feeling the mixed emotions of shame and panic from a corner of his consciousness. He slowly withdrew his empty arms, the corners of his mouth involuntarily bending up slightly. That smile was faint, carrying a hint of helplessness. He looked down at his empty embrace, then raised his hand, gently pressing it against his chest. There, it felt as if the soft touch and intense heartbeat still lingered, unsure if it was his or hers. Really? Bai Xiaojiang murmured softly, almost silently, the rest of his words dissipating into the cool morning air. He lifted the musty thin blanket and sat up. The heaviness of his fatigue still weighed him down, and a faint headache hinted at its return. But that moment just now, like a small stone thrown into stagnant water, created a ripple of emotions. The countdown of life still ticked away, the path ahead still dark and unclear. But on this morning in a shabby rental room, an awkward and shy soul seemed to add a warm color to this heavy journey. He needed to face reality. He stood up, and with a thought, retrieved all the items temporarily held by the system. Once taken out, they could not be put back. It seemed next time he entered the strange tales, he would need to carry a backpack. All the items sat quietly on the table, a plain white diary, a bank card, a small can of beer, and a triangular shard of a mirror. He first picked up the bank card. It was from the World Bank, and it seemed this card couldn't be used in reality, with a string of numbers on the back, likely the password. He just didn't know how much money was on it. Hopefully, it wasn't like his negative baby, protected by a 6-digit password for a 3-digit balance. Next time entering the Strange Tales subcopy, he would try to go to the bank and see. Bai Xiaojiang tucked away the bank card, picked up the beer, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. Fun Guy brand beer. Description: drink Fun Guy beer, enjoy a fun life. Effect: reduces personal fear emotions. Bai Xiaojiang recalled the feeling of drinking beer in the previous subcopy. He really felt less afraid, but the irritating emotions were even more dangerous. He put down the beer and carefully picked up the mirror shard, waiting for the system to explain. The edges of the broken mirror were unusually sharp, and a slight mistake could lead to injury. Sure enough, the system's voice rang out again. Ghost mirror fragment. Description: a fragment of a mirror previously possessed by a fierce ghost, still harboring some resentment. Effect: dipping blood on the shard can release the resentment within, limited to one use, and the item will be destroyed after use. Bai Xiaojiang's eyes brightened. Next time he entered the subcopy, he seemed to have some reliance now. Although it may not be effective, it is better than entering the dungeon completely unprepared. Next, Bai Xiaojiang's gaze landed on the diary, Bai Wenwen's diary, which should hold the remaining truth of this strange tale. Chapter 19: Bai Wenwen's diary. Bai Xiaojiang sat on the creaking old chair, with the elegant white diary opened in front of him. Bai Wenwen's diary. His fingertips brushed against the slightly rough cover, as if he could feel the remaining warmth and pain from the owner's writing. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fluttering in his heart and the dull ache in his temples, and turned to the first page. Delicate writing came into view. March 27, 2022. Weather: sunny. Today at the library, I saw him again. Bai Xiaojiang. He was sitting by the window, the sunlight shining on his hair, like it was gilded. He was so serious that he didn't notice I was secretly watching him for a long time. My heart was racing so fast. The white shirt he wore today looked so good. I secretly wished, I hope to bump into him again tomorrow. Omega? The lines overflowed with the excitement and shyness of a young girl in love. Bai Xiaojiang's image shone bright in Wenwen's words. As the pages turned, they recorded sweet secret crushes, nervous tests, and the joy of finally being together. The text was filled with pink bubbles and boundless hopes for the future. Every March 27th of each year was meticulously marked, an important anniversary of their acquaintance and love. Turning to the page of March 27, 2024, the writing was particularly emphatic, exuding immense happiness. March 27, 2024. Weather: incredibly great. Oh my God. He proposed to me. Right when the Ferris wheel reached the highest point. The sunset was so beautiful, and he looked so handsome kneeling down. The ring was so shiny. I said yes. I'm going to marry him. Bai Wenwen is going to become Mrs. Bai. Little Bai Gij, we will be together forever and ever. Let's make a pinky swear for 100 years. Next to it, a drawing of a pinky swear hand, RQ, /. Upon seeing this, Bai Xiaojiang's heart seemed to be tightly gripped by something. Although he had no relevant memories, the pure and kind Bai Wenwen still caused him great discomfort. The diary continued, and the handwriting after the wedding began to change slightly. The initial sweetness was still there, but it gradually mixed with confusion and unease. May 10, 2024. Weather: overcast. Little Bai Gij seems really tired lately. He talks very little at home and doesn't laugh like he used to. I asked if work is going well, and he just casually said it's fine. Am I overthinking? QAQ. July 15, 2024. Weather: humid. Little Bai Gij seems like a completely different person during this time. Today is our wedding anniversary. He seems to have completely forgotten. I prepared a candlelight dinner, but the food turned cold while waiting. He only came back after a long time, smelling of alcohol. He clearly knows my past. He promised me not to drink, and he looked so irritated, telling me he's tired and to stop bothering him. It hurts so much. He wasn't like this before. September 3, 2024. Weather: light rain. He has changed, really changed, become so unfamiliar. Sometimes the way he looks at me is so cold, like he is looking at an object. Even with a hint of disgust? Why? Did I do something wrong? Little Bai Gij, where have you gone? I am so scared, it feels like I am living with a completely stranger. Bai Xiaojiang's brow furrowed tightly as he read. This description clearly depicted the behavior of the person who replaced him. Indifference, estrangement, even disgust, that bastard. The pages turned faster, and the gloom in the diary became heavier. Sometimes the handwriting was scribbled, and sometimes it carried the marks of water stains, evidently tear stains. Then, the date froze on January 12, 2025. The paper on this page was slightly wrinkled, and the color was darker, as if it had been soaked in something and dried. The handwriting trembled violently, filled with immense fear and despair. January 12, 2025. Weather. I don't know, so dark, so hot. It's on fire. The bedroom is on fire. Thick smoke, so choking, can't catch my breath. The door. The door won't open. Locked? Why? Little white brother. Little white brother is outside. I can hear his footsteps. He is at the door. I knock on the door. I scream. My throat hurts so much, smoke, my eyes hurt so much. Little white brother. Save me. Open the door. Please, open the door. I can hear him right outside. I can feel him holding the doorknob. But why won't the door open? He is pulling hard on the door? No. Impossible. How could little white brother not save me? He must be trying to pull it open. The door must be broken. Yes. The door is broken. I trust him, I believe he will definitely save me, he is my little white brother, he will come. The writing behind is completely blurred, covered by large dark water stains and smoke ashes, and I can barely make out the last few words, so hot, the doorknob so hot. Bai Xiaojiang's breath nearly stopped, his fists tightly clenched, nails digging deep into his palms. He could imagine the scene at that time, the thick smoke-filled bedroom, one desperately knocking on the door, and outside the door was the demon wearing Bai Xiaojiang's disguise, grinning, holding the doorknob tightly, trapping her in the sea of fire. And she, until the last moment before losing consciousness, still believed in her little white brother. The diary entries that followed became much weaker, filled with confusion and physical pain. January 20, 2025. Weather, don't want to see. Woke up, my face hurt so much, wrapped in bandages, they said. I have been disfigured. Little white brother is guarding my bedside, looking very guilty, constantly apologizing. He said he panicked at that time, the door lock was broken and wouldn't open, and he went to find tools which delayed him. I believe him, he must also be very sad, he is human too, and can be scared. I don't blame him, as long as he is still with me. Upon reading this, Bai Xiaojiang felt a surge of blood rush to his head. That beast. He deceived her into disfigurement, in reality, swapping her and Yi Xiaoxiao's consciousness into another body, so her consciousness, unfamiliar with the body, would be more easily overtaken by Yi Xiaoxiao's consciousness, and disfigurement was also to prevent her from discovering the body swap, disrupting the plan. The diary continued, Wenwen began to record the abnormalities in her body. February 5, 2025. Weather, overcast. So strange, sometimes I suddenly lose a period of memory. The nurse said I sit up suddenly when I'm asleep, my gaze is very unfamiliar, and I even say strange things, but when I wake up, I don't remember anything. Is there something wrong with my mind? Trauma from the fire? February 18, 2025. Weather, light rain. It's happening again. I feel like my body isn't mine, like being trapped in a small box, watching me move, that me, looking at little white brother with a gaze, so strange, so cold, and so longing. Afraid, becoming more and more afraid. March 2025, date blurred. I seem to understand. Inside my body there is another her. Her name is Yi Xiaoxiao? Is she controlling the body when I'm not clear-headed? Why is this happening? Is it because of the fire? Or, that mirror, the old mirror little white brother has been looking at recently. Wenwen finally noticed Yi Xiaoxiao's existence. The last page of the diary, dated March 10, 2025, is unusually clear, filled with a sense of desperate calm and final struggle. March 10, 2025. Weather, sunny. Today, I tried to compete with Yi Xiaoxiao for control of the body. She couldn't win against me. Maybe I was always the owner of the body, but little white brother came over. He was reeking of alcohol. That smell reminded me of childhood, that drunken stepfather, the way he hit me and my mom, so terrifying. The moment I smell alcohol, I can't help but tremble. Yi Xiaoxiao took the chance to seize my control. I stayed up to write this diary at night. Drunkenness, this is something only you know. But I saw him smile at that moment. It was not a comforting smile, not a caring smile. That was a kind of smile I had never seen on his face before, cold, playful, with a hint of a cruel, understanding smile. He reached out, not to embrace me, but to gently pat my face, his gaze terrifyingly unfamiliar. Next, Xiao Xiao and I will replace you. They never expected I would pull such a trick, swapping the prince with a cat. His voice was soft, but it pierced through my last shred of hope like an ice pick. At that moment, I understood everything. He was not my little white brother. My little white brother would never treat me like this. My little white brother had long disappeared. The person before me was a monster disguised in his skin. He watched me struggle, watched me in fear, watched me believe in him like a fool. The scars where I once opened my heart to little white brother became the weapon he used to suppress me, helping her completely take over my body. The heart was dead. So tired, so dark, little white brother, where are you? The writing stops here, followed by a blank space. March 26, 2025 weather, sunny. I saw in deep within Yi Xiaoxiao's consciousness, he was no longer so cold and cruel. It was him. He returned. My little white brother returned. He was still so gentle, so kind, his eyes could not lie. But why didn't he recognize me? It seemed like he had amnesia. Had he truly forgotten me, I, who loved him the most, One? No matter what, little white brother has returned. He is still alive, he hasn't abandoned me. Just coming back is enough, just coming back is enough, oh. The diary slipped from Bai Xiaojiang's hand, falling heavily onto the old wooden table with a muffled thud. He sat frozen in the chair, his face pale as paper, chest heaving violently as if he were suffocating. In his mind, the cold words from the last page of the diary burned like a red-hot iron, searing into his soul. He saw. It seemed he saw that beast reveal a chilling smile while exploiting Wenwen's deadly weakness. He also saw Wenwen's complete despair at that moment, her heart completely dead. Her open, most vulnerable wound was torn open by the very little white brother she trusted the most, salted, and then handed to the enemy as a weapon. He slammed his fist on the table. Bang! The old wooden desk shook violently, the beer can and broken mirror pieces jumped. The heartache. Like being pierced by 1,000 arrows. For Wenwen's love and trust, given so selflessly yet cruelly trampled upon. For her fear and despair endured alone in the darkness. Bai Xiaojiang painfully closed his eyes, fingers digging deep into his hair. He could feel the part of Yi Xiaoxiao's consciousness within him also stirring violently in response to this heavy truth, conveying a complex sadness and a shared grief. At the same time, he also felt puzzled. He had no memories of Bai Wenwen's past experiences. What role had he played in the last cursed tale? Who was he? If Bai Wenwen recognized him as her little white brother, then what if he, Bai Xiaojiang, was Bai Wenwen's little white brother? Why didn't he inherit his memories? Or was it just the mirror person replacing Bai Xiaojiang? But the mirror person was hidden inside the mirror, not within Bai Xiaojiang. If that were the case, the mirror person should be hidden in his consciousness, just like Bai Wenwen and Yi Xiaoxiao. What does the mirror person mean by swapping the prince with a cat? Bai Xiaojiang had a bit of a headache. This was just the first cursed tale, yet it left such a complex problem, but at least they had cleared the stage. Bai Wenwen and Yi Xiaoxiao were temporarily safe, though not a perfect ending, it was at least somewhat acceptable. He bent down, trembling as he picked up the fallen diary, as if cradling the most precious and fragile treasure in the world. He pressed it tightly to his chest, as if to feel the warmth of the soul that still called out to him in despair. The rental room was silent, only the heavy sound of Bai Xiaojiang's breathing, along with the silent wails of another soul within him. Sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the dust floating in the air, but it couldn't disperse the heavy gloom brought by this drenched truth of blood and tears. Chapter 20 Invitation from an old classmate. The diary was heavily pressed against his chest, its words soaked in despair and the last glimmer of light, as if still carrying the warmth of Bai Wenwen's soul, burning Bai Xiaojiang's heart. Anger, heartache, and immense confusion tangled together like a mess of yarn, and his headache seemed to worsen with this intense emotional wave. Just as he tried to untangle this mess, the phone in his pocket vibrated, breaking the heavy silence in the rented room. Bai Xiaojiang took a deep breath, barely suppressing the swirling emotions, and took out his phone. A green bubble message popped up on the screen, from a contact labeled, Class Leader, Wang Sanmu. Sanmu, Xiaojiang. Are you there? I heard you were selected? Wow. Is it true? That livestream was really you? Hakimi shocked.jpg. Sanmu, a few of us old classmates were planning to get together this week, and it just so happens. The time is set for the day after tomorrow at 6:30 p.m., old place Shuangheshun private room. You have to come. Sanmu, everyone is really worried about you and knows about the bizarre rule story. It's quite something. The guys mean, no matter what happens later, let's treat it as a send-off for you. Molefistbump.jpg, don't think too much, just a gathering. You definitely have to come. Between the lines, there was an old classmate's unique straightforwardness, also carrying a cautious concern and a hint of unhideable heaviness. That word send-off felt like a small prick, gently piercing him. Bai Xiaojiang tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a bitter smile. Indeed, to others, the moment he stepped into the bizarre rules story, he was already half a foot in the realm of the dead. This gathering did carry a hint of final meeting meaning. He fell silent for a few seconds, his fingertips tapping on the screen. Bai Xiaojiang, yes, it's me. Got it, day after tomorrow at 6:30 p.m., Shuanghashan, I will be there. Thank you, brothers. Send. Putting down the phone, Bai Xiaojiang rubbed his swollen temples. A gathering, his current state was truly unsuitable for such an occasion. Inside him, Yi Xiaoxiao was also very unstable due to the emotions from the earlier diary. He could feel the sadness and a shared sorrow lingering in the corners of his consciousness. Moreover, he subconsciously touched his thin wallet. The little money left from the divorce had dwindled to almost nothing after renting this broken house, and splitting costs for the class reunion was a norm. He was now barely able to afford the share, let alone travel decently. Pancher. Bai Xiaojiang recalled that code name. The national guarantee promised seemed to be needed right now. He no longer hesitated, picked up the phone, and dialed that encrypted exclusive number. The call was answered almost instantly. Comrade Bai Xiaojiang? Hello, I am Pancher. What do you need? Pancher's steady voice came through, carrying professional concern. Hello, Comrade Pancher. Bai Xiaojiang's voice still carried exhaustion. I actually have a bit of trouble now. I need some cash, and I have a class reunion the day after tomorrow, and I need a car for transportation, nothing fancy, just a regular one that can drive. Is it convenient to arrange? He tried to be direct, avoiding pleasantries. Understood. Please rest assured, this is completely within our guarantee range. Pancher answered clearly, without a hint of hesitation. Regarding cash, considering your current situation, we will prepare a basic living expense and emergency funds, and someone will deliver it to the address you registered shortly. As for the vehicle, we have a logistics support team that will arrange a low-key but reliable vehicle for you. It will be parked in your designated location in the community before 5 p.m. the day after tomorrow, and the keys and vehicle information will be delivered along with the cash. Does that work for you? Yes, that's very helpful. Thank you very much. Bai Xiaojiang sighed in relief. The efficiency of the state was indeed very high. This is what we should do. Please take care of yourself, and feel free to contact us for any other needs. Pancher emphasized again. After hanging up the phone, Bai Xiaojiang felt the pressure on his shoulders seem to lighten just a bit. At least, the embarrassment in front of him was resolved. He picked up the notebook on the table again and carefully closed it. Bai Wenwen's blood-stained words were temporarily sealed within the pages, but her last call of just come back was deeply engraved in his heart. And those unanswered mysteries, who is he? What does the person in the mirror want? What does the cat swaps the prince refer to? Why is Yi Xiaoxiao able to materialize? These questions were like heavy shackles, but he knew it wasn't the time to delve into them. During this week of rest, he needed to regain his strength and also face those who cared for him, perhaps for the last time, old friends. He carefully packed the notebook, bank card, that strange fun person beer, and the sharp-edged ghost mirror fragment into an old backpack. These were all possible supports for him the next time he entered the strange tales. After doing all this, he felt hungry. A wave of hunger surged in. He glanced at the dimming sky outside the window and decided to go out to eat something. After all, the body is capital, especially in situations where life and death could be at stake at any moment. Bai Xiaojing put on his clothes while thinking. The gathering the day after tomorrow, Wang Sanmu, that class monitor who always wore black-framed glasses, was serious in college, but would always help him when he was on the edge of failing, and would take him to the infirmary when he sprained his ankle while playing ball. Thinking of his old friend, Bai Xiaojing's taut nerves relaxed a little. Xiao Xiao. Bai Xiaojing called out softly, feeling a reaction from within him as he spoke. I know you can materialize. Do you want to go eat together? Yi Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, slowly floated out of him, and solidified into form. She looked at Bai Xiaojing timidly and gently nodded. Bai Xiaojing quickly finished putting on his clothes and turned to leave the room. At the moment he stepped out, Yi Xiaoxiao quietly followed behind him like a well-behaved little rabbit. Her little hand trembled slightly, seeming hesitant and uneasy. Finally, after some internal struggle, Yi Xiaoxiao made up her mind and gently reached out her hand, carefully grabbing the corner of Bai Xiaojing's clothes. The two walked out of the apartment. Night had fully fallen. The streets were bright and bustling, in sharp contrast to Bai Xiaojing's complicated state of mind at that moment. They found a noodle shop and sat down. Bai Xiaojing ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles. While waiting, Bai Xiaojing looked at Yi Xiaoxiao across from him and asked, Xiao Xiao, what do you think about the mysteries I've encountered? Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Before long, the noodles were served. Bai Xiaojing devoured them while Yi Xiaoxiao ate very slowly. Suddenly, the TV in the noodle shop played news about bizarre tales, with clips of Bai Xiaojing in the strange tale world appearing on the screen. Surrounding diners cast unusual glances, filled with surprise and fear. Bai Xiaojing frowned and sped up his eating. He looked up at Yi Xiaoxiao, noticing her unease, and softly said, "Don't mind them." After finishing the noodles, the two hurriedly left the noodle shop. Chapter 21 Class Gathering. Time quietly slipped to the afternoon of the gathering day. The promise from Panshur was fulfilled on time. A young man in dark casual clothes and a capable demeanor knocked on the rental house door, and without unnecessary pleasantries, respectfully handed over a simple envelope and a car key. "Mr. Bai, this is arranged for you by Comrade Panshur. Inside the envelope is a bank card in cash, with the password being your birthday. This is the car key. The car is parked in the downstairs spot 3, with the license plate ending in 668. Here is the key. Have a great gathering." The man spoke concisely, quickly leaving after completing his task. Bai Xiaojiang closed the door and opened the envelope. Inside was a thick stack of brand new 100 yuan bills, visibly at least 100,000. There is a brand new bank card. He took out his phone to check the balance, and the number that jumped out on the screen made his pupils shrink 2 million. Bai Xiaojiang trembled as he counted the zeros. Wow, the last time he saw so many zeros was in Chengdu. He picked up the car key and walked to the window to look down. A brand new black sedan was quietly parked in the designated spot, its smooth lines gleaming steadily in the afternoon sun. Low-key, but absolutely not cheap. Bai Xiaojiang felt reassured, at least the scene wouldn't look too bad. He looked at Yi Xiaoxiao, who was quietly sitting by the bed. Today, she wore a simple light blue dress that Bai Xiaojiang had bought for her, which made her fair skin look snow-white, and her beauty, after the scars faded, was stunningly exquisite, though her eyes still held a hint of shy unease and vigilance toward the unfamiliar environment. "Are you ready?" Bai Xiaojiang asked softly. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded, stood up, and habitually, gently tugged at the corner of Bai Xiaojiang's clothes. At 6:30 in the evening, in a private room on the second floor of the Shuanghe restaurant. The atmosphere in the private room was lively but also held an indescribable sense of oppression. Surrounded by a huge round table were Bai Xiaojiang's university classmates, glasses clinked and laughter mixed with nostalgia for the past and regret for the future. Inevitably, the center of conversation was about the absent person who was about to head to the execution ground, Bai Xiaojiang. By the window, Bai Xiaojiang's ex-wife, Sun Yanqiu, was being surrounded by her group of girlfriends and her male bestie, Jin Yanji, who was always by her side. Jin Yanji, slick-haired and well-dressed in expensive yet poorly tasted trendy attire, was swirling a glass of red wine, wearing an undisguised sense of superiority and disdain for the topic of conversation. "Yanqiu, I'm not saying you did the right thing by getting divorced just in time." Jin Yanji's voice was deliberately raised, attracting glances from tables nearby. "Look, he just got divorced, and he's already been chosen to go to that hellish place. TSK, what a creepy tale, 9 lives in 1. I watched the live stream. With his performance, he's just a reckless fool. All luck. I think the next copy, he's doomed." Sun Yanqiu's hand holding the wine glass tightened slightly, her smile grew a bit stiff, and her eyes flickered. "Yanji, don't say that at least." "At least what?" Jin Yanji interrupted her, scoffing. "Yanqiu, you're just too soft-hearted. How did he treat you before? Couldn't work well, couldn't often be with you, always suspicious. Now it's fine, the system can't stand it anymore, and picked him. You are freed. The best thing he did before he dies is give you the house and property. I guess he still has a bit of a conscience. But if you ask me, since he's going to die anyway, why not give it all to you? Why share half? It's such a waste." These malicious and cruel words splashed like icy water on the already delicate atmosphere. Sun Yanqiu's several girlfriends had varied expressions, some were embarrassed, while others nodded in agreement. "Jin Yanji, you're talking nonsense." A furious voice exploded. Bai Xiaojiang's former roommate, Song Haoren, suddenly stood up, angrily looking at Jin Yanji. Several classmates and roommates who were tight with Bai Xiaojiang also stood up in unison, glaring at Jin Yanji. "Xiao Bai is our brother. He's out there risking his life, and you're here cursing for him to die? Are you even human?" Song Haoren pointed at Jin Yanji, his finger trembling with anger. "The divorce is between them, how the property is divided doesn't concern you as an outsider. Yanqiu hasn't said anything, why are you jumping out to act all high and mighty?" "Exactly. Jin Yanji, who do you think you are? You've always been around Yanqiu in college, trying to charm her, and now that she's divorced, you're jumping for joy." Another roommate, Chen Jingchuan, shouted angrily. "What did I say? I'm just stating the facts." Jin Yanji was publicly scolded. Unable to hold his pride, he stood up straight, his voice rising louder. "Bai Xiaojiang is just a useless waste. Joining the strange talk is just a cannon fodder. Am I wrong?" Yanqiu followed him and was doomed to 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Now that she has divorced, it's a blessing. Why can't I be happy for Yanqiu? You jealous bunch of Pan Jun? Damn you. Song Haoren grabbed an empty wine bottle and was about to charge forward, but was firmly held back by someone next to him. The private room instantly felt tense, with people trying to mediate, others enjoying the chaos, and the awkwardness creating a mess. Su Nianchu's face was pale, wanting to pull Jin Yanji but not daring to, anxious to the point of tears. Class monitor Wang Sanmu hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. He still looked tall and thin, wearing black-framed glasses, but his expression was not good either. Wang Sanmu looked at Jin Yanji. Xiao Bai is our classmate and also a friend. He is not doing this for himself, he is representing our Yin nation in the strange talk. Your words are too heartbreaking. This gathering is for Xiao Bai. If you don't want to participate, you can leave. Just when the chaos reached its peak, and the shouting and pushing were about to escalate, the heavy carved wooden door of the private room was silently pushed open, and all the noise seemed to be paused. Everyone instinctively turned to see the source of the sound. At the door stood Bai Xiaojiang quietly. He was dressed in clean casual clothes, his face still showing a hint of barely noticeable fatigue, but he stood tall, his gaze calm and unruffled, like a still deep water that submerged all the filthy words that might have been heard outside. What caught the most attention was that he was not alone. Beside him, half a step back, stood a girl. In a light blue long dress, her figure was delicate and slender. Her long black hair flowed smoothly over her shoulders, and her side profile was flawless, while her skin, under the warm yellow light of the room, resembled fine mutton fat jade, so delicate that not a single pore was visible. Her long eyelashes drooped, carrying an astonishing sense of fragility, but when she slightly raised her eyes, her clear, spring-like gaze swept across everyone in the room, revealing an otherworldly, pure beauty that seemed untouched by the world. The entire private room instantly fell into dead silence, even a needle drop could be heard. All eyes, regardless of gender, seemed magnetically drawn, firmly fixed on the girl in the blue dress. Shock, amazement, disbelief, confusion, various emotions intertwined and transformed on each person's face. Jin Yanji was gaping, his previous arrogance had frozen on his face, his eyes wide as copper bells, staring intently at Yi Xiaoxiao, as if he had seen something beyond comprehension. Su Nianchu was hit like a lightning strike. She looked at Yi Xiaoxiao's flawless face, which was much younger and more beautiful than her own, then glanced at her calm and composed ex-husband standing beside her. An indescribable pang of bitterness, jealousy, and immense loss surged up in her heart. She subconsciously clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. Wang Sanmu was also stunned. He pushed up his glasses on his nose, looked at Bai Xiaojiang, then at the girl beside him who was stunningly beautiful, momentarily forgetting his earlier anger, leaving only a head full of question marks. Under the countless gazes, Yi Xiaoxiao seemed a bit scared from being watched. Instinctively, she shrank back behind Bai Xiaojiang, her small hand gripping the hem of his clothes tighter, in a reliance that felt both utterly natural and painfully apparent. Bai Xiaojiang seemed oblivious to the strange silence and the crowd's burning eyes. He raised his hand and naturally patted the back of Yi Xiaoxiao's hand that clutched his clothes, the gesture bearing a reassuring meaning. Then, he lifted his eyes, his calm gaze sweeping across the room, finally resting on class monitor Wang Sanmu, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile, enough to break the frozen air. Class monitor, we encountered some traffic on the way. Sorry, we are late. Chapter 22. Inviting guests. Bai Xiaojiang's calm words were like a stone thrown into a dead water pond, finally breaking the suffocating silence in the room. After a brief silence, whispers and gasps suddenly erupted. Wow, it really is her. The one from the rule horror with a scar on her face. Where's the scar? It's gone? And she's so beautiful? Why did she come out with Bai Xiao? Isn't she that fierce ghost? Didn't she kill someone? Has Bai Xiao gone crazy? Bringing a female ghost close? Shou, be quiet. Fear, suspicion, and disbelief swept over Yi Xiaoxiao, especially some classmates who had watched the livestream and remembered the scenes from the rule horror. Their faces turned pale, instinctively shrinking back. Song Haoran and Chen Jingchuan, a few close friends of Bai Xiaojiang, were shocked too, but more filled with worry. Song Haoran rushed forward, lowering his voice urgently to ask, Bai. Who is this? The one from the livestream, is she okay? Is it safe for her to be with you? His eyes were filled with alertness and concern as he looked at Yi Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaojiang patted Song Haoran's shoulder, giving him a reassuring look, his voice low yet clear enough for those nearby to hear. It's okay, Haoran. This is Xiaoxiao, she's very safe now and won't harm anyone. Trust me. His tone was calm and certain, carrying a steadiness born from past experiences with life and death, making the tense nerves of Song Haoran and the others relax a little. Wang Sanmu also came over, pushed his glasses, glanced firmly at Bai Xiaojiang, then looked at the quiet Yi Xiaoxiao standing behind him, still holding onto his clothes, finally nodding. It's good that you're here, Bai. And Miss Xiaoxiao, please take a seat, the food is getting cold. Bai Xiaojiang led Yi Xiaoxiao to the reserved empty seat, and Yi Xiaoxiao followed closely, seemingly ignoring the curious and fearful gazes around her, as if her attention was solely on Bai Xiaojiang and the steaming dishes on the table, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Jin Yanji watched as Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao calmly took their seats, especially seeing Wang Sanmu and Song Haoran accept this female ghost. His expression became even uglier, as if he had swallowed a fly. He snorted coldly, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Oh, Bai the great hero has arrived? And brought a romantic companion? TSK, truly bold, going through the rule horror, almost losing your life, yet not forgetting romance. Impressive. He intentionally emphasized the words almost losing your life. Then, he turned to Su Nianchu, his voice laced with flattery. Nianchu, look, some people really don't realize the danger they're in. Unlike us, grounded and stable, making a six-figure salary may not be much, but it's secure, not having to risk our lives daily. By the way, I just got a Porsche, let's go for a drive sometime. Su Nianchu forced a smile in response to Jin Yanji, but her eyes couldn't help but drift towards Bai Xiaojiang's table. She saw Bai Xiaojiang naturally serve food to Yi Xiaoxiao, quietly asking if she liked the taste. Yi Xiaoxiao took small bites, occasionally looking up with a dependent yet shy smile towards Bai Xiaojiang, the warmth and patience that used to shine in Bai Xiaojiang's eyes just for her. An indescribable sourness and complex emotions churned in her heart. That was her ex-husband, who once cared for her. When did he turn cold and distant? And now, less than a week after their divorce, he had such a stunning girl, so dependent on him by his side? From a horror tale no less? Absurd. It was simply a huge mistake. Jealousy wrapped around her heart like vines, making her unable to enjoy her meal. Seeing Su Nianchu absent-minded, Jin Yanji ramped up his boasting. So, you see, one must have self-awareness. Without the skill, don't take on delicate tasks. Entering strange tales is a life as cannon fodder, and it makes others worry. Some people should settle their affairs early and leave their money to those who truly care about them. Bai Xiaojiang seemed to not hear, quietly helping Yi Xiaoxiao pick out fish bones, his movements natural and smooth. After several rounds of drinks and various dishes, the gathering was nearing its end. The waiter came in holding the bill. Jin Yanji's eyes flicked, thinking this was a good opportunity to show off his wealth in front of the female classmates while stepping on Bai Xiaojiang. He immediately suggested loudly. Ladies! Since we've had a great time tonight, we gentlemen should show our grace. So, as usual, the men pay for the ladies. We'll cover the expenses for all the female classmates. How about it? He proudly looked around, his gaze purposely lingering on Su Nianchu and her group of friends, hoping for praise and admiration. Su Nianchu's friends quickly chimed in, climbing the bandwagon. Oh, then thank you, President Jin, you're so handsome. President Jin is so generous. Yes, President Jin has great vision. Bai Xiaojiang put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, raised his eyes to Jin Yanji, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile that was not quite a smile. President Jin is generous, earning $1 million a year really is different. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly overpowered the noise in the room. Since President Jin works so well and is so gentlemanly, why not you treat us for this meal? Jin Yanji was taken aback, and his face turned red. Bai Xiaojiang. What do you mean? Why should I treat? Didn't you say men pay for women, covering the women's share? Bai Xiaojiang had an innocent face. Surely President Jin wouldn't just say it but be unwilling to part with this little money? This amount for your $1 million salary must be nothing, right? You. Jin Yanji was choked, unable to speak. He didn't expect Bai Xiaojiang to be so direct. His $1 million salary was a boast, his actual income was far less, and this big table of dishes plus drinks meant at least several thousand, for him alone to pay? It hurt. Just when Jin Yanji was in a tight spot and everyone's gaze was focused, Bai Xiaojiang suddenly looked away, directly signaling the waiter. Waiter, come here please, I'll pay the bill. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Bai Xiaojiang took out the card given by the state from his pocket and casually handed it over. Charge this card. Xiao Bai. Wang Sanmu quickly grabbed Bai Xiaojiang's arm, lowering his voice urgently. Don't be impulsive. Don't gamble with him. Let's just split it. None of us lack this little money. Save your money for something useful. Bai Xiaojiang turned to look at Wang Sanmu, his gaze calm, even with a hint of a relieved smile. Class leader, thank you. But really, no need. He paused, his voice not loud but carrying a sense of nonchalance that seemed to see through life and death, clearly reaching the ears of those around. You also said, I've one foot in the gates of hell. Money, one doesn't bring it in when alive, nor take it out when dead. To me now, it really holds no meaning. Being able to treat brothers who believe in me and care for me to a meal today, I think it's worth it. He patted Wang Sanmu's hand, signaling him to be at ease, then turned back to the waiter, his tone gentle yet firm. Please, tonight all the male classmates, except for what President Jin spends, count on me. As for the ladies' share. Bai Xiaojiang's gaze turned to Jin Yanji, whose face was ashen and eyes evasive, his smile widening slightly and carrying a hint of mockery. Since President Jin wants to be a gentleman so much and cherishes the ladies, and you just promised to men pay for women, then for the ladies' bill, it would be nice for President Jin to generously contribute. With your $1 million salary, this little amount, I'm sure you won't default on it, right? You Bai Xiaojiang. You. Jin Yanji trembled in anger, pointing at Bai Xiaojiang, his face alternately red and pale. He wanted to retort, wanted to dodge the bill, but in front of so many eyes, especially Su Nianchu and the female classmates, he couldn't move to object. He had already made his boast, and now he found himself in a difficult situation. Skipping out on the bill? Then his carefully crafted image would completely collapse. Paying? That's tens of thousands of dollars. His heart was bleeding. The waiter didn't care about any of this, quickly operating the POS machine, soon printing out a long bill. Bai Xiaojiang entered his password, and with a beep, the payment was successful. The waiter respectfully handed back the card and receipt to him. Bai Xiaojiang didn't even look at the amount, casually putting the card back in his pocket. Then, he picked up his coat and naturally took the hand of Yi Xiaoxiao, who had quietly stood beside him. Her hand was cool and soft, and she gently squeezed back when he held it. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, filled with complex emotions, admiration, worry, envy, Bai Xiaojiang calmly turned and left the noisy, tumultuous private room. Leaving behind Jin Yanji, who had turned red, then green, and finally pale, staring at the part of the bill meant for the ladies, his expressions were a spectacle. Su Xianchu looked at Bai Xiaojiang's awkward situation, then glanced at his back holding the beautiful girl, feeling a mix of emotions in her heart. Chapter 23, Signature. Walking out of the Shuangheshan restaurant, the cool night breeze brought the city's noise to his face. The dinner was over, but the gathering was not done. Class leader Wang Sanmu had already booked a nearby high-end KTV private room, inviting everyone to continue. Jin Yanji had been played by Bai Xiaojiang, foolishly paying for the girl's share, his face green with pain. At this moment, he urgently needed to regain his face, especially to re-establish his image as a successful person in front of Su Xianchu. He hurried to the parking lot, deliberately pressing the car key, and not far away, a brand new silver Porsche emitted a crisp unlocking sound, its sleek lines shining under the lights. Xianchu. Jin Yanji opened the car door, forcing a smile he thought was cool, his voice purposely loud to ensure everyone could hear. Get in my car. The Porsche sports car is most comfortable for two people, the feeling of cruising is fantastic. Unlike some people, who might only be able to take a taxi. Too bad I only have 2 seats, can't take anyone else. As he spoke, he proudly glanced at Bai Xiaojiang not far away, his eyes full of provocation and a sense of revenge. Su Xianchu looked at the eye-catching Porsche, then at the attentive Jin Yanji, remembering how Bai Xiaojiang had left so calmly with Yi Xiaoxiao earlier, which made her heart feel blocked. She needed to prove her choice was correct. So, she deliberately lifted her chin, displaying a touch of feigned superiority and pride. She glanced at Bai Xiaojiang, then turned to Jin Yanji with a sweet smile. All right, Yanji, then I'll trouble you. After saying this, she elegantly sat in the passenger seat. Jin Yanji felt even more proud, shouting at Bai Xiaojiang still standing by the roadside, "Hey, by the great hero, how are you getting home? Taking a taxi? Or hitching a ride with the class leader? Too bad my car only has 2 seats, can't take you. How about letting your companion turn into a ghost and float over?" His tone was full of malicious mockery. Bai Xiaojiang couldn't even bother to give him a glance, only pressing the car key. Not far away, a steady, powerful black sedan lit up its headlights, its body gleaming with a deep matte finish under the lights, low-key but exuding high craftsmanship all over. Wow! What car is this? It looks expensive, a classmate whispered. I don't recognize it, never seen the logo, but it feels so high-end. Looks like Hongqi? But not quite. At this moment, the mysterious black car's appearance made the atmosphere a little subtle. Pfft, what a no-name car, trying to act important. Jin Yanji scoffed, muttering something sour to regain his pride. Bai Xiaojiang opened the car door, letting Yi Xiaoxiao sit in the passenger seat first. He was just about to get in when a slightly surprised female voice rang out. Wait! Bai Xiaojiang, is this car the Longting Special Edition? The speaker was Li Wei, a classmate who usually kept a low profile but had a reputedly impressive family background. She was currently covering her mouth in surprise, quickly approaching, and carefully examining Bai Xiaojiang's car, especially the license plate with white background and black letters, which stood in stark contrast to all the blue background and white letter ordinary plates around. It really is Longtong. Li Wei's voice carried a hint of unbelievable excitement. This is the special car specifically provided by Yen Country for contributors of special merit and top-secret units. It can't be bought on the market at all. Entirely bulletproof, top-notch safety system, performance, let's just say, Jin Yanji's Porsche is a toy in front of it. And look at this license plate, white background and black letters, my god. This privilege. Li Wei's words were like casting a giant stone into calm waters. All the classmates preparing to take a taxi or drive their ordinary cars to the KTV were stunned. Their gazes towards Bai Xiaojiang instantly filled with shock and awe. Special car? Fully bulletproof? Can't be bought? License plate with white background and black letters? I've only seen that in the news. Jin Yanji's face instantly turned a shade of liver purple. He had just mocked someone for driving a cheap car, but now, he was slapped in the face. Special supply? Privileged license? How did Bai Xiaojiang get this? The surrounding classmates erupted in astonishment, looking at that low-key black car with eyes full of reverence and disbelief. At this moment, Jin Yinji's Porsche appeared like a clown seeking attention in comparison. Jin Yinji felt his face burning, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He quickly pulled his head back and slammed the car window shut, roaring away with the engine, giving off a sense of retreat. In the last second before the window closed, he gritted his teeth and muttered in a low voice that clearly reached the ears of a few nearby classmates, "What's the fuss? No matter how good the car is, a dying person can't drive it for long." In the KTV private room, the lights were dim, and the music was deafening. Classmates sang and played dice. The atmosphere was much more harmonious than in the restaurant. But an invisible aura seemed to form around Bai Xiaojiang, making everyone curious yet hesitant to approach too closely. Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao sat on the sofa in the corner. Yi Xiaoxiao seemed a little uncomfortable with the pounding music, slightly furrowing her brows, but leaning against Bai Xiaojiang made her feel at ease, while Bai Xiaojiang quietly listened to the song, occasionally taking a sip of water. At this moment, the private room door was gently pushed open, and a few fashionably dressed, youthful and beautiful female students peeked in. Their eyes scanned the room quickly, soon locking onto Bai Xiaojiang in the corner. Ah! It really is him. Bai Xiaojiang. Representative of Yin country. Look quick. He's even more handsome than in the livestream. A few girls excitedly whispered, nudging each other, gathering courage to walk in directly towards Bai Xiaojiang. Brother Bai Xiaojiang. We are from the room next door. We watched your livestream. You are amazing. Can we take a photo together? And get an autograph? The boldest girl blushed, looking at Bai Xiaojiang with eyes full of admiration. Other classmates looked over, their expressions varied. Song Haoren and others laughed and teased, "Little Bai can do it. He has female fans now." Wang Sanmu also pushed up his glasses, revealing a friendly smile. Jin Yinji, sitting next to Sun Yinshu, watched the group of young, beautiful girls surround Bai Xiaojiang, filled with jealousy and bitterness, muttering quietly, "Humph, who knows how many more chapters he can live through." Sun Yinshu looked at Bai Xiaojiang, warmly responding to the girls for photos and autographs, and at the quiet, stunning Yi Xiaoxiao beside him. Comparing with the boastful Jin Yan who just made her lose face, her heart's disappointment and bitterness reached its peak. She picked up her wineglass and took a hard swig. At that moment, while Bai Xiaojian was surrounded by girls taking photos, the quiet Yi Xiaoxiao sitting beside him suddenly changed her expression. Her clear eyes instantly became veiled with a cold gloom, a faint, barely noticeable redness flashing deep in her gaze. She fixed her eyes on the few girls who were very close to Bai Xiaojian, with one even daring to try and link her arm with his, a powerful killing intent spreading from her like a cold wave. The temperature in the private room seemed to drop by several degrees. The few classmates nearby inexplicably shivered, feeling a chill run down their backs. Bai Xiaojian seemed to sense the drastic change in the atmosphere around him. His hand, which had been signing autographs, paused slightly before he confidently reached down with his empty left hand, quickly but firmly grabbing Yi Xiaoxiao's hand that was resting on her lap from an angle unseen by others. Her hand felt icy cold, even trembling slightly. Bai Xiaojian's hand was warm and strong, tightly wrapping around Yi Xiaoxiao's cold palm as he gently rubbed her hands back with his fingertips. This subtle movement felt like a warm current, instantly breaking down the violent and possessive turmoil in Yi Xiaoxiao's heart. The redness in her eyes quickly faded, and the killing intent receded like a tide. She blinked in confusion, feeling the warmth from the back of her hand, and then, an indescribable sense of reassurance and a hint of secret happiness surged up inside her. She even instinctively curled her fingertips lightly around Bai Xiaojian's fingers. The few girls were completely oblivious to the danger just moments ago, happily leaving with their autographs and pictures. Bai Xiaojian let out a sigh of relief, releasing Yi Xiaoxiao's hand. Yi Xiaoxiao lowered her head, looking at her hand that had just been held, the corners of her mouth imperceptibly curling upwards. An invisible crisis was dissolved into thin air thanks to Bai Xiaojian's timely intervention. Only Bai Xiaojian knew that he had broken out in a cold sweat on his back. Chapter 24, You Don't Deserve It. After sitting for a while, Bai Xiaojian felt a bit stuffy and decided to go to the bathroom. He stood up and softly said to Yi Xiaoxiao beside him, "I'm going to the bathroom, I'll be back soon." Unexpectedly, just as he took a step, the corner of his clothes was tightly grasped by a slightly cool small hand. Yi Xiaoxiao raised her head and looked at him, her eyes filled with unease and the fear of being left behind, like a startled little deer. Bai Xiaojian saw her relying on him like this, and his heart softened. He reached out his hand and naturally, with a doting motion, rubbed Yi Xiaoxiao's soft hair, his movements gentle. "Good girl, I'll just go to the bathroom, it's right outside, very quick." Yi Xiaoxiao was taken aback by his touch, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she released her grip, obediently nodding, her eyes even carrying a hint of docile shyness after being reassured. This scene was like a needle prick to Sun Yinshu, who had been watching them. This was the expression that had only ever been shown to her before. Bai Xiaojian walked out of the private room, through the noisy corridor, heading towards the bathroom at the end. After taking care of his physiological needs, he stood in front of the sink, washing his face with cold water, trying to disperse some fatigue and the stuffy heat from the private room. Just as he walked out of the men's bathroom, a figure blocked his path. It was Su Nianshu. She was clearly a bit drunk, her cheeks flushed, but her eyes were exceptionally sharp, filled with suppressed anger and unwillingness, staring directly at Bai Xiaojiang. Bai Xiaojiang. Her voice was a bit shrill due to excitement. What do you mean? Bai Xiaojiang furrowed his brows, not wanting to pay attention, and tried to sidestep her. But Su Nianshu suddenly took a step forward to block him, her chest heaving violently. What? You don't even want to talk to me now? It's only been a few days since the divorce, and you found a new sweetheart already? Still a female ghost? Bai Xiaojiang, you really are something. How did I fail to see how worthless you are before? Get out of the way. Bai Xiaojiang's voice turned cold. I won't move. Su Nianshu's anger erupted completely. What does it mean that you flaunt a fox spirit in public and even bring her to a class reunion? Is it to show off to me? To tell me you are better off without me? She became more and more agitated, pointing in the direction of the private room. You'd rather choose a female ghost. A monster. Than to turn around and apologize to me? I am not even worth as much as a female ghost in your heart? Su Nianshu, Bai Xiaojiang finally spoke, his voice as cold as ice, without anger in his eyes, only complete annoyance and a hint of fatigue. Have you had enough of this commotion? I'm making a scene? Su Nianshu felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Yes, you are really annoying. Bai Xiaojiang interrupted her, his tone eerily calm, but every word felt like a knife. Do you want to know why? Fine, I'll tell you why. Because every day with you feels suffocating. I work hard, trying to give us a future, and what greets me when I get home? A cold stove. A mountain of takeout boxes. A mess that never ends. You say I don't have time for you? I come home exhausted like a dog, and I also have to work part-time. You tell me, where is the time? To go shopping with you and your so-called girlfriends? To drink and chat with that childhood friend Jin Yanji until midnight? You say I lack romance? Yes, I may not be as good at cheering you up as Jin Yanji, and I may not be able to be there for you like he does. But at least I didn't keep things unclear with other women after we got married. You say I'm suspicious? Su Nianshu, ask your conscience, is it really just a friendship between you and Jin Yanji? The way he looks at you, the way you look at him, do you think I am blind? When we divorced, I gave you half of my assets, not out of guilt, but because I wanted to end this disgusting relationship as soon as possible. Bai Xiaojiang finished speaking in one breath, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden. He looked at Su Nianshu, who was pale, her lips trembling, seemingly at a loss for words after hearing him, his eyes only holding cold indifference. Now, do you understand why? Because you don't deserve it. Don't appear in front of me again, and don't humiliate yourself anymore. After saying that, Bai Xiaojiang didn't look at her again, as if she were just an eyesore on the roadside, and he unhesitatingly walked past her into the private room. Leaving Su Nianshu standing alone, as if all her strength had been drained, her face pale as paper, her body slightly trembling, the anger and resentment from before replaced by intense humiliation and disbelief, ultimately turning into a dead gray. Bai Xiaojiang opened the private room door, the deafening music and dazzling lights once again enveloped him. He saw Yi Xiaoxiao sitting in her place, eagerly looking at the door. When she saw him return, her clear eyes instantly lit up with light, full of complete reliance and reassurance. Bai Xiaojiang's frustration and anger strangely dissipated by more than half at the moment he met her gaze. He walked over and sat down next to her again. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't speak, just quietly reached out her hand and gently tugged at the corner of his clothes, as if confirming his return. This time, there was a hint of unnoticeable, reassuring satisfaction in her action. Bai Xiaojiang did not pull away, allowing her to hold on to him. In the private room, the dazzling lights flowed, the loud music roared, mixed with the smells of alcohol, perfume, and various snacks. Bai Xiaojiang leaned against the sofa back, closing his eyes, not appreciating the singing, but seeking a moment's emptiness amidst the noise. Yi Xiaoxiao's presence was very low-key. She sat quietly beside him, with only that small hand that always lightly held onto his clothes, proving her existence and that stubborn dependence. Time quietly passed by. No one knew how long it had been. Bai Xiaojiang felt the corner of his clothing being gently tugged. The force was very light, carrying a cautious testing. He opened his eyes and turned his head. Yi Xiaoxiao was looking at him with her small face tilted up, the dim light in the private room casting tiny sparkles in her clear eyes. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, then slightly leaned in, getting close to Bai Xiaojiang's ear. Her warm breath, carrying a hint of sweetness, brushed against his ear, and her voice was very low, like a feather gently sweeping by. Honey. Shall we go home? Her voice carried a hint of barely noticeable pleading and discomfort with the noisy environment. It's so loud here. Her cheeks slightly flushed due to getting close and making the request, her eyes showing shyness and unease, as if afraid her request might disturb him. Looking at her like this, Bai Xiaojiang's lingering annoyance from Sun Yanchu completely vanished. Without hesitation, he nodded, "Alright, let's go home." He stood up and naturally took Yi Xiaoxiao's hand. Yi Xiaoxiao's hand trembled gently in his palm, then was obediently held by him, her fingertips slightly cool. Bai Xiaojiang pulled her through the noisy classmates, who were howling and belting out high notes, directly to his good brothers Wang Sanmu, Song Haoran, and Chen Jingchuan. Class monitor, Haoran, Jingchuan. Bai Xiaojiang's voice was not loud, but clear enough for them to hear. Xiaoxiao is a bit tired, we'll head out first. Enjoy yourselves. Wang Sanmu looked at Bai Xiaojiang's calm face, then at Yi Xiaoxiao, who was tightly holding his hand and lowering her eyes, and nodded in understanding. Sure, Xiaobai, take your time on the way. Rest well. He patted Bai Xiaojiang's shoulder, concern and blessing in his gaze. Song Haoran also leaned in, grinning with a bit of mischief. Let's go, don't keep your sister-in-law waiting. He purposely used the term sister-in-law and smiled kindly at Yi Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this term, Yi Xiaoxiao's body visibly stiffened, her head drooping even lower, her ear tips instantly flushing red, but she tightened her grip on Bai Xiaojiang's hand. Chen Jingchuan waved his hand. Take care, Xiaobai. Next time, let's gather when you come back. His word back carried expectations for the future and the weight of reality. Bai Xiaojiang nodded to them, not saying more, and turned to leave the private room with Yi Xiaoxiao. This time, no one stopped them again, nor were there any sarcastic remarks. Sun Yanchu sat in the shadow of the corner, watching the two leave hand in hand, her gaze vacant, as if she had lost all strength. Stepping out of the KTV's door, the night air brought a chill, instantly dispelling the heat and noise from the private room. The city's neon lights still sparkled brilliantly, but the streets were now much quieter with fewer pedestrians, looking desolate and empty. The car was very quiet. Bai Xiaojiang started the engine and smoothly merged into the traffic. Inside the car, there were only the rushing wind from outside and the subtle sound of the air conditioning. Yi Xiaoxiao sat quietly in the passenger seat, turned to the side, watching the rapidly passing lights outside the window, her gaze somewhat dazed. The shyness and dependence from asking to go home earlier seemed to have settled down, leaving only a faint, satisfied tranquility. Bai Xiaojiang glanced at her with his peripheral vision, the streetlight's glow outlining her delicate profile, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow under her eyes. Free of all anger and unease, she looked beautiful like a serene painting. His heart stirred slightly, and he asked, "Are you hungry? Did you eat enough at Shuanggasan?" Yi Xiaoxiao turned her head upon hearing his voice, looked at Bai Xiaojiang, and gently shook her head, her voice soft. "I'm full." After a pause, she added softly, "Being with you is enough." This sentence was light, but like a small stone thrown into a lake, it stirred up ripples. He said nothing more, just slightly tightened his fingers on the steering wheel. The car quickly drove back to Sunshine Garden Community, parked, and the two took the old elevator upstairs. In the cramped elevator space, there were only the two of them, quiet enough to hear each other's breathing. Yi Xiaoxiao still tightly pressed against Bai Xiaojiang, as if he were her only support. Returning to the familiar rented room, closing the door felt like shutting out all the chaos and prying from the outside. Bai Xiaojiang let out a long sigh, the tiredness of the day finally washing over him. Tired, right? Get some rest early, Bai Xiaojiang said, looking at Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded, but her gaze still followed him closely. Bai Xiaojiang simply washed up and put on his pajamas. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't need any of that, she just quietly sat by the bed and watched him. Bai Xiaojiang lay down on the bed and turned off the light. In the darkness, he closed his eyes, his body and mind longing to sink into sleep. At that moment, he felt the mattress beside him sink slightly. Then, a cool and familiar fragrant body gently leaned against him, cautiously pressing against his back. A pair of slender arms, filled with hesitation and attachment, slowly wrapped around his waist. Bai Xiaojiang's body stiffened slightly, but he did not move, nor was he as surprised as the first time. He seemed to have grown accustomed to this embrace from another soul. Even after experiencing the noise, confrontation, and tiredness of the day, this cool touch brought an oddly soothing calm. He could feel Yi Xiaoxiao gently burying her face into his neck, her breath light. She said nothing, but that total reliance and sense of security were clearly conveyed. Bai Xiaojiang sighed silently in the dark, the tension in his nerves slowly relaxing. He did not push her away, instead, he adjusted his position to let her lean against him more comfortably. Soon, Bai Xiaojiang's consciousness finally sank into deep sleep, and Yi Xiaoxiao felt his gradually steadying breath, tightening her arms around him slightly. She just quietly leaned against him, feeling the warmth of his life, dispelling the coldness and loneliness deep within her soul. The moonlight outside spilled through the slightly drawn curtains, illuminating her quietly gazing at Bai Xiaojiang's sleeping face, her clear eyes filled with complex tenderness and sadness. Chapter 25 Night Market, 1. After spending a few days with Yi Xiaoxiao, a week quickly passed, and it was Sunday night. Tomorrow they would have to re-enter the strange rules of the game. He was no longer a corporate slave, he didn't have to work on Monday, but he had to enter the instance. Essentially, there was no difference, corporate slaves worked hard, while players worked hard, with a colonel accent. Bai Xiaojiang sighed, looking at Yi Xiaoxiao sitting on the sofa eating snacks and watching TV, and asked, "Are you scared to go back tomorrow?" Yi Xiaoxiao put down her snacks, leaned close to him, and softly said, "I will protect you." Monday, at 7 in the morning, Bai Xiaojiang opened his eyes on time, his brain still not completely awake. After all, high school students got up earlier than this. He got up to wash his face, and the system's voice rang in his ears. "Player, please prepare, you are about to enter the instance." Player, Bai Xiaojiang. Instance, East City Night Market. Instance level, 2. Instance description: the night market at the east side of the city that had been silent for many years has reopened, very lively. Some say it has good reviews from personal experience, but others say that place should not be visited, it is rumored to be unclean and very unlucky. You decide to check it out. Clearance condition: please explore on your own. Bai Xiaojiang's vision went dark, consciousness losing, and when he opened his eyes again, he was no longer at home. Bai Xiaojiang scanned his surroundings, he should now be on a street. The street layout was a long, straight road, and from a distance, there was a circular square at the center, with streets extending left and right, making the overall layout resemble a crossroad. At the center of the cross stands a square, with storefronts lining both sides of the street, and movable stalls set up in front of the houses. But this street felt a bit too desolate, the stalls were empty, with not a single person around, and all the shops were tightly closed. A signpost stood at the street, with its back facing Bai Xiaojiang. Masaka, is this really the rule? Bai Xiaojiang felt a stir in his heart, walking to the front of the sign. It prominently displayed several large characters. "I miss you so much at the East City Night Market." Bai Xiaojiang? Bai Xiaojiang was somewhat speechless. This game world was quite realistic. How come there are such signs even in the rules of this bizarre world? Then he saw another notice posted on the wall beside it, which was exactly the rules he wanted to find. "Welcome to the East City Night Market, which was once the largest night market in all of S City. Due to a minor issue, it had been closed for a while, but now it is reopening. Welcome back. For the convenience of visitors, here are some guidelines. East City Night Market Visitor Guidelines. 1. The night market is open from 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. the next day. All stalls will not do business at other times. Please pay attention to the time. 2. As the largest night market in S City, it gathers delicacies from various regions. We welcome everyone to taste them. 3. The guns used at the shooting stalls are safe toy guns, you can play with peace of mind. 4. All items at the ring toss stall can only be obtained by tossing rings, direct purchase is not allowed. 5. The ingredients at the night market are safe and reliable, and there will be no hygiene issues. 6. Every night at 10 p.m., there will be talent shows in the center of the night market square. Visitors are welcome to come and watch. If there is no talent show that night, it means the night market needs to undergo sanitation. Please leave safely and orderly. Bai Xiaojiang silently memorized the rules, glancing at the sun above. It seemed it was still not time for the night market to open, and he might have to stay here for a while. "Xiao Xiao." Bai Xiaojiang softly called out. A wisp of green smoke floated out from him, gathering beside him and slowly forming into Yi Xiaoxiao's figure. Looking at Yi Xiaoxiao's cool and quiet demeanor, for some reason, Bai Xiaojiang felt particularly at ease. His previously tense mood quickly relaxed. He did not know that at this moment, the live streaming room had erupted into chaos, with comments flying up the screen. Hi. I'm here. BER, buddy? Aren't these solo instances? Why are you playing it in pairs? Unfair. Simi da. Whoa, don't you all think this woman looks a bit familiar? Not just familiar, isn't she that female ghost? Bai Shen really brought her out as a wife? Bai Sang is indeed amazing, Arlong McEwen said. If Bai Xiaojiang can survive this instance, he wants to meet Bai Sang. 666. Even the rules of this bizarre world can have dog food. Bai Xiaojiang asked, "Do you know which city we were in before?" Yi Xiaoxiao paused. Now it was just the two of them, and Yi Xiaoxiao wasn't as shy as before. She had become a bit bolder, her voice louder than before. She thought for a moment. We were in H City before, and now we are in S City. It's not far, but I've never been here. Hearing this, Bai Xiaojiang nodded. He was still considering if the instance was in the same city. He could go back to the last instance's home to stay and take the opportunity to see Bai Wenwen. He checked his belongings and found no phone from the last instance. There wasn't much, just the backpack he brought. Yi Xiaoxiao moved closer, carefully tugging at Bai Xiaojiang's clothing corner. This place feels very uncomfortable. Let's go. Then let's go. We'll first find a place to stay, and come back later tonight. Bai Xiaojiang took Yi Xiaoxiao's hand, turned, and left the night market. He planned to look for a nearby hotel to stay, not too far from the night market. This way he could arrive at the night market on time every day, since the instance was called the night market. The conditions for passing the level definitely have to do with the night market. What he didn't know was that behind a shop window on the second floor of the night market, a pair of resentful eyes was intensely watching the departing figures of Bai Xiaojiang and the other person. They left the night market and had not walked far before they reached the main road, where the scene of City S did not differ much from that of other second or third tier cities, with pedestrians constantly flowing on the street. Soon, they found a budget hotel just one street away from the night market. Bai Xiaojiang held Yi Xiaoxiao's hand and approached the hotel front desk, where a young woman was standing. "Hello, we want to book a room." Bai Xiaojiang placed the bank card he brought from the game on the front desk and added, "Let's check in for 1 week." Strangely, the front desk lady did not ask for identification. Bai Xiaojiang guessed it might be because he was a player, and the system had solved these bugs for him. The front desk lady glanced at them like a lifeless robot, picked up the bank card, and smoothly completed the transaction in one go. "Room 301, here's your room card." Bai Xiaojiang took the room card and bank card, led Yi Xiaoxiao to their room, and opened the door, revealing a clean, standard room. He set down his backpack, lay down on the bed, and Yi Xiaoxiao also lay beside him, holding him. Bai Xiaojiang took her hand. "Rest well. Let's go stroll around the night market tonight." Chapter 26, Night Market, 2. At the same time, compared to Bai Xiaojiang, enjoying time with a beautiful companion, the other players from different countries were suffering much more. They all passed the level in the same way as Long Mailong, or were newcomers just selected by the system to enter the game. They did not have Bai Xiaojiang's bank card, let alone Yi Xiaoxiao's. Here, I need to explain that although all players from different countries face the same mission when they enter the game, the difficulty adjusts according to the number of level completions. They also wanted to stay in a hotel, but they had no money. Although the system solved the ID issue, it didn't provide money. Of course, there were a few players who had earned money in other missions in the Strange Talk world, so they also stayed in hotels. Like Long Mailong, he had previously searched his family's home in the last mission and had also obtained that bank card. But at best, they could only stay in a hotel, unlike Bai Xiaojiang, who directly settled down with a beauty. Such a peaceful scene contrasted sharply with the struggles of the other players. How does he live so luxuriously? Don't be envious, this is what our Bai Xiaojiang deserves. It's unfair, so unfair. Where's the unfairness? If you have the ability, then your country's players can also pass at the S level. Time flew by quickly, and the alarm clock they had set woke Bai Xiaojiang from his sleep. He glanced outside, it was already dark. He turned on the phone he had brought and saw that it was already 7:50 p.m., just in time for the night market to open. "Xiao Xiao." Bai Xiaojiang gently pushed Yi Xiaoxiao, who was sound asleep. "Mm." Yi Xiaoxiao rubbed her eyes, stretched lazily, hugged Bai Xiaojiang, and nuzzled her head against him, her hair giving off a faint, pleasant fragrance. Let's go to the night market," Bai Xiaojiang said softly. "Okay." Yi Xiaoxiao woke up, sat up and nodded. Thinking about their earlier intimate actions, her pretty face turned slightly red. When the two arrived at the night market, the timing was just right, the market had just begun to operate. The previously dull and quiet street had now come alive with chatter, as stall owners enthusiastically called out to customers, and the wide variety of goods dazzled the eye. The shops on both sides of the street were brightly lit, and the colorful signs looked particularly eye-catching in the night. The crowd bustled, laughing and chatting, enjoying the lively atmosphere of the night. "It's so lively." Yi Xiaoxiao felt a bit excited seeing the bustling scene of the night market. He tugged at Bai Xiaojiang's clothes. "Honey, let's go in." Bai Xiaojing was also affected by the atmosphere and nodded, "Let's go." However, he did not let his guard down. After all, they were in a world of strange tales, where danger could strike at any moment. Bai Xiaojing held Yi Xiaoxiao's hand and slowly walked into the night market. They weaved through the crowd, stalls lined up one after another, and the aroma of various foods mixed together, filling their nostrils. They came to a grilled cold noodle stall, run by a young man, who cheerfully called out, "Hey you two, how about some grilled cold noodles? They're super fresh. Do you want to eat, Xiao Xiao?" Bai Xiaojing asked Yi Xiaoxiao, who was curious about everything around them since entering the night market, looking this way and that. I want to eat," Yi Xiaoxiao nodded excitedly. After sleeping all morning, she was already hungry. Bai Xiaojing ordered 2 portions, and the young man started making the grilled cold noodles while Bai Xiaojing struck up a conversation. "Boss, how long have you been running this stall?" The grilled cold noodle young man kept his head down while making the noodles and replied, "The night market just opened, right? I just started too. Although there are many vendors here, the crowd is huge, and business is good. Do you know why the night market was quiet for so many years before?" Bai Xiaojing pressed on. The young man paused in his movements, looked up, and gave Bai Xiaojing a meaningful glance. "I don't know either, I just started selling here." Then he packed up the 2 portions of grilled cold noodles, stuck in bamboo skewers, and handed them to Bai Xiaojing. "Here you go, your grilled cold noodles. How will you be paying?" Bai Xiaojing took the grilled cold noodles and took out his bank card from his pocket. "Card." The grilled cold noodle young man's expression changed slightly. "Sir, are you joking? We don't accept card payments in small stalls like this, only cash." "You can't be kidding me." Bai Xiaojing froze, he really didn't have any cash on him. He should have gone to a bank to exchange some cash this morning. Just as he was about to awkwardly apologize, he suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. The voice was somewhat familiar, making Bai Xiaojiang's heart race. Xiao Bai? What a coincidence! You came to the night market too? Bai Xiaojiang turned around stiffly to see a beautiful girl in a light blue dress smiling brightly at him. Mia. Bai Xiaojiang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words caught in his throat, unable to make a sound. Wasn't the woman standing in front of him already dead? He still remembered the tragic state Mia was in when she died in front of him, and the murderer was none other than Yi Xiaoxiao beside him. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao saw Mia, whom she had pushed down the stairs herself, now standing alive in front of her. She was also a bit surprised, but she didn't sense any ghostly aura from her. Just when Bai Xiaojing was still pondering how to face Mia, she spoke first. Are you two buying grilled cold noodles? I love them. Boss, make me a grilled cold noodle too, with grilled sausage and chicken strips. Then she looked at Yi Xiaoxiao. Oh, is this girl your girlfriend? She's really pretty. I didn't expect you to find such a beautiful girlfriend. The boss was now impatient, urging, Sir, you still haven't paid? Bai Xiaojing felt a bit awkward, but he decided not to worry about it too much and said to Mia, Mia, can you lend me some cash? I only brought my bank card and have no cash, but I'll pay you back when you come to the night market tomorrow. Mia stared at Bai Xiaojing, making him feel uncomfortable. Just as he was planning to give up, he heard her laugh lightly. You really are a bit foolish, going out with your girlfriend without any money? Here's 1,000 yuan. You can use this first, no need to pay me back, just consider it my gift to you in advance. The grilled cold noodle young man quickly finished the grilled cold noodles, and Mia took them, glancing at Yi Xiaoxiao. I won't disturb your sweet time together. Sister, I really don't like being a third wheel, so I'm leaving. Bye-bye, see you at the company next week. Bai Xiaojiang watched Mia's departing figure, glancing at the small stack of cash in his hand, feeling a bit complicated. It was unexpected that Mia had come back from the dead. However, he was unsure whether Mia was human or ghost at this moment. Her recent behavior was just like that of a living person. Chapter 27, Night Market, 3. Seeing Bai Xiaojiang pay, the grilled cold noodles vendor finally smiled. He quietly reminded Bai Xiaojiang, you must use cash at the night market. Never think about eating for free, or else all the vendors here won't do business with you anymore. Bai Xiaojiang nodded. He was not the type to eat for free. Then, he and Yi Xiaoxiao walked side by side down the street, eating the grilled cold noodles in their hands. The cold noodle skin was chewy and resilient, grilled to a crispy exterior, wrapped in egg and covered in sauce, especially delicious. Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao enjoyed the food while strolling. Xiaoxiao, could you tell if Mia is human just now? Bai Xiaojiang asked. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head, her ponytail swaying with the movement. She didn't have any ghostly aura, she was no different from a normal person. Then she pleaded, can we not talk about her anymore? Don't think about other women. Bai Xiaojiang sighed, if possible, I hope you can apologize. After all, even if she seems fine now, wrong should be acknowledged. Yi Xiaoxiao's face fell, a bit angry. You want me to apologize to another woman? She was the one who approached you with bad intentions first. Xiaoxiao, you. Yi Xiaoxiao turned her head away, showing she didn't want to listen to Bai Xiaojiang, turning into a wisp of blue smoke that entered Bai Xiaojiang's body. No matter how he called, she wouldn't respond, clearly acting jealous. Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao. Don't be angry, okay? Come out, there are many fun things at the night market. I'll buy you anything you want. No matter how Bai Xiaojiang coaxed, Yi Xiaoxiao gave no response at all, clearly determined to ignore him. Bai Xiaojiang continued to comfort her, you don't have to apologize, I can apologize for you, okay? I won't go, and you can't go either. Yi Xiaoxiao's playful voice echoed in Bai Xiaojiang's mind, then fell silent. No matter how much Bai Xiaojiang spoke, he couldn't get a response. Bai Xiaojiang stood on the street talking to himself, drawing glances from passers-by. With coaxing failing, Bai Xiaojiang could only explore the night market by himself. He planned to look for the ring toss and shooting stalls mentioned in the rules. After all, rules may be wrong, but they are never set up for no reason. Soon, he found a shooting stall, a somewhat lonely booth wedged between bustling food stalls, looking a bit out of place. A wooden board wall stood at the booth, filled with colorful balloons. The stall owner was an elderly man with graying hair, sitting on a stool in a daze. Boss, how do you play the balloon shooting game? Bai Xiaojiang walked over, and the previously dazed old man slowly raised his head, staring blankly at Bai Xiaojiang. Not working, the gun is missing, can't play. The old man waved his hand at Bai Xiaojiang, speaking in a dialect, my gun is gone. Bai Xiaojiang was taken aback. The gun was missing? Was the toy gun mentioned in the rules gone? He bent down and asked the old man, Elder, do you know what your gun looks like? How about I help you look for it? Hearing this, there was finally a spark in the old man's muddled eyes. He extended his aged, calloused hands and firmly grasped Bai Xiaojiang's hand, lowering his voice. "Young man, if you help me find the gun, I'll tell you something." "There is a clue," the old man's words made Bai Xiaojiang's heart skip. It seems searching for the stalls mentioned in the rules was. It was truly the right choice, and he immediately agreed. "Old man, don't worry, just tell me what your gun looks like, and I'll help you find it." The old man quickly patted Bai Xiaojiang's hand. "Speak quietly, we need to look for this discreetly." "My gun is a pistol, black, about this long," the old man said as he gestured with his hands. Bai Xiaojiang listened quietly while observing the crowd, always paying attention to his surroundings. He soon had a rough understanding. It was a black imitation pistol, completely black, and from the old man's description, it should be similar to a USP. After leaving the shooting booth with a specific target, he quickened his exploration pace, but right now, finding the gun wasn't the priority. He wasn't sure whether finding the gun would be good or bad, so for now, he planned to browse all the stalls. As he continued his exploration, he gradually discovered something unusual. He arrived at a small stall selling grilled pig brain and glanced at the brains sizzling on the rack. The owner was a middle-aged man, fanning himself with a palm leaf, while the pig brain sizzled and oozed oil, which dripped onto the charcoal, making a hissing sound. A circle of tourists had gathered around, waiting for the pig brain to be ready. The business was extraordinarily bustling. "Boss, how much for this pig brain?" Bai Xiaojiang asked, pointing at the brain. "Small portion 35, large portion 55, the owner replied with a rosy face, obviously in good spirits from the booming business. "Boss, why is your pig brain so big?" "It doesn't look like a pig's brain," Bai Xiaojiang remarked, looking at the unusually large brain on the rack, already forming a guess in his mind. The middle-aged man smiled and explained, "Dear customer, our pigs are specially bred, so their brains are naturally much larger than others. This is our specialty, and we are an old brand. Just ask those who've eaten here, who hasn't praised how delicious it is. Spicy, tender, definitely the best grilled pig brain in the whole night market. How about trying a portion?" The surrounding tourists nodded and praised, "Yes, this grilled pig brain is the best. I've eaten it several times, and I can't forget this pig brain. I feel uncomfortable if I don't eat it for a day. Other stalls' grilled pig brains can't compare to this one. It's truly delicious and so big, you can eat until you're full." Bai Xiaojiang ignored the tourists' chatter and continued to ask, "What kind of method do you use to raise these pigs? This pig brain really isn't small, the whole pig must be quite large too." The middle-aged man's expression quickly darkened, his voice dripping with threat. "Dear customer, this is our family's secret breeding method, it's not for public disclosure. We depend on this method for our livelihood. If you're not planning to buy, just go to another stall. We won't do business with you. Hurry and leave, don't disturb my business, go, go." The middle-aged man looked impatient, clearly not wanting to waste more breath on Bai Xiaojiang, waving his hand to hurry him away. Bai Xiaojiang didn't want to create conflict right now, so he smiled at the middle-aged man and turned to leave. After walking some distance, Bai Xiaojiang turned back to take another long look at the stall where the pig brain was being grilled. Such a large brain could definitely not be from a pig. Its size resembled a human brain. Chapter 28, Night Market, 4. Not just the grilled pig brain stall, Bai Xiaojiang discovered many similar stalls along the way, looking normal but exuding a strange eeriness. The more he looked and observed, the more that unsettling feeling crept over Bai Xiaojiang, giving him goosebumps and making his scalp tingle. Many bizarre details were hidden within the lively hustle and bustle of the whole night market. He saw a busy stall selling grilled pig trotters, where the trotters had 5 fingers, and there was also a milk tea shop selling red milk tea beverages, among various shops. And the tourists at these shops seemed oblivious to any issues, all eating and drinking, indulging and looking utterly enchanted. Bai Xiaojiang observed that these types of shops share a common feature: their business is exceptionally booming, and the tourists lining up in front of these shops all display a certain crazy expression on their faces. There weren't many grilled cold noodles, and he felt a bit hungry again. Although these new discoveries had dampened his appetite, the physiological hunger still slowed down his thoughts. At that moment, he was standing in front of a bone marrow soup dumpling shop, the aroma of the soup dumplings wafting in the air. Although there weren't too many customers, Bai Xiaojiang still chose not to go in. After all, it's hard to visually detect any abnormalities in dumplings. He preferred to search for some snacks that were easier to identify as unusual. He found a stir-fried rice noodle shop with not many customers, bought a portion of stir-fried rice noodles, sat on a stool at the street vendor, and began to eat, waiting for the performance that would start at 10 o'clock. After finishing the rice noodles, he spotted a ring toss booth, where many exquisite small toys, sculptures, and bottled drinks were displayed on the ground. The booth owner was a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. Upon seeing Bai Xiaojiang approach, he immediately walked over, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of big yellow teeth, and said, "Ring toss, young man, want to give it a try?" "I'll play around, boss." "What are the rules for this ring toss?" Bai Xiaojiang noticed a black toy gun mixed in with the prizes, and a warning bell rang in his mind. Could this be the gun dropped by the shooting booth owner? It was so easy to find? It's a small business, but there are some rules. Each person can only play once a day, one ring at a time. If you toss it on, you get it, if you miss, you leave. 100 yuan per turn. The ring toss booth owner rubbed his hands together, looking cheerfully sly, giving off a shifty businessman vibe. I'll take one. Bai Xiaojiang handed the cash to the booth owner, picked up a ring from the table. The plastic ring felt light, as if it could easily be influenced by the wind, making it hard to control. The toy gun was positioned far from the booth, requiring precise skill to ring it. Bai Xiaojiang had little experience with ring tossing, so it was challenging to judge. Bai Xiaojiang took a deep breath, fixed his determined gaze on the toy gun's position on the booth, silently calculating the distance and the force he needed to use. Finally, he gripped the ring tightly and threw it with force. However, after flying out, the ring, which should have traveled some distance, thudded heavily to the ground like a discus thrown by an athlete, barely moving at all. This completely defied the laws of nature. Bai Xiaojiang stared wide-eyed at the ring before him, unable to believe it. He had just weighed the ring, a light plastic ring. Why did it feel as heavy as iron once thrown? The ring toss booth owner walked over with a sneaky grin, took back the ring, and said, "Oh dear, what a pity, come back another day." He glanced around, leaned in closer to Bai Xiaojiang, the smell of smoke and alcohol wafting from him. "Actually, if you really want the stuff at the booth, I can sell it to you directly, as long as you can pay the price." Bai Xiaojiang looked up at the middle-aged man at the ring toss booth, and he appeared to have ill intentions no matter how he looked at him. The rules clearly stated that items could only be obtained through tossing the rings. Although he had experienced the situation in the last scenario with the mirror person, the rules weren't always correct, but looking at the ring toss booth owner, he simply couldn't bring himself to trust him. Bai Xiaojiang ignored him and turned to leave. The ring toss booth owner didn't pursue him, instead returning to the booth to wait for new visitors. What exactly went wrong? Bai Xiaojiang thought back on his earlier ring toss attempt as he walked, reasoning that since the rules were stated, it proved that it was possible to ring something, and he needed to try a few more times to find the patterns. 1, 2, 3 inch. A childish voice interrupted Bai Xiaojiang's thoughts. The voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in this noisy night market. Bai Xiaojiang stopped in his tracks, searching for the sound, feeling that it was coming from above his head. When he looked up, his heart abruptly tightened, and a chill rose from his spine. A small boy was standing behind the window, wearing an extremely strange smile, a smile that sent shivers down one's spine. The little boy had his forehead pressed tightly against the glass window, his eyes staring directly at Bai Xiaojiang, as if he could see deep into his heart sphere through the glass. The glass fogged up slightly from the boy's breath, and this thin white mist constantly swelled with each breath, making the boy's eerie smile appear and disappear, adding to the terrifying atmosphere. Bai Xiaojiang locked eyes with the boy, his body froze completely, unable to move. The boy did not shy away despite being discovered, and this terrifying gaze filled Bai Xiaojiang with an unprecedented fear, making the hair on his arms stand up, and his whole body felt cold. What was he counting? "Little friend, what are you looking at?" Bai Xiaojiang shouted, trying to keep his voice from trembling too much. The little boy seemed to ignore him, just standing there behind the window. Bang! 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 He began to slam his head against the glass window, creating a dull thudding sound. The glass shook with each impact, and could shatter at any moment. Bai Xiaojiang rushed into the shop, wanting to find this little boy on the second floor. He glanced at the shop's name, Changsheng Clothing Store. At this moment, he couldn't care less about anything else and dived into the store. The inside was empty, starkly contrasting the atmosphere outside. The shop was exceptionally quiet, not just because there were no customers, but there wasn't even a shop assistant, only a pile of clothes and mannequin models remained. The clothing styles were uniform, mainly in red, blue, yellow, and gray colors, resembling old-fashioned tang suits. The mannequins were also different from those in regular shops. These mannequins were lying flat on the ground. Bai Xiaojiang paid no attention to this as he saw the stairs right next to the counter. However, when he stepped onto the stairs, he heard creaking sounds from behind him. He slightly turned his head, casting a glimpse behind him. His soul nearly jumped out of his body. A mannequin was sitting up. Chapter 29 Night Market, 5. Bai Xiaojiang cursed his luck, realizing that this was not a clothing store at all, it was a burial clothing shop. He suppressed the fear in his heart and quickly ascended the stairs, ignoring the mannequin behind him. The second floor was a vacant living room, with a sofa and table that were already quite dilapidated. Next to it was a door, and he could only hear the sound of glass shattering from the doorway. Bai Xiaojiang kicked open the wooden door, only to see that the bedroom behind it was empty. The little boy he saw standing on the street had already vanished. The window was broken, leaving shards of glass scattered everywhere. Where is he? No, wait. Bai Xiaojiang suddenly turned around. The mannequin had somehow already moved behind him, reaching out with a hand in a pushing gesture. But when Bai Xiaojiang turned to look, the mannequin had returned to being still. It wants to push me down. A shock raced through Bai Xiaojiang's mind. He kept his gaze fixed on it as he slowly moved his body. The mannequin remained motionless under his watch. Bai Xiaojiang circled to the back of the mannequin, taking a deep breath and solidifying his gaze. Screw you! With a loud bang, he suddenly kicked out fiercely, hitting the unsuspecting mannequin hard. The mannequin instantly flew out, crashing down to the hard floor with a loud clang. A dull crashing sound echoed. The body of the mannequin instantly shattered into pieces, scattered on the ground, as if it had become a pile of broken parts. Bai Xiaojing stood by the window, his heart still racing from the mannequin's sudden movement. He looked down, and the street was littered with pieces of the mannequin, while the bustling tourists and vendors around were still chatting and laughing, as if the mannequin's remains in front of them didn't exist at all, and the loud crash hadn't caught anyone's attention. Keep pretending and I'll make you fly, Bai Xiaojing shouted at the mannequin below, trying to steady his breath and emotions. He glanced around the shabby bedroom, where the cold wind blew through the broken window, bringing a piercing chill. The little boy had vanished without a trace, and the mannequin was as dead as it could be, but the strong sense of discomfort and crisis had not faded. At that moment, a faint sound penetrated his ear. It was the sound of breathing. Weak and short, but Bai Xiaojing was 100% certain it was the sound of a human breathing. There was someone in the room. He held his breath and followed the sound, which came from under the bed behind him. Bai Xiaojing's nerves instantly tensed to the utmost. He turned suddenly and stared intently at the old wooden bed covered with faded sheets. The feeble breathing was intermittent, as if someone was deliberately trying to suppress their breath, but in the quiet room, it seemed exceptionally clear and eerie. Was it that little boy, or something else? Bai Xiaojing held his breath, clenched his fists, and focused his mind. He didn't rush over, but carefully and slowly crouched down, his gaze locked like an arrow on the edge of the hanging bed sheet. He felt his back already soaked with cold sweat, completely focused. Then Bai Xiaojing took a deep breath, gathering courage, trembling as he reached out, swiftly lifting the hanging bed sheet. The scene under the bed was instantly revealed in the dim light. Empty. Only thick dust, some unknown stains, and a few children's toys already covered in dust that had rolled into the corners. The expected little boy or any living thing was nowhere to be found. That faint breathing ceased the moment the bedsheet was lifted. A chill instantly shot from his feet to the top of his head. Was it an auditory illusion, or was there a ghost? He. Just when Bai Xiaojing was stunned by the emptiness under the bed, a malicious child's laughter suddenly rang out from behind him. The direction the laughter came from was unmistakably from the place where the mannequin had shattered downstairs. Bai Xiaojing almost instinctively lunged to the broken window, leaning down to look out. The pile of mannequin parts on the street still lay quietly in place, casting grotesque and distorted shadows in the light. The crowds around still flowed like a river, no one stopping, everyone chose to ignore it, and the boy who laughed walked right over the mannequin parts as if crossing level ground. The laughter seemed like just an illusion, yet it echoed so real in his ears, filled with mockery and playfulness. A huge sense of defeat and angry humiliation surged within Bai Xiaojing's heart. However, just as all his attention was drawn to the suddenly appearing laughter downstairs, his body leaned out the window. A cold little hand slowly reached out, unexpectedly pressing against Bai Xiaojing's lower back. When Bai Xiaojing realized that a little hand was on his back, he felt that hand gently push him. But that force suddenly became astonishingly strong, completely beyond what a child should possess, and Bai Xiaojing didn't even have time to let out a cry. A powerful force he could not resist made him lose his balance. In an instant, he was violently pushed out of the window by this force. The feeling of weightlessness suddenly hit him, the cold wind howled into his ears, and the hard, cold ground below quickly enlarged in his sight, the shadow of death gripping his throat like a massive hand. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely not escape lightly. In this world of strange tales, getting injured made clearing the challenges as hard as climbing to the sky. It's over. This thought just flashed through his mind. Whoosh! A wisp of blue smoke quickly drilled out from his body, and the moment it left him, it quickly fell to the ground and began to gather and take shape. Almost as Bai Xiaojiang's body fell more than a meter, about to crash onto the street, the blue smoke condensed into the clear, beautiful figure of Yi Xiaoxiao. Her appearance was sudden, but the surrounding tourists and vendors had no reaction at all. Yi Xiaoxiao spread her arms wide, her eyes filled with worry, extending her seemingly very weak arms to steadily catch the falling Bai Xiaojiang. There was a dull thud. Bai Xiaojiang heavily fell into Yi Xiaoxiao's cold embrace. She held him tightly, dissipating the force of his fall, and they staggered on the street before standing firm. Amidst violent gasps for breath after the near-fatal experience, Bai Xiaojiang looked up in shock to meet Yi Xiaoxiao's worried and frightened gaze. And by the broken second-floor window, only the cold wind blew through, no other figures in sight. Hee, Xiaoxiao, you're not angry anymore? Bai Xiaojiang said with a sheepish smile. Humph. Seeing Bai Xiaojiang's thick-skinned appearance, Yi Xiaoxiao's previously flushed face instantly turned cold. She huffed, transforming into blue smoke and drilling back into Bai Xiaojiang's body. Ouch! Without Yi Xiaoxiao's support, Bai Xiaojiang heavily fell to the ground. The impact on his back was painful, and it took a while before he managed to get up. Chapter 30, Night Market, 6. Hiss, this girl really has a big temper. Bai Xiaojiang stood up, rubbed his waist, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and looked up at the broken window on the second floor, which was completely dark, with nothing there. What a mystery, that little brat better not let me catch them, or I'll definitely make you regret it, he said angrily. By the way, it's almost 10 o'clock. Let's see if there's any performance today. Bai Xiaojiang jogged through the crowd and reached the central square of the night market, where a high platform was set up in the middle. When he arrived at the square, it was just 10 o'clock, and the surrounding area was already filled with tourists. The square's high platform was lively under the ambient lights, with people bustling around, all the visitors excitedly anticipating. Bai Xiaojiang squeezed into the crowd, his eyes locked tightly on the empty stage. It was already 10 o'clock, the performance should have started. However, the opening music or host he expected did not appear. Instead, a system voice rang out from the square speakers. Notice! Notice! Dear tourists, due to special reasons, the talent show at Dongcheng Night Market is temporarily cancelled tonight. Please remain calm and leave the night market quickly, safely, and orderly. The night market will not be open tonight. Repeating, please leave quickly, safely, and orderly. The night market will be sanitized, and if any problems arise, we will not be responsible. Not responsible. The announcement sounded like cold tides, instantly dousing the lively atmosphere in the square. The crowd first fell silent, then erupted into disappointment and complaints. The tourists began to leave in succession, no one stayed behind, the massive flow of people was like being pushed by an invisible hand, moving towards the various exits. Bai Xiaojiang also did not dare to delay, immediately following the crowd moving towards the nearest exit. Leaving was a rule that must be followed, even if the rule could be wrong, he didn't want to stubbornly confront it now. The crowd was dense, and the movement was not fast, but the order was relatively well kept. Bai Xiaojiang was swept away in the crowd, his eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings, the light seemed to be dimmer than before. A faint and indescribable smell of disinfectant began to waft in the air, mixed with a strange, rotten sweet odor. This was probably a sign that the disinfection was about to start, and Bai Xiaojiang felt a wave of nausea. This smell made him very uncomfortable. Right now, he just wanted to get out of this horrible place as quickly as possible. As Bai Xiaojiang slowly moved with the crowd, about to approach the exit, suddenly, bang! A small figure suddenly came running against the surging crowd from the side of the exit, crashing hard into Bai Xiaojiang. This impact was not small, it caused Bai Xiaojiang to stumble and almost fall. He instinctively lowered his head to look, and his irritated mood was instantly replaced by shock. The one who collided with him was a small boy, probably around 7 or 8 years old. That face. Bai Xiaojiang would never mistake that face. It was the strange little boy who had stared at him with a horrifying smile from behind the window on the second floor of the funeral shop, the one who pushed him down the stairs. But at this moment, there was no longer any inhuman chill or malice on that face, instead, it was filled with the ordinary terror and panic that a child could have. The boy's face was as pale as a sheet, his big eyes were filled with tears of fright, as if he had just experienced something extremely terrifying. He was glancing around as if he was avoiding something. Having fallen to the ground, he did not even have time to cry out and quickly looked up at Bai Xiaojiang, then turned his head to look behind, not knowing what he was watching. That gaze only contained the pure panic that could only belong to a scared child. Sorry. The boy's voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzzing as he threw out an apology, then without waiting for Bai Xiaojiang to react, he scrambled to get up, not even bothering to brush off the dirt on him. With his advantage of being small, he quickly ducked his head and instantly dove into the crowded crowd, rushing against the tide of people, as if he was not afraid of the disinfection rules. Wait! Stop! Bai Xiaojiang's heart shook violently as he instinctively shouted and reached out to grab the boy, but the boy moved too fast, and he missed his grasp despite his efforts, and the crowd pushed him towards the exit. This was so bizarre. The identical-looking little boy exhibited two completely different states within a short time. The one on the second floor seemed like a malicious little ghost, while this one appeared to be a panicked ordinary child. However, it was too hard to go against the crowd, the dense throng was like a moving wall. Bai Xiaojiang tried to squeeze through to chase after him, but was immediately pushed and shoved by the rushing crowd, unable to move an inch. The people around him were focused on looking down and leaving, ignoring his abrupt shouting and actions, even casting impatient glances at him. Make way! Hurry up! Good dogs don't block the road. The broadcast said to leave quickly. Hey, what's wrong with you? Scolding voices sounded beside him, and Bai Xiaojiang watched helplessly as the figure of the boy in a plain t-shirt and shorts, like a droplet of water merging into the sea, skillfully weaved through the crowd and completely disappeared from view. Forget it. Bai Xiaojiang sighed, the clue was right in front of him, yet it slipped away right before his eyes. That little boy definitely had a problem, but for now, he can only leave and come back tomorrow, right? The disinfection procedure is about to start. Delayed visitors will bear the consequences. The night market takes no responsibility, the broadcast blared again, carrying an undeniable threat. Bai Xiaojiang shuddered, the rules were laid out here. He did not dare to gamble, taking a deep look at the direction in which the little boy had disappeared, where only a massive head surged. He clenched his teeth, repressing all his unwillingness and confusion, and rejoined the crowd leaving the scene. Following the push of the crowd, he finally walked out of the night market and onto the street. The night market and the exit seemed to have an invisible boundary, separating two worlds. Through the crowd, he could not see the current situation inside the night market. Bai Xiaojiang, filled with perplexity and fear, dragged his weary and tense body across the road and returned to the budget hotel where they were staying. He swiped his card to enter room 301, locked the door behind him, and then threw himself heavily onto the soft big bed, letting out a long sigh. The room was quiet, only his own breathing was heard, and inside, Yi Xiaoxiao remained silent, not knowing if she was still mad at him. He gently called out to her, Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, come out, okay? I was wrong, isn't that enough? I know my mistake, I won't make you angry again, alright? A wisp of blue smoke slowly drifted out. Chapter 31, Night Market, 7. The blue smoke gradually solidified, gathering a human shape from the sofa by the bed. Yi Xiaoxiao appeared. Her appearance was dazzling, her cold and beautiful aura made one unable to help but fall for her. Yi Xiaoxiao elegantly sat on the sofa, her legs naturally crossed, her head slightly tilted to one side, gently resting one hand on her chin, as if waiting for Bai Xiaojiang's performance. Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao sitting on the sofa, Bai Xiaojiang's heart rejoiced, and he hurriedly stood up, walking quickly to the sofa and sitting down right next to Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao clearly seemed a bit unhappy with him, her sparkling almond eyes shot a glare at Bai Xiaojiang, and then she lightly shifted away, wanting to keep some distance from him. Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao move aside, Bai Xiaojiang leaned closer to her too, bringing his face even nearer, calling her in a gentle and fawning tone, Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaojiang's voice revealed a hint of intimacy and a spoiled tone. Yi Xiaoxiao seemed unimpressed by his actions, she merely let out a soft hum and turned her little face to the side. Not only that, but the ponytail behind Yi Xiaoxiao's head seemed to have a mind of its own, fiercely swatting at Bai Xiaojiang, as if expressing her dissatisfaction with him. As shown in the picture. Bai Xiaojiang, /happyface, /Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao hum. Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao turn her head away, even her ponytail seemed to swat him with a little emotion. Bai Xiaojiang did not shrink back, instead, he steeled his heart, leaned forward, opened his arms wide, and suddenly pulled the awkwardly sitting Yi Xiaoxiao tightly into his embrace. Aya! Yi Xiaoxiao was startled by his sudden action and let out a low cry, her body stiffening. She symbolically struggled a couple of times, her small hands pushing against Bai Xiaojiang's chest, her voice carrying a bit of embarrassment and annoyance. Let go. Who told you to hug me? I'm still mad. But her struggling was light and airy, more like a posture of wanting to refuse yet welcoming. Bai Xiaojiang, thick-skinned, tightened his arms a bit more, gently rubbing his chin against her soft hair, grinning and coaxing her. Xiaoxiao, good Xiaoxiao, I was wrong, really realized my mistake. It's all thanks to you this time, otherwise, I would definitely fall hard tonight. You saved my life. Yi Xiaoxiao felt her ears flush from his rubbing, her symbolic struggles also ceased, her body gradually relaxed, softly leaning into his embrace, but her little face stubbornly turned to the side, unwilling to look at him. Bai Xiaojiang sensed her softening in his arms and continued to push forward, leaning closer to her ear, using a slightly flattering and intimate tone, softly calling, Xiaoxiao sweetheart, don't be angry anymore, okay? Sweetheart? These two words, like carrying a current, instantly struck Yi Xiaoxiao. She suddenly turned her head. Her originally slightly red cheeks suddenly turned bright red, even her dainty earlobes were stained with an alluring blush. Her pair of watery apricot eyes widened round, glaring at Bai Xiaojiang in embarrassment and anger, but deep in her gaze, there was a trace of undeniable panic and a hint of secret joy. Who is your wife? Nonsense. Her voice still tried to maintain a cold tone, but the end of her words carried a barely noticeable tremor, making it sound exceptionally pleasant. I am angry now. You are no longer my husband, and I am not your wife. Of course it's you. Bai Xiaojiang looked at her blushing face, finding her incredibly cute. It was hard to imagine a female ghost was just like a living person, and he couldn't help but tighten his embrace a bit more. Xiaoxiao, my wife, is the best. Forgive me this time? Yi Xiaoxiao's heart raced as he looked at her, and upon hearing him call her wife again, the anger she had felt had long faded away. She bit her lower lip, ultimately surrendering, and with that charming, slightly proud nasal voice, she said softly, humph. Then, I will forgive you this time. But you are not allowed to make me angry again. You are not allowed to get too close to other women. Even more, you are not allowed to leave me. Okay. I'll listen to Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaojiang immediately patted his chest to promise, feeling relieved in his heart, finally managing to appease this little ancestor. At this moment, Bai Xiaojiang's live broadcast room was once again filled with flying bullet comments. Besides the teasing and envy, there were also experts observing this interaction mode with a ghost. BER. Directly hugged. This operation is so smooth. Let the female ghost go, let me come in. Not. Simida. This is unfair. Why is his female ghost so obedient and so pretty? Baka. Longmasan is still analyzing the rules while the Yen country contestant is dating? This is outrageous. Translation, saying no with the mouth, but the body is very honest, dog head. Effectively stabilized the ghost's emotions through emotional bonds. This strategy is worth learning from. As the atmosphere eased, Bai Xiaojiang recalled the peculiarities of the night market, especially Mia and that split little boy. He hugged Yi Xiaoxiao and seriously asked, Xiaoxiao, today at the night market, who was that Mia? Is she a person or a ghost? And that little boy, the one I saw on the second floor of the funeral clothing store and the one who later bumped into me, felt completely different. Can you see anything? Yi Xiaoxiao leaned against him, slightly closing her eyes, as if recalling the evening's experiences. After a moment, she opened her eyes, her tone firm, that Mia gives me the feeling is a living person. Although it's strange why she would be revived and appear here, she has the vitality of a living person, without the negative energy and resentment of a ghost. Hearing this, Bai Xiaojiang felt half of the stone in his heart fall. Mia was a living person, although strange, at least she was not a vengeful ghost. As for those two little boys, Yi Xiaoxiao slightly furrowed her delicate brows. Although they feel completely different to you, one like a vengeful ghost and the other like a frightened child, I sensed very clearly that they are the same person. The same person? Bai Xiaojiang repeated in surprise. Yes. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. Moreover, he is also a living person. He has clear vitality and soul fluctuations, not a ghost in disguise. Hearing Yi Xiaoxiao confirm that the two little boys were the same person and also living, Bai Xiaojiang fell into silence, pondering how one child could achieve such strange appearances in the evening. Bai Xiaojiang had just breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that at least it was not a ghost causing trouble, just some behaviorally abnormal child. But Yi Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly became low and serious. She straightened up slightly from his embrace, her cold eyes looking at Bai Xiaojiang with an undeniable seriousness. But, Xiao Bai, the entire night market gives me a very, very bad feeling. She paused for a moment. It seemed to be considering its words, and finally spat out a heart-pounding statement. There absolutely are ghosts existing there. And not just one. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately triggered a storm of comments in the live broadcast room. The staff from various countries' guidance teams quickly started discussions based on this information and then sent it to their country's contestants. Chapter 32 Night Market, 8. As Yi Xiaoxiao spoke, Bai Xiaojian felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees, breaking out in cold sweat. He had indeed discovered many strange occurrences, but when he thought about how countless ghosts might be lurking around him, perhaps even having communicated with him, he felt his scalp go numb. Which people are ghosts? Can you feel them? Bai Xiaojian's voice trembled slightly, he nervously swallowed and looked at Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. No, the ghostly aura in the night market is very strong. If I don't target specific individuals, it's hard for me to differentiate, there are too many, and if I check one by one, my soul power can't hold up. Then she gently moved her body to find the most comfortable position, curling slightly, perfectly fitting into Bai Xiaojian's embrace. Her head rested lightly on his chest, feeling his heartbeat, immersed in this warmth. But don't worry, if there's danger, I will save you at the first moment. A sleepless night passed. The next morning, Bai Xiaojian and Yi Xiaoxiao walked out of the hotel, found a bank, and withdrew some cash. He didn't want to feel embarrassed like yesterday again. If he could meet Mia again, he would pay her back, although he didn't know how she survived. Bai Xiaojian didn't want to owe anyone anything, especially since her death was originally caused by him. Bai Xiaojian checked his balance, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. 10,000. How much is this? Did that person in the mirror rob Chuan Capital? So many zeros? Bai Xiaojian counted with his trembling hands, one digit at a time, 10 million in total. A whole 10 million. Did he get rich? Bai Xiaojian withdrew 100,000 in cash, then he and Yi Xiaoxiao strolled down the street since it was still early, just in time to gather some news about the East City night market. They found a breakfast shop near the bank, went in to eat breakfast. The breakfast shop had a landlady, and when they entered, she was chatting with several customers. Bai Xiaojian asked Yi Xiaoxiao what she wanted to eat, and then ordered 2 dough sticks and a bowl of soy milk for her. Landlady, for dough sticks, 1 bowl of soy milk, and 1 bowl of tofu pudding. The landlady brought the breakfast to their table, returned to her seat, and continued chatting with the customers, while Bai Xiaojian and Yi Xiaoxiao sat down to eat, listening to their chatter. I heard the East City night market is lively lately. I plan to take my wife and kids to see it over the weekend. You haven't been? I went a few days ago. It was so lively there, those vendors could earn quite a bit in a night. How about it, landlady? With your skill, why not set up a stall in the night market and earn some money? The landlady smiled upon hearing this. Oh, I'll pass. Running a breakfast shop is enough for me. I don't want to fuss around anymore. At this moment, one of the diners spoke mysteriously, lowering his voice. That night market is not a place to go. I heard that something incredible happened there over 10 years ago. Other customers, seeing there was gossip to be told, all chimed in. Old Lu, do you know some inside story? quick, tell us, quick. Old Lu saw that everyone was interested in what he had said, and instead of rushing to talk, he took a sip of soy milk, and with a serious expression, said, "This is absolutely true, I heard it from my second uncle's third husband. They say vendors and tourists who set up stalls there all died. It seems something incredible has happened. In just one night, everyone in the night market vanished without a trace." The crowd was stunned and began to mock Old Lu. "Look at Old Lu, he's probably just bragging again." "Exactly. I thought something serious happened? If they really all disappeared, how do you know?" The middle-aged man named Old Lu's face turned red. Feeling embarrassed, he slammed the table. "What I said is true. Whether you believe it or not is up to you." At that time, the East City night market was not very big. Suddenly in one night it became the largest night market in the entire city, and then in another night it disappeared. Bai Xiaojiang, with his back to them while eating, quietly listened to their conversation as he slightly leaned his body. Everyone disappeared overnight? Other guests might not take Old Lu's words seriously, but he still believed them. After all, he had seen strange things happening in the night market with his own eyes. After finishing his meal, Bai Xiaojiang caught up with Old Lu, very worldly wise, handed him a box of cigarettes he had just bought and started to pry. "Brother, what else do you know about the night market you mentioned before?" Old Lu looked deeply at Bai Xiaojiang, accepting the cigarettes. "I don't really know the specifics, I only heard about it. In any case, I advise you to stay far away from that night market, it's bad luck." After saying that, Old Lu put away the cigarettes and turned to leave, as if afraid Bai Xiaojiang would ask for them back. Seeing he couldn't gather any information, Bai Xiaojiang gave up, and the next time, he and Yi Xiaoxiao strolled around S City. The whole city was just like the real world. Bai Xiaojiang found nothing strange. If you set aside the night market, this place was an ordinary city. The two of them wandered around all morning, also asking passers-by about the night market, but the responses they got were all excited to go, or had been and found it lively. In any case, there was not a single useful piece of information. After finishing lunch, they returned to the hotel to sleep and regain energy. Waiting until the night when the night market opened, they came back to the night market again. In the evening, at the entrance of the night market, the two entered the night market, and as soon as Yi Xiaoxiao stepped inside, she felt a sense of malice. She grabbed Bai Xiaojiang's hand, whispering, "Xiaobai, I feel the ghost energy in this night market is stronger. It seems there are more ghosts." Bai Xiaojiang frowned. It seemed the situation in the night market was more dangerous, but he didn't flinch, stretching his neck, and whether it was to stretch or pull back, it was still the same. He had to go. "It's fine, let's go." He gently patted Yi Xiaoxiao's hand and held her hand as they walked inside. The scene in the night market was still full of people, bustling with excitement. They headed straight to the ring toss stall, and the middle-aged owner with a shifty smile was still there. Bai Xiaojiang firmly pulled Yi Xiaoxiao over and slapped 200 yuan cash on the table. "Boss, we both want to play ring toss." The ring toss stall owner warmly smiled and continued his shifty demeanor. "Oh, great, come, here are your rings, who wants to play first?" Bai Xiaojiang glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao, pointing at her and saying, "She plays first, then it's my turn." He weighed the ring toss rings in his hands. Just like last night, they were still light plastic rings, and he wanted to throw them out to try. The stall owner seemed to see through Bai Xiaojiang's plan and said, "If the ring slips from your hand, that counts as one try." Bai Xiaojiang retracted his hand, abandoning the idea of testing out a few times. He thought for a moment, weighing the light plastic ring again, his brows furrowing tightly. The unreasonable heavy feeling from last night was still fresh in his memory, and the ring toss stall owner's words were clearly a trap. But he had to waste the opportunity to test the issue of the rings. Last night something formed a hypothesis in his mind. He leaned closer to Yi Xiaoxiao, lowering his voice beside her ear, saying softly, "Xiaoxiao, when you throw it later, don't worry about anything, just throw it with all the strength you can muster. Don't think about the prize, don't think about the direction, just throw it in roughly one direction with all your might." Yi Xiaoxiao nodded obediently, though she was a bit confused. She appeared weak, but the ghostly energy within her granted her extraordinary strength, as proven by her ability to catch Bai Xiaojiang safely when he fell in the funeral clothing shop. She answered softly, accepting the ring toss from Bai Xiaojiang. "Little beauty, please go ahead." The ring toss stall owner smiled oddly and gestured. Yi Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, gripping the ring tightly, then her slender arm suddenly tensed, an invisible force erupted. The plastic ring flew out of her hand with an exaggerated force. However, a strange scene played out once again. The plastic ring barely flew half a meter before it abruptly felt as if it were filled with heavy lead, crashing down hard onto the ground. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the ring smashed almost vertically onto the hard ground in front of the stall, just 2 feet away from Yi Xiaoxiao's toes. Bai Xiaojiang narrowed his eyes, but his heart already understood. Indeed. It was exactly like what he encountered last night. This confirmed his suspicion. This ring toss was a huge trap, and its logic seemed to operate entirely on its own, completely defying the laws of physics. The ring toss stall owner feigned regret, his face filled with false disappointment. "Oh dear, it seems this little beauty has bad luck. What a pity." He bent down to pick up the ring, seemingly heavy as if it were 1,000 pounds, but a glimmer of triumph passed through his eyes. Yi Xiaoxiao tugged at Bai Xiaojiang's arm, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Little Bai, did I disappoint you? It's all my fault. Bai Xiaojiang patted her head, softly comforting her. No, Xiaoxiao did really well. I think I already know what's going on. Just watch me next. When it was Bai Xiaojiang's turn, he didn't exert as much effort as last night, nor did he explode with power like Yi Xiaoxiao. He casually, even carelessly, pinched the light plastic ring. He focused on the toy gun on the stall, took a deep breath, as if simply tossing away a scrap of paper, flicked his wrist gently, and let go. The plastic ring floated out with an extremely slow, light posture. Yet, under the stunned gazes of the live stream audience and the stall owner, that light plastic ring seemed to be supported by an invisible breeze, tracing an exceptionally smooth but stable parabolic arc in the air. Its speed wasn't fast, but the distance was surprisingly far. It flew over the worthless trinkets in the front row, over the jars and bottles in the middle, and finally, under the breathless watch of everyone. Plop! It fell precisely, gently landing around the black toy gun that lay quietly in the corner, enclosing the toy gun in the center. Wow! Hit it? Yay! I hit it! Hey! What did you hit? Quick! Tell our national players to use this method to toss the ring. Talk, Hexy! The scene fell into silence, the smile on the stall owner's face froze completely, then turned extremely ugly, as if he had swallowed a fly. He looked at the ring that had hit the target in disbelief, then glanced at the calm Bai Xiaojiang, his eyes narrow and fierce. Bai Xiaojiang snickered inwardly, now he understood everything. The rules of this ring toss were inverted. The greater the force applied, the heavier the ring became under the rules, resulting in a shorter flying distance, ultimately smashing down like a stone. On the contrary, the less force applied, the more the ring could follow its light physical characteristics. Fly further. The strength used by the ring toss person does not change the initial speed of the ring toss, but directly alters the weight property of the ring itself. Therefore, the initial speed at which the ring is thrown is actually fixed. No wonder the ring toss stall owner does not allow attempts, he fears that someone will discover this. This is simply a deadly trap. Boss, the prize. Bai Xiaojiang stretched out his hand, his tone flat but with undeniable firmness. The ring toss stall owner's face turned dark, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but seeing Bai Xiaojiang's calm gaze and the gradually gathering crowd around him, he ultimately remained sullen, extremely reluctantly walked over, bent down to pick up that black toy gun, and stuffed it fiercely into Bai Xiaojiang's hands. Oomph. You're lucky this time, kid, he gritted his teeth and said under his breath. Bai Xiaojiang ignored him, taking the toy gun. It felt cold in his hand, made of plastic, but it was quite well crafted and was indeed similar to the type of toy gun commonly used at shooting stalls. He weighed it in his hand and said to Yi Xiaoxiao, let's go, we'll find the shooting stall owner. The two walked through the crowd with the toy gun and soon found the old stall owner from yesterday, who was frowning and said his gun was lost. The old man was still sitting behind the stall, staring blankly at the empty table. Bai Xiaojiang walked over and handed the black toy gun to him. Old man, take a look, is this the gun you lost? We found it at the ring toss stall. The shooting stall owner's cloudy eyes instantly brightened with hope. He excitedly extended his trembling hand to take the toy gun, carefully rubbing its body, looking it over repeatedly. However, the excitement and hope on his face lasted just a few seconds before quickly fading, turning into deeper disappointment and confusion. He raised his head, looked at Bai Xiaojiang blankly, and slowly, firmly shook his head. No. Not this one. Young man, thank you, but this is not my gun. I'm sorry for the trouble. Before Bai Xiaojiang could respond, many foreign viewers in the livestream began to curse. What? This gun is fake, we wasted a hint opportunity. We got a toy gun for free, damn, our contestant just got this. Fuck, what is this? Our contestant worked hard during the day washing dishes to earn money and then wasted it like this, it's really awful. Chapter 34 Night Market, 10. This isn't your gun? Bai Xiaojiang asked. Similar, but not. The shooting stall owner shook his head, firmly denying that the toy gun in his hand was the one he had lost. Bai Xiaojiang looked at the shooting stall owner's incredibly certain and disappointed eyes and knew that this gun was indeed not the one he had lost. The clue seemed to be lost again. He suppressed his disappointment, casually stuffed the toy gun into his backpack, and showed the old man a comforting smile. Old man, don't worry, we will keep an eye out, maybe we can find your gun. The old man's murky eyes were full of gratitude and fatigue. He merely nodded silently and shrank back onto his small stool, his back looking even more hunched. Bai Xiaojiang pulled Yi Xiaoxiao away from the shooting stall and merged into the flow of the night market. The surprise from breaking the ring toss stall and the disappointment from the shooting stall intertwined, leaving his emotions a bit complex. Bai Xiaojiang turned his head and quietly asked Yi Xiaoxiao beside him, Xiaoxiao, can you feel something? That old man at the shooting stall and that boss from the ring toss stall, are they alive or ghosts? Hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao gently closed her eyes, and her whole body seemed to have an extremely weak and almost invisible blue aura circulating. After a moment, she opened her eyes, her cold gaze swept toward the shooting stall and then to the ring toss stall, her voice carrying a hint of barely noticeable fatigue. That old grandpa at the shooting stall has the vitality of a living person. Although very weak, it is pure, and it is certain that it is a living person. Her gaze turned to the ring toss booth, where the scheming vendor was spitting saliva in an attempt to attract new customers, but the owner of the ring toss booth. Yi Xiaoxiao's brow furrowed slightly, and she lowered her voice. He is surrounded by an extremely cold ghostly energy. Although it's well hidden, I should not be mistaken, he is a ghost. This answer confirmed some of Bai Xiaojiang's suspicions. The traps in the ring toss booth were indeed not tactics a living person would use. After Yi Xiaoxiao finished speaking, her body seemed to sway imperceptibly, and her face paled a little. She gently leaned against Bai Xiaojiang, her voice carrying an obvious weakness. Xiao Bai, I might only be able to investigate one more tonight. It seems like there is something here interfering and suppressing my perception, consuming my energy especially fast. After checking the next one, I might fall into a deep sleep. Her eyes were filled with regret and reluctance. Bai Xiaojiang's heart tightened, and he quickly steadied her, gripping her hand tightly in concern. I understand, Xiaoxiao. Don't push yourself. After we investigate, we will find a place to rest. How are you feeling? Is it very uncomfortable? He frowned slightly. It seemed Xiaoxiao's ability was restricted. Right now, she was similar to the seer in the werewolf game, checking the identities of 3 people each night. However, with such a large crowd at the night market, it was probably a drop in the bucket. They could only find key figures first, then investigate further. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head, trying to squeeze out a smile. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Let's find a place to eat something, okay? I'm a little hungry. Bai Xiaojing nodded. That stir-fried rice noodle stall from last night left a good impression on him, at least it looked clean at the time. Alright, let's go check out that stir-fried rice noodle stall from yesterday. The two passed through the bustling crowd and soon found the stir-fried rice noodle stall from yesterday, which seemed to be doing alright. But compared to yesterday, today's stall situation seemed different. Today, the stir-fried rice noodle stall was doing surprisingly well. Bai Xiaojing immediately recognized that the owner was the same as yesterday, skillfully tossing the wok with great flair. Seeing this, Bai Xiaojing did not rush to buy. His gaze habitually scanned the surrounding customers sitting on simple plastic stools enjoying their meal. However, that glance made his scalp tingle, and his stomach churn. He saw a male customer nearby using chopsticks to pick up a huge mouthful of stir-fried rice noodles to eat. Among the shiny rice noodles, there were horrifyingly mixed, round, grayish-white balls with blood vessels and even visible tiny nerve connections. Eyeballs. Those were clearly human eyeballs. Bai Xiaojing barely suppressed his urge to vomit, his gaze quickly sweeping to other customers' bowls. Although the angles and light were different, he was terrified to find that several bowls of rice noodles vaguely contained similar foreign objects, either half a bleached eyeball or small segments resembling bent cartilage. Ugh! Bai Xiaojing could no longer hold back, the overwhelming nausea surged up his throat. He quickly covered his mouth, his face turning pale, not caring about Yi Xiaoxiao as he turned and rushed toward a relatively secluded, dim alley at the edge of the night market. Xiao Bai! Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, quickly chasing after him. After reaching the corner of the alley, Bai Xiaojing could no longer control himself. He leaned against the cold wall and began to gag violently. His stomach was empty, only bile and sour water were forcefully expelled, burning his throat and causing a sharp pain. He pressed his forehead against the rough wall, his body spasming from the urge to vomit. Yesterday, he had clearly eaten perfectly normal stir-fried rice noodles. Although bland, there was absolutely nothing wrong with the ingredients, he remembered it clearly. Why had it turned into this after just one night? Although Bai Xiaojing was vomiting. But the brain was racing with thoughts. No wonder Xiaoxiao said the ghostly atmosphere at the night market was heavier today. It turned out that some stalls that were originally normal had also turned strange, as if they were polluted. Yi Xiaoxiao chased to his side, anxiously patting his back. Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, how are you? Are you okay? Let's go buy some water to calm down a bit. She initially wanted to buy water directly, but now she was in a ghostly state and couldn't stray too far from Bai Xiaojiang. Bai Xiaojiang was panting, barely straightening up, wiping his mouth corner with his sleeve. I'm fine, Xiaoxiao, don't worry about me. I just felt a physiological nausea after seeing those things. A little rest is enough. He leaned against the wall, his body still trembling slightly, not just from the nausea, but also from the sudden bizarre changes. The pollution of the night market seemed to be intensifying at an alarming speed. Just as Bai Xiaojiang was calming his mood and taking deep breaths, a chilling feeling that made the hair stand on end suddenly emerged, and he realized something was wrong. His breathing seemed to have an echo. No, that's not right. This is not an echo. It's another breathing sound deliberately synchronized with his rhythm. It seemed to want to hide itself from being discovered. The sound was so faint it almost blended into the background noise, making it hard to detect. This was thanks to the system's previous rewards. The enhancement of his physical abilities also sharpened his senses, allowing him to catch small changes, otherwise, he would have definitely overlooked it. Chapter 35 Night Market, 11. It was right in this alley. And it mimicked his inhalation, exhalation, even the slightly hurried breaths he took due to nausea, perfectly syncing with him. This synchronization was not accidental, it was a deliberate disguise to reduce its presence. A sense of fear instantly wrapped around Bai Xiaojiang's heart, almost choking him. The muscles in his body tensed up immediately after he had just relaxed. The other party clearly didn't realize Bai Xiaojiang was aware of its presence, still trying to sync its breaths with his to conceal itself. Bai Xiaojiang hesitated not at all, suddenly holding his breath. The movement was as quick as lightning. The other side didn't seem to expect Bai Xiaojiang to act so suddenly, and the synchronized breathing stuttered slightly. But soon after, that other breathing sound also suddenly weakened, nearly disappearing, as if the other side had instantly halted. Bai Xiaojiang abruptly turned his head, his pupils constricted from extreme fear, locking onto that filthy trash can. He looked at Yi Xiaoxiao, no words were needed, his eyes hinted, there's something inside. Yi Xiaoxiao immediately understood, a grave expression appeared on her cold face, a faint blue energy enveloped her, her gaze sharp as a knife, slightly nodding at Bai Xiaojiang, meaning clear. With me here, you can rest easy. Bai Xiaojiang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his fear of the unknown. He tiptoed, each step carefully placed to avoid making a sound and startling the serpent. He slowly yet firmly approached that green trash can, emitting a strong stench of rot and decay. The distance kept shrinking, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. He could even hear an extremely faint and suffocated breathing sound from inside the trash can, like something struggling under a tight grip on its mouth and nose. Bai Xiaojiang stopped in front of the trash can, his heart racing as if it would jump out of his throat. He slowly extended his hand, fingers touching the cold, greasy edge of the plastic lid. That slippery texture made his stomach churn again. He took a deep breath and yanked the trash can lid with all his might. Bang! The lid was violently flipped open, crashing against the nearby wall, making a piercing sound. The dim light in the alley barely illuminated the inside of the can. Bai Xiaojiang's gaze instantly focused. Inside the bucket, there were piles of rotten vegetable leaves, sticky kitchen waste, and discarded packaging bags. And on top of this filthy mess, there lay a human head. The sound of breathing came from this head. This living head was still alive? Bai Xiaojiang suppressed his fear and nausea, examining closely. This was the head of an adult male, with complete facial features, but the skin showed a sickly gray-white color, as if it had been soaked in water for a long time. The hair was greasy, sticking to the scalp, covered in filth. But the most terrifying thing, which sent shivers down his spine, was the eyes and mouth of the head, which had been sewn together with rough black thread, densely stitched. The eyelids were forcibly pulled together, the stitches deeply embedded in the flesh, leaving dark marks. The lips were violently sewn shut, the stitches messy, turning what was once a mouth into a tangle of black threads. Only the nose and ears remained open, the nostrils barely moved, producing the breathing sound Bai Xiaojiang had heard earlier. Clearly, the head also understood it had been discovered. At this moment, it wore a face of painful struggle, no longer trying to suppress its breathing. Who are you? Bai Xiaojiang questioned. The head struggled desperately, mm. He realized the head's mouth was sewn shut and could not speak. Xiao, do you have a way? Bai Xiaojiang turned to Yi Xiaoxiao, he truly felt helpless in this situation. Yi Xiaoxiao approached, extended her index finger, and her nail instantly grew long and sharp. She gently sliced the black thread on the head's lips, causing it to snap immediately. Though the black thread still remained deeply embedded in the head's lips, at least it could speak now. Yi Xiaoxiao intended to continue her actions to cut the black thread on the head's eyelids, but Bai Xiaojiang stopped her. Don't rush, let's not let him see our faces for now. Identity's unclear, it was better to be cautious. We mean no harm, if you have something to say, you can tell us, and maybe we can help you. Bai Xiaojiang spoke calmly. After Yi Xiaoxiao cut the stitches on the head's lips, it trembled, seemingly struggling to speak after so long. Its voice was extremely hoarse and dry, like sandpaper scraping, and no malice. I'm not a bad person. Every word seemed to be squeezed out of a broken bellows, accompanied by painful gasps. Help me, go find Aunt Wang. I will repay you. Aunt Wang? Bai Xiaojiang immediately inquired, who is Aunt Wang? Where is she? Wang's Baozi shop. The head spat out a few key pieces of information with great difficulty, seemingly out of breath, its nostrils flaring steeply, breathing more rapid. Wang's Baozi shop? Okay, we will take you to find her. Bai Xiaojiang decisively agreed. He endured the intense discomfort in his mind, took off his coat, and carefully wrapped the filthy head in it. The feeling in his hands was slippery and heavy, carrying an indescribable stench. He took a deep breath and stuffed the wrapped head into his backpack, pulling the zipper halfway, leaving a small gap for air circulation. A muffled groan came from the backpack. Hold on, we will be there soon. Bai Xiaojiang whispered in reassurance, slinging the backpack on his back, feeling the weight on his shoulders. He nodded to Yi Xiaoxiao, let's first go find that Baozi shop. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded, silently following him. The two quickly left the stinky alley and rejoined the bustling crowd of the night market. Finally, they found the Baozi shop in a secluded corner of the night market, and as they got closer, the lively scene around seemed to gradually cool down. The lights of the stall became sparse, the number of customers decreased significantly, and the enticing aroma of food in the air had dissipated a lot. This shop, in stark contrast to the bustling vibrancy of the night market, appeared unusually desolate and cold. The sign was a faded red wooden board, with the words Wang's Baozi shop painted in yellow, much of the paint already peeling away. The store was small, with its doors and windows tightly shut, not a bit of light leaking out. There were no tables or chairs at the entrance, just a tightly closed roller shutter. Most of the surrounding shops were also dark or had very few customers, creating a strange vacuum. The Baozi shop's closed doors seemed to show no signs of life, yet faintly, there were sounds of conversation coming from inside. Bai Xiaojiang walked to the closed roller shutter and knocked hard. Bang! 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 The heavy knocking echoed harshly in the quiet corner, yet inside, there was no response, only dead silence. But Bai Xiaojiang still caught the sound of movement behind the door, as if someone was startled by the knocking and was in a flurry. Aunt Wang? Is Aunt Wang there? Someone sent us to find you. Bai Xiaojiang shouted louder, but inside remained utterly silent. Chapter 36, Night Market, 12. Bai Xiaojiang furrowed his brow. Why wouldn't someone open the door if there were people inside? Could it be another trick? He glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao and whispered, Xiaoxiao, you go back into my body first. I'll check around the back to see if I can get in. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at him with worry, then glanced around the dark corners with vigilance. She nodded and transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, entering Bai Xiaojiang's body. Bai Xiaojiang walked around to the side of the Baozi shop. There was a narrow passage behind, stacked with some discarded items. He looked up and saw a broken wooden window on the second floor, the window not shut tight, leaving a gap. He placed the backpack with the head in the corner, stretched his limbs, ensuring no one was watching, took a deep breath, and using the piled-up junk and the wall's protrusions for leverage, he nimbly climbed up. His movements weren't particularly swift but were practical. He quickly reached the windowsill on the second floor. Cautiously, he pushed the gap open, confirming there was no noise inside, and rolled in. The second floor was an extremely simple bedroom, but it was much better than the funeral shop. Bai Xiaojiang couldn't help but shiver at the memories of yesterday. The bedroom contained only a broken wooden plank bed, a table with a missing leg propped up by old books, and a corner piled with junk. The air was thick with dust and a musty smell. The light was incredibly dim, with only a faint glow from the distant night market seeping in. Bai Xiaojiang held his breath, tiptoeing across the bedroom until he found the stairs leading to the first floor. The stairs were wooden, creaking slightly underfoot. He took each step with extreme caution, afraid to disturb anyone in the house. Finally, he reached the first floor, which should be the kitchen and living area of the shop, the space larger than the second floor. In the corner, flour bags were piled up. In the middle stood a large stove with several huge steamers on top, the air thick with the smell of flour. His gaze immediately locked onto something next to the stove. A middle-aged woman, wearing a faded, patched-up apron, stood stiffly facing the direction of the stairs, like a frozen statue. She stared intently at Bai Xiaojiang, and from her slightly trembling shoulders, it was clear she was very scared, but she still tried to stand tall to block what was behind her. Who are you? There's no money here, please just leave. The woman's voice trembled with a hint of tears. We don't know anything. What shocked Bai Xiaojiang even more was that this woman was desperately blocking a small figure behind her with her body. Though the light was dim, and most of the child was hidden behind her, with only a small head and terrified eyes visible. Bai Xiaojiang recognized them instantly. Those eyes, that familiar outline, was exactly the little boy who bizarrely pushed him in the funeral shop on the second floor, and then panickingly bumped into him at the night market exit. At this moment, the little boy tightly clutched the woman's clothing, his small body trembled violently with fear, and his big eyes were filled with extreme terror, staring fixedly at the White Xiaojiang who suddenly appeared from the darkness. Aunt Wang, we mean no harm. Seeing a misunderstanding might happen, Bai Xiaojiang hurriedly waved his hand to explain. Someone asked me to find you, he should have something to discuss with you. Aunt Wang had sharp eyes, still filled with fear and distrust. She tightly protected the trembling little boy behind her, her voice trembling from tension. We? Bai Xiaojiang quickly explained, while a thought occurred to him. Xiao, come out for a moment, let Aunt Wang take a look. Don't be afraid, Aunt. A wisp of blue smoke swiftly escaped from Bai Xiaojiang's body, gathering beside him into the cool figure of Yi Xiaoxiao. Ah! Aunt Wang was frightened out of her wits by the suddenly appearing stunning woman. Letting out a short scream, her whole person stumbled back a step, almost crashing into the stove. Her face was as pale as paper, her voice filled with a desperate cry. You really are in cahoots with that group. Please, we really know nothing, just let us go, we just want to live. Aunt Wang. Calm down. Listen to me. Bai Xiaojiang was anxious and sweating profusely. Yi Xiaoxiao's appearance seemed to have the opposite effect. He hurriedly waved his hand, trying to make his voice sound gentle and trustworthy. We are really not bad people, someone truly asked us to find you. He is outside. He needs your help. Who? Who asked you? Aunt Wang was flustered, her eyes darting between Yi Xiaoxiao and Bai Xiaojiang, filled with doubt, but the looks of the two didn't quite seem like bad people. It's a man, but he's in a weird state. Bai Xiaojiang was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to describe that human head. He said only you can help him. He's in my backpack. Backpack? Aunt Wang's gaze instinctively swept toward Bai Xiaojiang's empty hands and back. The backpack is outside. Right in the alley where I crawled in. Bai Xiaojiang immediately explained, it was inconvenient to carry it when I crawled in, so I didn't bring it inside. Believe me, once you see it, you'll understand. He must know you, and you must know him. He asked us to find you. I'll go get it, you all come with me. Bai Xiaojiang noticed Aunt Wang's wavering and quickly seized the opportunity to persuade her further. He anxiously walked to the door, begging Aunt Wang to open the front door, but Aunt Wang shook her head saying it wasn't necessary, there was a back door. The few of them exited through the back door to the back of the steamed bun shop, and Bai Xiaojiang spotted the backpack, breathing a sigh of relief. The backpack was still there. He quickly walked to the corner and bent down to pick up the backpack. However, just as he picked up the backpack, Bai Xiaojiang's movement suddenly froze, a sense of ominous premonition washed over him. The feeling of the backpack in his hand was lighter. It completely lost its previous heaviness. His heart raced wildly as he violently pulled open the backpack zipper. It was empty. Only that coat he used to wrap the human head was a disheveled ball inside, covered in filthy muck and trash residue, emitting a strong foul odor. That head, sewn shut for eyes and mouth, but still breathing, had disappeared. Bai Xiaojiang felt struck by lightning, frozen in place. He incredulously rummaged through the backpack, even shaking out the coat completely. Aside from stains and lingering stench, there was nothing. Gone? Bai Xiaojiang was dazed. He had just set it down and returned. It was only a few minutes apart. He quickly looked around. The alley was empty, without a trace of anyone having approached. The intense foul odor and the muck remaining inside the backpack clearly proved that the head indeed existed, and just a moment ago, was in this very backpack. Bai Xiaojiang's face turned pale. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Holding that stinking empty backpack, he looked lost. Chapter 37 Night Market, 13. Forget it, I believe you, Aunt Wang said slowly, her tone carrying a hint of despair. It's lucky for us to be alive in this misfortune. Aunt. The little boy tightened his grip on Aunt Wang's clothes, wanting to say something but hesitating. Aunt Wang stroked the boy's head and turned to look at Bai Xiaojiang with a calm gaze. Let's go, we will talk in the room. Bai Xiaojiang stood still, staring fixedly at the backpack, thinking about the whereabouts of the head. He had promised the head it would help him. Yi Xiaoxiao saw this and tugged Bai Xiaojiang's arm, comforting him. Forget it, Xiaobai, let's ask Aunt Wang first, then find out about the head. Bai Xiaojiang came to his senses and looked at Yi Xiaoxiao. Yeah, then let's go. Back in the room, Bai Xiaojiang pulled Yi Xiaoxiao to sit in a chair, and Aunt Wang brought over a steamer of buns. It's late, you both must be hungry. Have something to eat, this is all I have, please don't mind. We don't mind, thank you, Aunt Wang, you are too kind. Bai Xiaojiang picked up 2 buns, sharing one with Yi Xiaoxiao, then took a bite. The pork and green onion bun had a thin skin and a big filling, bursting with juice in his mouth. This bun is really delicious, Aunt, your buns are so fragrant, Bai Xiaojiang couldn't help but praise. Bai Xiaojiang disclosed everything about finding a living head in the trash can and asked Aunt Wang, do you know this head? Can you tell me about its origins? Aunt Wang frowned. No, I've never seen a head that could still be alive after being chopped off. I've never heard of it, let alone seen it. The little boy sat beside Aunt Wang, looking down at the ground, not knowing what he was thinking. Bai Xiaojiang continued to ask, then you just said we are in cahoots with those people, who are they? Aunt Wang's expression froze. I was just talking nonsense, it's not true at all. Clearly, Aunt Wang knew something, but she was still not too trusting of Bai Xiaojiang and the others. Young man, let me give you some advice. If nothing important, don't come to this night market anymore. Aunt Wang looked meaningfully at Yi Xiaoxiao. This girl can protect for a time, but she can't protect you for a lifetime. Aunt Wang stood up with the little boy. If there's nothing, Xiaodan and I are going to rest, you two may leave. After saying that, the two turned to go upstairs, and Bai Xiaojiang stopped them, pointing at the little boy and saying, Aunt Wang, I still have some questions to ask this little brother. Aunt Wang protected the little boy behind her, her eyes wary. Xiaodan knows nothing, he is just a child, you should leave quickly. Xiaodan tugged at Aunt Wang's clothes, timidly said, Aunt, it's okay, let him ask, you go rest first, I will talk to him. Seeing this, Aunt Wang sighed, squatting down to tidy up Xiaodan's clothes while admonishing, Alright, Xiaodan, remember, don't say things you shouldn't, we just need to take care of ourselves, do you understand? Then Aunt Wang stood up and looked at Bai Xiaojiang. I will go back to my room now, you talk to Xiaodan, but I hope you won't harm him, finish quickly and leave. Bai Xiaojiang nodded seriously and promised, Don't worry, Aunt, I will ask a few questions and leave immediately, definitely won't continue to disturb you. Aunt Wang looked worriedly at Xiaodan, shot a warning glance at Bai Xiaojiang, and then turned to go upstairs, her footfalls sounding especially heavy in the quiet house. Only Bai Xiaojiang, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Xiaodan were left downstairs. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Xiaodan lowered his head, his small hands nervously twisting his clothes, not daring to look directly at Bai Xiaojiang. Bai Xiaojiang tried to make his voice sound gentle and harmless, looking at Xiaodan. Little brother, don't be afraid, brother just wants to ask a few questions. I think I saw a kid who looks exactly like you at the night market yesterday. Do you know him? Xiaodan's eyes were filled with confusion. How could there be someone exactly like me? I don't have any brothers. Bai Xiaojiang observed his reaction. He didn't look like he was lying. He then asked, last night, when the night market was about to close for disinfection, I saw you rush into the crowd and bump into me. What were you doing in there? Why were you in such a hurry? Xiaodan's body clearly stiffened for a moment, his head drooped even lower, and his voice carried resistance. This is my secret, it doesn't concern you. Secret? Bai Xiaojiang wanted to ask more, but at that moment, Xiaodan's gaze inadvertently swept across Bai Xiaojiang's waist, where the black toy gun he had won from the ring toss booth was tucked. Xiaodan's eyes instantly widened, his mouth slightly agape, his face filled with extreme shock and disbelief. He almost blurted out, how did you find it? As soon as he said it, he immediately realized he had let it slip, quickly covering his mouth with his small hand, looking at Bai Xiaojiang in terror, his body instinctively shrinking back. Bai Xiaojiang's heart shook violently. He reacted quickly, immediately pulling out the toy gun from his waist, placing it on the old wooden table between them, the gun glinting with a cold plastic sheen in the dim light. Is this what you're talking about? Bai Xiaojiang stared closely into Xiaodan's eyes. Xiaodan looked at the gun on the table, his gaze struggling fiercely. He suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the toy gun in his hand, his movements astonishingly quick. He nervously examined the gun, his fingers rubbing over its body. After a few seconds, he seemed to confirm something, his tense little face slightly relaxing, letting out a long, silent sigh of relief. Then, as if he were throwing away a hot potato, he quickly placed the toy gun back on the table, almost exactly in the same position as before. No. I don't know it. I don't know anything. Xiaodan immediately denied, his voice trembling and urgent. He stepped back 2 steps, his eyes darting away, not daring to look at the gun or at Bai Xiaojiang. You should leave now. Aunt needs to rest. You're not welcome here. Hurry up. After saying this, he didn't give Bai Xiaojiang any chance to speak again and turned to dash up the stairs like a frightened rabbit, running up to the second floor. The downstairs instantly returned to silence, leaving only Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao, along with the toy gun quietly lying on the table. Bai Xiaojiang slowly picked up the toy gun, it still felt cold to the touch. He turned it over in his hands, his brows furrowed, Xiaodan's reaction clear in his mind. He knows this gun. Bai Xiaojiang murmured to himself, his gaze sharpened, to be precise, he knows about the real missing toy gun. After he got the gun, it was like he was confirming something. Only after confirming did he relax. Did he confirm that this is not the one lost at the shooting booth? Chapter 38, Night Market, 14. Bai Xiaojiang watched Xiaodan disappear into the darkness around the corner of the stairs, then looked down at the cold toy gun in his hand, his brows furrowed. At this moment, Aunt Wang and Xiaodan were avoiding discussing these doubts, continuing to probe would only backfire. Let's go, Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaojiang tucked the toy gun back into his waist, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and seriousness. We can't find out anything more here. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded, her cold face also reflecting deep thought. The two silently left the Baozi shop, rejoining the noisy and eerie crowd of the night market. In the distance, the broadcast in the central square began to sound. Attention! Attention! Dear visitors, the talent show is about to start tonight. You are welcome to head to the central square to watch. The performance will start promptly at 10 o'clock. The performance has started? Bai Xiaojiang glanced at the time, it was indeed close to 10, the rules mentioned a performance, maybe we can discover some clues. Shall we go take a look? Yi Xiaoxiao replied, but her eyes were alertly scanning the surroundings. Be careful, I feel the ghostly presence in the night market is stronger than before. The two arrived at the central square, where the lights on the high platform lit up, and a young man wearing a mask stood on stage. Good evening, everyone. I am Xiao Luo, the host of the acrobatic performance. I wish you all wealth and good fortune, and may the stars shine upon you. Now, without further ado, the exciting performance will begin shortly. The performance began, and unexpectedly, the content seemed very normal. Several actors dressed in traditional costumes performed magic tricks, jumped through fire hoops, and breathed fire, typical acrobatics. The movements were fluid, and the cooperation was seamless, earning rounds of applause from the audience below. Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao stood at the edge of the crowd, and the performance was indeed spectacular, thrilling, and exciting, immersing them completely. Everything looked like an ordinary folk acrobatic show. Seconds ticked by as acts came one after another, each more wonderful than the last. Dang! A dull and long bell rang, like a death knell, unexpectedly piercing through the clamor of the night market, echoing in the night sky. Ladies and gentlemen, the performance has ended. Thank you all. Bai Xiaojiang jolted awake, abruptly pulled from his focus on the performance. He instinctively raised his wrist to check the time, and the hands on the watch clearly showed 3:05 a.m. How did time pass so quickly? Bai Xiaojiang exclaimed, a chill suddenly rushing through his entire body from his feet. He clearly felt that the performance had lasted at most 40 minutes, how could it already be past 3 in the morning? Zensiki. In a panic, he looked up at the stage, it was already empty, with all the actors and props vanished, leaving only the solitary light shining on the empty platform. And the tourists who had just crowded around, enthusiastically cheering, now seemed to have evaporated, and he hadn't even noticed. Bai Xiaojiang's heart felt as if it was gripped by a cold hand. The square was not empty of people. A few tourists and vendors stood frozen in place, their expressions stuck in an extremely eerie blank state, their eyes hollow and lifeless, staring blankly ahead. Their skin appeared deathly pale under the bright lights, devoid of color, lips turning blue, as if they were undead. Even more frightening was that they seemed to sense Bai Xiaojiang's difference. Their heads did not turn, but all their eyes shifted towards Bai Xiaojiang, filled with malicious greed. The first rule thundered like lightning in Bai Xiaojiang's mind: the night market is open from 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. the next day. All booths are closed at other times. Please pay attention to the time, visitors. It was already past 3 a.m., they were too late. Xiao. Hurry and go. Bai Xiaojiang's voice trembled slightly due to extreme fear. He grabbed Yi Xiaoxiao's cold hand and turned to run wildly towards the exit of the night market, as remembered. However, just at the moment he turned and stepped. Whoosh! As if receiving the same command, all the still tourists and vendors in the square turned their heads, in a way completely defying human anatomy, like puppets, all facing Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao's direction. In an instant, nearly hundreds of empty, lifeless eyes, under the cold white light, focused sharply on the two. That gaze held no anger, no curiosity, only a pure and bone-chilling greed and resentment. Then, the nearest few tourists began to move, their bodies like rusty machines, incredibly uncoordinated and jerky, resembling puppets. They slowly began to circle towards Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao. Quickly go to the exit, I don't know if we can still leave. Bai Xiaojiang pulled Yi Xiaoxiao, desperately weaving through the frozen gaps in the crowd. He could feel the cold gaze behind him sticking to his back like a substance, and he could hear more and more stiff, slow footsteps joining the chase. The once lively street had turned into a scene of terror, the lights still bright but illuminating faces that were lifeless and waxy, eerily strange. Those tourists moved like corpses crawling out of graves, their movements stiff yet purposeful, slowly emerging from every stall and corner, silently and lethally closing in on Bai Xiaojiang and the two of them like a tide. The road ahead was being blocked by more and more tourists and vendors, and shadowy figures were swaying at the alleyways on both sides. Behind them were the relentless, stiff footsteps. They did not immediately attack, but slowly closed in, a feeling even stranger than a direct assault. Just when they felt hopeless, Yi Xiaoxiao transformed into blue smoke and slipped back into Bai Xiaojiang's body, and he instantly felt his fatigue vanish, his steps light as if riding the wind. Xiao Bai, hurry up and run, your body can't hold on much longer. Yi Xiaoxiao's voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaojiang swiftly maneuvered through the tourists, running towards the exit, but at that moment, another voice rang in his mind. The exit is closed, please seek another route, returning along the original path may offer a way out. This was the voice of the system. This was a warning from the command center of Yen country, indicating that players from other countries had arrived at the exit. Bai Xiaojiang stopped in his tracks and changed direction, running back the way he came, while taking out the shards of the ghost mirror from his bag, tightly gripping it in his hand. Somehow, under the pursuit and blockade of the eerie tourists and vendors, Bai Xiaojiang found himself back in the back alley of the bun shop, where the dead end of the alley was undoubtedly a dead end. Hurry in. The back door of the bun shop suddenly opened, and a hand gripped the back of Bai Xiaojiang's clothing, pulling him inside. A calloused yet powerful hand shot out like lightning, firmly gripping the back of Bai Xiaojiang's clothes, and a huge force yanked him inside. Bang! The door was forcefully slammed shut and locked the next second, cutting off the suffocating cold breath and numerous greedy, resentful eyes from outside. Bai Xiaojiang, still shaken, stumbled a few steps before finding his footing, breathing heavily. In the dim light, he recognized the person who had pulled him in. It was An Wang. An Wang's face was pale, her chest rising and falling violently, clearly that previous action had also exhausted her great courage, as she leaned against the door, seemingly confirming if it was locked tight. Then An Wang turned her head, looking at Bai Xiaojiang with a complex gaze, filled with reproach and a hint of barely perceivable fear. Why are you so disobedient? Didn't I tell you to leave the night market quickly? Why aren't you running now? Look at the time. Her voice was low but full of blame, appearing to be a harsh mouth with a soft heart. Bai Xiaojiang gasped, unable to respond for a moment, as the blue smoke of Yi Xiaoxiao floated out from his body, taking shape, vigilantly sensing the outside door, and slightly nodded in greeting to Aunt Wang. Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao's obedient appearance, Aunt Wang's eyes flickered, her expression softened slightly, but she said no more, just letting out a heavy sigh full of helplessness and weariness. Sigh, it's too late to say anything now, those people outside won't leave until dawn. She wearily rubbed her forehead. You two should stay here tonight. There's an empty room at the very back of the second floor. It can still be cleaned up for sleeping. She pointed to the stairs leading to the second floor. Remember, no matter what noise you hear outside, do not open the door or the window, and don't turn on the light. Just stay quietly in the room, try not to make any sound, and wait until dawn when the rooster crows 3 times, then leave immediately. Don't delay for even a moment, understood? Bai Xiaojiang looked at Aunt Wang's serious and worried face, knowing that this was her greatest kindness and protection. He suppressed the countless questions in his heart and nodded solemnly. Thank you, Aunt Wang. I will definitely repay you for this life-saving grace. Aunt Wang waved her hand, seemingly not wanting to say more. I don't ask for anything in return from you. Hurry up and go. Remember what I said. Don't come to the night market again. After saying that, she no longer looked at Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao, turning away with heavy footsteps towards her room with Xiao Dan, gently closing the door. Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. They walked up to the second floor and found the empty room that Aunt Wang mentioned at the back. The room was even more shabby than Aunt Wang's bedroom, with only a bare wooden bed and a dilapidated wooden cabinet propped up with bricks. The air was filled with a strong smell of dust. The windows were tightly shut, and the curtains were drawn tightly, blocking out the disturbing scene outside. Xiao, you should rest too, it's been a long night, Bai Xiaojiang said, looking at Yi Xiaoxiao's somewhat translucent figure, feeling a bit heartbroken. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head, turning into a wisp of smoke back into his body. I'm fine, I recover faster inside you. Be careful, when I'm asleep, my perception of the outside weakens, and I can't protect you in case of danger. Bai Xiaojiang nodded, using the extremely faint light coming through the window to start surveying the room. The room was covered with thick dust, as if it had been sealed for a long time. He walked to the bedside, reaching out to wipe the dust off the bedboard, preparing to manage a night sitting. He looked around again. The cabinet was empty, but out of the corner of his eye, Bai Xiaojiang saw a hint of white under the dusty bed. He squatted down to look under the bed. That hint of white stood out starkly against the dust. He bent down to pick it up, feeling it cold and rough, like the back of a picture frame, and carefully dragged it out from the thick dust. Indeed, it was an old wooden picture frame. The glass surface was shattered, covered with spiderweb-like cracks and thick dirt. Bai Xiaojiang vigorously wiped away the dust with his sleeve, revealing a photo inside. It was a group photo. The background seemed to be a bustling scene from when the night market had just opened, with colorful streamers hanging and smiles on people's faces. In the lower right corner of the photo, there was a line of blurry small text, Dongcheng Night Market Opening Commemoration October 1, 2015. Bai Xiaojiang's gaze swept over the faces in the photo, his pupils suddenly constricting as he recognized many familiar faces. He saw the ring toss stall owner. In the photo, he was wearing a brand new vendor's apron, grinning from ear to ear like a simple businessman, but that hint of cunning between his brows was still discernible. And the shooting stall owner, the old man in the photo, looked vibrant and straight-backed, a world apart from the hunched and troubled old man now. Not only them, Aunt Wang was also among them. In the photo, Aunt Wang's smile was radiant, looking much more vibrant than she did now. Xiao Dan looked almost identical to now, wearing a little vest, being held in the arms of a kindly smiling man, appearing a bit shy in front of the camera. But Bai Xiaojiang still sensed something was wrong. After so many years, why hadn't Xiao Dan shown any signs of growing up? A heavy dread filled Bai Xiaojiang's heart. How could a child's growth remain exactly the same after so many years unless he was a ghost? But Yi Xiaoxiao had checked before, confirming he was alive. Bai Xiaojiang's gaze fixed tightly on the man holding the small basket, his smile gentle, his eyes bright. Is it him? The person in the photo, the head in the trash can crying for help, with eyes and mouth sewn shut. In the photo, he was healthy, full of life. That was his real appearance. Bai Xiaojiang's heart raced. He felt as if he had touched the edge of the core secret of this night market scenario. He carefully wiped away the last bit of dust from the photo, took the old picture out of the broken frame, solemnly folded it, and placed it in the inner pocket of his clothes. Bai Xiaojiang looked around again, finding no further clues, then lay back on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. But in this situation, he couldn't sleep, he could only quietly wait for the morning. After resting with his eyes closed for a while, he heard someone knocking on the door downstairs, then the door next door opened, and someone tiptoed down the stairs. It should be Aunt Wang. Bai Xiaojiang opened his eyes, gathered his energy, pressed his ear against the door, and listened to the sounds downstairs. He heard the door open, and then voices came through. Is that person here with you? I know without you saying, Aunt Wang, I tell you, don't get involved lately, okay? It's for your own good. Chapter 40, Night Market, 16. The voice was a bit familiar, it seemed like he had heard it somewhere. Bai Xiaojiang slowly recalled his experiences from the past few days. He remembered. It was the voice of the crooked merchant at the ring toss stall. Yi Xiaoxiao said he was a ghost, not a human, and now he was talking to Aunt Wang on the first floor. Bai Xiaojiang fumbled for a shard of a mirror and gripped it tightly in his hand. Yi Xiaoxiao was asleep, and if anything unexpected happened, this mirror would be his only hope. The conversation outside the door quickly ended. Bai Xiaojiang held his breath, only hearing Aunt Wang heavily closing the door and locking it. Then came Aunt Wang's tired footsteps slowly walking upstairs, returning to her room and closing the door. The night returned to silence. Bai Xiaojiang lay back on the cold wooden plank bed, closed his eyes to rest, but there was no sleepiness, his mind repeatedly flashing the face on the old photo and the desperate gasps of the head. Time passed slowly in agony, and finally, after what seemed like centuries, a beam of dawn light broke through the darkness of the night market. Ooh! 3 clear and loud rooster crowing, like a horn of dawn, pierced through the darkness before the morning and dispelled the chilling air around the bun shop. Bai Xiaojiang suddenly opened his eyes. Without hesitation, he immediately flipped out of bed, opened the door, and briskly walked down the stairs. The bun shop was quiet, Aunt Wang's and the small basket's room doors were tightly closed. However, on the old wooden table near the door, covered in oil stains, was a small bamboo basket, with a few steaming buns placed on a clean cloth, giving off an irresistible aroma of wheat and meat. It was breakfast left for him by Aunt Wang. Bai Xiaojiang felt a warm current rise in his heart. He picked up a bun, glanced towards the second floor, then carefully pushed open the back door and slipped out. Outside, the sky was dimly lit, and the tourists and vendors had disappeared without a trace. The whole night market street was eerily empty, only the cold wind blew through the vacant stalls and tightly shut shop doors, sweeping up paper scraps and fallen leaves, making a rustling sound. Bai Xiaojiang dared not waste time, quickly crossing the long street and returning to the budget hotel. Once his tense nerves relaxed, an overwhelming sense of fatigue instantly swept over him. He ate 1 bun, left the rest for Xiaoxiao to eat when she woke up, then quickly washed up and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. This sleep was not peaceful. Dreams were filled with pale faces, sewn-up heads, and the terrified eyes of the small basket. When he woke up again, it was already evening outside the window. He rubbed his swollen temples. Sitting up. He glanced and saw Yi Xiaoxiao quietly sitting on a single sofa by the window, her cool figure appearing a bit hazy against the neon lights outside. She seemed to have been watching him, and when she saw him wake up, her beautiful almond eyes curved, and the corners of her lips lifted into a gentle smile, like the first melt of ice and snow. "Xiao Bai, you are awake?" Her voice was refreshed from just resting. "Xiao." Bai Xiaojiang saw her full of energy and felt joy in his heart. "Did you rest well? How do you feel?" I'm almost recovered." Yi Xiaoxiao nodded and lightly walked to his bedside. "Xiao Bai, are we going to the night market tonight?" "Yes. We must go." Bai Xiaojiang's gaze was firm as he immediately got up. "There are more mysteries, we must figure them out." The two entered the night market again. The noise was still there, the liveliness as usual, as if the terrifying scene from last night had never happened. Tourists were still tasting various foods, and vendors warmly attracted customers. But Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao both knew that within the splendor, details hid all kinds of unnatural weirdness. Bai Xiaojiang had a clear target, heading straight to the shooting stall, where the hunched old man still sat behind the stall, staring blankly at an empty table, with vacant and dull eyes. "Old man." Bai Xiaojiang approached the stall, carefully taking out the folded old photo. He unfolded it in front of the old man, pointing at the man in the photo who was holding a small child with a gentle smile. "Do you know him?" The shooting stall owner's murky gaze instinctively swept over the photo, initially showing no reaction, as if it were just a worthless piece of paper. But the moment his gaze touched the man in the photo, the old man's body suddenly shook violently. His eyes, like dusty glass beads, finally gained a spark of life. His thin lips trembled slightly, and he made a hoarse sound from his throat. "I know him." The old man's voice was extremely hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time, carrying a deep sadness and nostalgia. He was the last night market manager. He was a good man." This sentence seemed to exhaust all his strength, and the flicker of life in his eyes quickly faded away, extinguishing like a candle in the wind. The light in the old man's eyes was once again replaced by emptiness and numbness, and he slowly lowered his head, reverting to his previous blank and dazed expression, mumbling unconsciously, my gun, is missing, the gun is missing." Bai Xiaojiang's heart tightened, wanting to ask more, but seeing the old man like this, he knew further questioning would be in vain. The last night market manager. Bai Xiaojiang silently put away the photo, thanked the old man, and then pulled Yi Xiaoxiao away from the shooting stall. The clues seemed to have broken off again, or rather become more complicated, but he had some thoughts brewing. However, those who knew the hidden truths all kept their mouths shut, unwilling to tell him, leaving him at a loss for what to do. They walked along the street, pondering what to do next, and unknowingly passed by the ring toss stall again. The ring toss stall owner still had a deceitful face, excitedly selling his tricks to several tourists. Bai Xiaojiang didn't want to provoke this mysterious stall owner now, planning to walk past without looking. However, just as he brushed past the stall, an extremely faint yet clear cold voice, like a snake's tongue flicking, unexpectedly pierced his ears. "If you want to live, stop meddling in other people's business." Bai Xiaojiang's footsteps suddenly froze. All the hairs on his body stood on end. He turned sharply, his sharp gaze shooting like an arrow at the ring toss stall owner. He saw the ring toss stall owner still wearing that overly enthusiastic sneer, wildly spitting as he said to a hesitant tourist, "Come on, give it a try." Who knows about luck? Maybe the next hoop will hit the jackpot. His eyes didn't even glance at Bai Xiaojiang, as if the deadly warning just now had never come from him at all. But Bai Xiaojiang saw clearly. Just as he turned his head, the corner of the hoop stall owner's fake smile seemed to pull ever so slightly, almost undetectable, before quickly returning to its original state. He's warning me. Bai Xiaojiang's heart raced. This ghostly stall owner really knew the truth. He was warning me. But he didn't seem to be entirely on the side of the odd night market. At least, he didn't act directly against me at this moment, and from his conversation with Aunt Wang last night, it was clear they didn't have a bad relationship. With Bai Xiaojiang's gaze, Yi Xiaoxiao also looked at the hoop stall owner. The hoop stall owner seemed to sense Yi Xiaoxiao's scrutiny. His body stiffened imperceptibly for a moment, yet he continued to shout enthusiastically, as if nothing had happened. Bai Xiaojiang took a deep breath. Without stopping or questioning, he just gave a deep glance at the still-calling hoop stall owner, grabbed Yi Xiaoxiao, and joined the crowd without looking back. Chapter 41 Night Market, 17. The cold warning from the hoop stall owner was like a maggot stuck to his bones, haunting Bai Xiaojiang's mind. He pulled Yi Xiaoxiao along, his steps heavy as they merged into the crowd. Xiaobai, Yi Xiaoxiao's cool voice rang heavily in his mind. The ghostly atmosphere here is much heavier than yesterday. It seems there are even more polluted stalls. Bai Xiaojiang's heart tightened, and he scanned his surroundings with sharp eyes. Sure enough, several food stalls that had seemed normal last night now faintly exuded an eerie vibe. The kebabs at the grill were too vividly red, emitting a fishy odor like rust, and the glaze at the candied hawthorn stall was as thick as congealed blood clots. More and more visitors began to show that numb and greedy expression, like puppets controlled by invisible strings. This night market was rapidly becoming a ghost market. Bai Xiaojiang made a quick decision. Xiaoxiao, let's go to the bun shop again. They avoided the flow of people and turned to the back alley of the bun shop, where it was still quiet, contrasting sharply with the noise in front. As Bai Xiaojiang approached the back door, he saw a small figure curled up in the corner. It was Xiao Dan. He hugged his knees, burying his head in his arms, his small body trembling slightly, like a little beast that had been overly frightened. Xiao Dan? Bai Xiaojiang lightened his footsteps, squatting down in front of him, trying to make his voice sound gentle. Xiao Dan suddenly lifted his head, and when he saw Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao, a flash of panic crossed his eyes, instinctively wanting to shrink back into the door. Don't be afraid, Xiao Dan. Bai Xiaojiang quickly comforted him. Brother just wants to ask, where is the real gun? Xiao Dan shook his head urgently. I don't know what you're talking about. Bai Xiaojiang sighed, as if he had already guessed he wouldn't answer. He took out that old photo, pointing at the man in the photo. Do you know this person? Xiao Dan's gaze touched the man's familiar and warm smile in the photo, and his body trembled violently. His little face turned pale in an instant, his eyes filled with extreme pain and struggle. He suddenly shook his head, his voice cracking with crying and strong resistance. I don't know. I don't know what gun you're talking about. Don't ask me. Go away. Go away. He almost screamed, suddenly pushing Bai Xiaojiang's hand away, the photo falling to the ground. He turned and dashed into the bun shop like he had been burned by fire. At that moment, the back door creaked open, and Aunt Wang poked her head out, her face filled with worry and confusion. What happened? What's all the noise about? Her gaze fell on the frozen Xiao Dan and the agitated Bai Xiaojiang, her brows furrowed. Why are you both here again? Bai Xiaojiang took a deep breath. Knowing this was the last chance, he picked up the photo, pointed to the gentle administrator, and said to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang. The head I found in the trash can last night, sewn shut at the eyes and mouth, is the person in this photo. He told me that only you can help him. He might be in a bad situation now. The words struck like a thunderbolt. Aunt Wang's face instantly drained of all color. She staggered a step and barely steadied herself by holding onto the doorframe. Her gaze fixed on the gentle smiling man in the photo, her body started to shake violently, unable to control itself, her lips trembled, and tears burst forth like beads from a broken string. Is it really him? Is he still alive? Aunt Wang's voice broke, filled with immense sorrow and indescribable fear. Does he really only have? She couldn't finish her sentence, the immense pain choking her throat. Bai Xiaojiang nodded heavily. I'm sure. He looks exactly like the photo, but he only has a head left. Wow. Aunt Wang let out a deeply suppressed wail, as if all strength was suddenly drained from her, slowly sliding down to the cold ground against the doorframe, covering her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking violently, silently crying in pain. After quite a while, she managed to stop the cries, raising her tear-stained, despairing, and exhausted face. Let's talk in the shop. Her voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. His name is Zhang Yi, but we all call him Zhang Shanan. He was the previous night market administrator and little Dan's father. She painfully closed her eyes, took a deep breath. If you have any questions, ask once we're inside the shop. Since it's his request to you, I will help you. Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao followed Aunt Wang into the first floor. The room was still filled with the scent of flour and oldness, but the atmosphere was as heavy as a block of solid lead. You sit down for a moment, I'll go call little Dan down. You should have questions for him, right? I'll go persuade him. Aunt Wang's voice was still choked. She forced herself to stand up and stumble toward the second floor. Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao sat down at the table. Time ticked by, and it seemed Aunt Wang took too long to pour the water. At that moment, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the second floor. Little Dan? Little Dan? Aunt Wang's panicked voice came suddenly from the second floor, filled with tears and extreme fear. Little Dan. Where are you? Don't scare Auntie. Little Dan. Then came the sound of hurried, chaotic footsteps rushing down the stairs. Aunt Wang's face was as white as paper, her hair disheveled, rushing to the first floor, her eyes crazily scanning the small space, finally landing in despair at the table where only Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao were present. Where's little Dan? Where's little Dan? Aunt Wang lunged at the table, gripping the edge with both hands, her nails nearly digging into the wood, her voice sharp and changed in tone. He was just upstairs. Where did he go? I beg you, you must help find him. It's fine if his father is missing, but I can't lose little Dan again. Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly stood up, their faces changing dramatically. They comforted Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, don't worry, we will help you find him. Please don't be anxious, little Dan will definitely be alright. They immediately went to the second floor, and the entire second floor was empty. The room was filled with a bone-chilling cold. Yi Xiaoxiao's expression was serious. She closed her eyes, sensing with all her might, and after a moment, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her voice was laced with uncertainty. There's something. Little Bai, something was here just now. The aura is very strange. Little Dan must have been taken away. Bai Xiaojiang's expression turned grim. They were just about to get a clue, but then the clue was lost again. Yi Xiaoxiao explored the situation on the first floor, her pupils constricting, pulling on Bai Xiaojiang's sleeve, lowering her voice close to his ear. Little Bai. I just happened to check out the first floor. Aunt Wang is not a living person. Chapter 42, Night Market, 18. What are you two talking about? At this moment, Aunt Wang was standing behind the two, her words pierced into Bai Xiaojiang's spine like an ice pick, making him freeze instantly. Bai Xiaojiang suddenly turned around, forcibly suppressing the bone-chilling cold in his heart, and squeezed out a comforting expression on his face. Without directly responding to Yi Xiaoxiao's discovery, he quickly shifted the topic and asked the lingering crucial question. Aunt Wang, you mentioned those people, saying they came to harm you, warning you not to meddle. Who exactly are those people? Can you tell me? Aunt Wang seemed to be pulled back to painful reality by Bai Xiaojiang's question. She wiped her tears, leaned against the doorframe, her voice tired and mournful. You must have seen them, it's those stall owners from the night market. Her eyes were filled with pain and confusion. In the past, the night market wasn't like this. When it first opened, although it wasn't as lively as now, everyone did honest business, and life was relatively stable. But then I don't know when it started, and I don't know which shop began it, but a few shops suddenly became exceptionally popular, and the things they sold became a bit strange. Then, like a plague, more and more shops also did well, and the entire night market became more and more prosperous, but this prosperity felt eerie. Aunt Wang's voice trembled with fear. Xiao Dan's father, Zhang Shanran, he is the manager. He was the first to notice something was wrong and started investigating privately. He spoke to some stall owners and even had loud arguments with some of them. He became very anxious, saying that there was a big problem, and if it continued like this, the entire night market would be finished. Her tears welled up again. About a month ago, he suddenly found me and entrusted Xiao Dan to me, saying he might have to deal with something very dangerous, in case he doesn't come back to make sure I take good care of Xiao Dan no matter what. She covered her face, unable to speak through her tears. As a result, he really didn't come back, he went missing some time ago. A few of us old friends from the night market, like Old Lee from the shooting stall and Old Zhao who sells candy people, we wanted to help him and find out what really happened, so we gathered together to discuss and try to inquire secretly as a result. Aunt Wang's body shook with fear. Those people, those stall owners whose businesses improved, they found out. They rushed over, smashed our stalls and shops, and threatened us not to meddle any further. Aunt Wang suddenly grabbed Bai Xiaojiang's arm as if seizing her last lifeline, her voice filled with desperate pleading. Bai Xiaoga. I know you are not an ordinary person. I beg you. Please help us. Find Xiao Dan. Please save them. I am willing to do anything. Seeing Aunt Wang's face full of sorrow and pleading, Bai Xiaojiang's heart was a mix of emotions. She is not a living person, so is this pain real? Are her words trustworthy? He suppressed the chaos in his mind and solemnly nodded. Aunt Wang, rest assured, I will do my best to find Xiao Dan and his father. Just then, a thought flashed through Bai Xiaojiang's mind like lightning, an overlooked, crucial detail. He pretended to be casual and asked in an extremely calm tone, by the way, Aunt Wang, you just said Zhang Shanran went missing a month ago. What year is it now? I need to calculate the time. Aunt Wang was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting Bai Xiaojiang to ask this. She instinctively answered with a hint of bewilderment, this year? This year is 2021, it's been just over a year since we opened. Her tone carried a sense of natural certainty. 2021? Bai Xiaojiang's heart felt like it was struck hard by a heavy hammer. He felt all the blood in his body seem to freeze in an instant. Yet he maintained a calm expression on his face. Even forcing out a comforting smile, he said, "Okay, Aunt Wang, I understand. Don't rush, go rest and save your strength. Xiao Xiao and I will go out and look for clues, and we'll come back to tell you as soon as we have news." At this moment, Aunt Wang's mind was completely on Xiao Dan, and she didn't notice Bai Xiaojiang's fleeting shock. She just weakly nodded and walked, in a daze, toward her room. Bai Xiaojiang pulled Yi Xiaoxiao and left the bun shop, and as soon as they stepped out of the back alley, they merged back into the night market's seemingly bustling yet actually strange crowd. He immediately looked around, his gaze locking onto a nearby duck stall that looked fairly normal, with just the right amount of customers. The owner was a young guy, quickly packing orders for his clients. "Let's go. Ask him." Bai Xiaojiang quickly pulled Yi Xiaoxiao toward the stall. "Boss, business is good, I'd like some duck necks and wings." Bai Xiaojiang tried his best to make his voice sound natural. "All right. Just a moment." The duck stall owner responded enthusiastically, skillfully packing the order. "It's a new store opening, I hope you support me. I just came to this night market a few days ago, and I didn't expect business to be this good." A thought crossed Bai Xiaojiang's mind, and pretending to chat casually, he said, "Oh? Just opened? I see your skills are bound to be successful. By the way, boss, what year is it this year? I've been living in a fog, and my phone's out of battery." While weighing the items, the duck stall owner kept his head down and laughed as he replied, "Hey, how could you forget this? It's 2024. You really live quite freely. 2024. Same world, same night market, different people, yet living in different times? And Wang, Xiao Dan, the shooting stall owner, even that human head. Did their perception of now get forever frozen in 2021? And the new stall owner and visitors live in 2024? Bai Xiaojiang immediately felt a suffocating dizziness. Leaving the duck stall, he leaned against the cold wall, gasping, his face pale, and at that moment, he suddenly realized. "Xiao Bai? What's wrong with you?" Yi Xiaoxiao immediately supported him, worriedly asking. The time is wrong." Bai Xiaojiang's voice trembled in disbelief as he grabbed Yi Xiaoxiao's hand tightly. "Xiao Xiao. Aunt Wang said it's 2021 now, but in our last instance, the date was 2025. The instance should be in the same world, right? Why does the time not match? I finally understand why Mia came back to life. At this time point, whether it's 2021 or 2024, it's not that she has come back to life, but rather that she isn't dead yet." In those days back in reality, Pancher had sent him past tales of weird happenings, which clearly stated that, except for a few special instances with independent worldviews and timelines, the entire weird tale world should be cohesive and interconnected, and the time should be consistent. This instance clearly wasn't among those few special instances, yet the time didn't match with that of the previous instance. Chapter 43 Night Market, 19. Xiao Xiao, Bai Xiaojiang's voice was low and urgent, carrying an unprecedented seriousness, and Wang, or the original batch of stall owners, their memories are stuck in 2021. I need to know the time on Xiao Dan and his father's memories. My intuition tells me they know more. A huge mystery seemed to crack open a small seam, but with it came a deeper chill. To break the deadlock, more information must be found. And right now, the only ones who might know more, and whose stance didn't seem entirely hostile, were the owners of the ring toss and shooting stalls. "Let's go. Find that shady businessman." Bai Xiaojiang was determined, pulling Yi Xiaoxiao against the flow of people, quickly heading back toward the ring toss stall. The ring toss stall was still surrounded by a few hesitant tourists. The stall owner wore his eternal greasy grin, spitting as he promoted his traps. But when his peripheral vision caught Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao returning with clear intentions to approach him, the fake smile froze instantly. A trace of barely noticeable malice and irritation flashed in his eyes. Bai Xiaojiang pushed through the crowd, standing directly in front of the booth, ignoring the dissatisfied gazes from the tourists nearby, his eyes fixated on the ring toss stall owner. The muscles on the ring toss stall owner's face twitched, forcing out an even faker smile. "Oh, little brother, are you trying your luck again? Did you bring enough cash this time?" Bai Xiaojiang ignored his nonsense, getting straight to the point, his voice extremely low but filled with an undeniable urgency. "Xiao Dan is missing." "What?" The stall owner's fake smile shattered in an instant, his pupils suddenly constricting, his body jerking stiffly. The plastic ring he was toying with fell to the ground with a snap. He instinctively glanced left and right, then suddenly leaned close to Bai Xiaojiang, his voice trembling with suppressed fear. What did you say? Xiao Dan is missing? When? Where did he go missing?" "Just now. At Aunt Wan's dumpling shop on the second floor. He disappeared right under our noses." Bai Xiaojiang spoke rapidly, eyes blazing. 1 second he was in the room, the next second he was gone. "Someone must have taken him." The stall owner's face turned ashen, his hands trembling slightly on the booth. "You know his father, right?" I saw him earlier, Bai Xiaojiang pressed on, his voice carrying an air of understanding. He is now just ahead, his eyes and mouth sewn shut, found in a trash bin. Seeing the growing hesitation on the ring toss stall owner's face, Bai Xiaojiang continued, I believe you are worried about them too, right? I know you're not a bad person, otherwise you wouldn't have advised us to mind our own business with Aunt Wang. You and Aunt Wang are good people. Bai Xiaojiang's words were like a barrage of arrows, piercing through the facade the stall owner was desperately trying to maintain. The muscles on his face twitched violently, the mask of a schemer completely shattering, revealing the true countenance twisted by pain and fear beneath. He stared hard at Bai Xiaojiang, his eyes filled with intense struggle. The tourists waiting to play the ring toss began to stir impatiently. Hey, boss, are you still in business? Yeah, what are you chatting about in secret? The stall owner was jolted awake by the urging voices. He took a deep breath, seemingly making some kind of decision. He told the tourists that he wouldn't be doing business today, and after they dispersed, he gave Bai Xiaojiang a glance that was extremely complex, filled with a hint of pleading and a warning. Then he did something completely unexpected. He swiftly bent down, and a few seconds later, he straightened up, not holding any merchandise but instead very secretly and quickly slipping a folded, yellowed piece of paper into Bai Xiaojiang's hand. The paper felt rough to the touch, carrying an air of age, as if it had been violently torn from a somewhat old notebook. Take this, it's what Xiao Dan wanted me to keep for you, hurry and leave. The stall owner's voice was extremely low, like a whisper, but carried a near-breaking hoarseness and a final warning. As for the rest, I can't help you anymore, you need to rely on yourself. Then the stall owner hesitated for a moment and said one last piece of advice, be careful. Then he turned and ignored Bai Xiaojiang and the others, starting to pack up the booth. Bai Xiaojiang's heart raced, he felt that the yellowed paper in his hand was definitely the key. He gave Yi Xiaoxiao a glance, and the two quickly turned, like ink drops blending into water, disappearing into the bustling crowd. They found a relatively secluded corner, leaning against the cold wall, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Confirming temporary safety. Bai Xiaojiang cautiously opened his palm, unfolding the yellowed piece of paper that was slightly damp with sweat. With the hazy light from the distant stall, the somewhat careless yet steady handwriting in pen caught his eye. East City Night Market Administrator Regulations. The East City Night Market is open for business. As the night market administrator, you need to ensure the safety and hygiene of the night market, maintain order, and stop any actions that may affect the normal operation of the market. 1. The night market welcomes all kinds of stalls, but a stall fee must be paid. The details of the stall fee are based on the initial stall contract, and the fee will be collected by the night market administrator. 2. For vendors who refuse to pay the stall fee, the night market administrator has the right to use violence and other actions as punishment. 3. As the night market administrator, for your safety, a pistol is provided. Please take good care of the pistol and do not lose it. 4. If the night market sells non-compliant goods, please immediately disinfect the vendor or store owner. 5. If any visitors have eaten problematic food, please immediately disinfect them. 6. If there are many stalls selling problematic goods, please report it immediately and notify visitors to leave. The acrobatic performance will cooperate with your actions. 7. The acrobatic performance will hint at information every day, please make sure to watch and pay attention. 8. When everything is out of control, everything is safe. Do not worry. This is the new rules? Bai Xiaojiang looked at the paper, he finally found a new clue, and there were not only rules but also some words scribbled in pencil. The handwriting looked like that of a child, should have been written by Xiao Dan. The 8th rule was crossed out twice, and beside it, he wrote, liar. The blank space on the page had a few scattered words. I am so scared. I'm back, I overheard my words, but that is not right. Dad, I'm sorry. But I don't want Aunt Wang and them to have an accident. I am so sad, what should I do? Chapter 44 Night Market, 20. Now we need to find Xiao Dan and his father, where could they be now? Bai Xiaojiang pondered, who would take away the father and son? The vendors from the opening of the night market would not hurt them, who could silently take them away? A strange figure appeared in his mind, the little boy who looked just like Xiao Dan. With a dual personality or two different people, it seems Xiao Dan could very possibly be the one who ran away and disappeared. It seems he needs to visit the funeral clothing store again. Remembering previous experiences, Bai Xiaojiang felt a little uneasy. If it weren't for Yi Xiaoxiao's help that night, who knows what might have happened. But it's almost 10 o'clock now, the acrobatic performance will start soon. According to the 7th rule of the night market administrator, there will be hints every day. Should he go watch it? But after watching the performance last night, he almost missed the departure time. Was it the way of watching that was wrong? Bai Xiaojiang was a little hesitant. Just a quick look, just one look and leave. Because if he looks a little longer then. The two arrived at the square in the center of the night market, where the acrobatic performance was about to begin. At this time, the square was crowded, just as lively as last night. He immediately took out his phone and set an alarm to go off every 10 minutes, not knowing if the ringtone could wake him from that immersive state. Xiao Xiao, this time it all depends on you. He seriously said to Yi Xiao Xiao, if you find me getting lost like yesterday, or if something feels off, wake me up immediately. Use any means. Slapping my face is fine. Yi Xiao Xiao blushed and shyly said, Xiao Bai, I won't be so violent with you. Bai Xiaojiang had a serious expression, Xiao Xiao, I'm not joking, I'll rely on you soon. Okay, don't worry, I will find a way to remind you. Yi Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously at Bai Xiaojiang's serious demeanor. The lights on the high platform lit up, and the masked host, Xiao Luo, reappeared. The mask was a pure white human face, with few decorations, only a pair of blood-red lips drawn on it, and a teardrop painted below the left eye, looking both beautiful and eerie. Good evening, everyone. I am the host of the acrobatic performance, Xiao Luo. The host's enthusiastic voice spread across the square through the loudspeaker, here's wishing everyone wealth from all directions and smooth sailing. Alright, without further ado, the wonderful performance is about to begin. At that moment, a system voice rang in his ears, it was a notification from the command center of Yin Country. Sakura Country contestant Long Ma Ichiro has cracked the hint, the blessing phrase represents the current number of bazaar stalls. Bai Xiaojiang's pupils suddenly shrank. Number of stalls? Wealth from all directions, smooth sailing. Does that mean there are already 86 bazaar stalls? In just one day, the number of polluted stalls skyrocketed from 57 to 86? An increase of a full 29 stalls. It seemed like there were only about 300 stalls in the entire night market. At this terrifying rate of expansion, it wouldn't be long before no living person would remain in the night market. Moreover, he recalled the new duck vendor, and with the continuous influx of stall owners opening here, he dared not imagine what the night market would look like in a few days. But Long Ma Ichiro was indeed impressive, a true detective, discovering the problem so quickly. He had just gotten the paper not long ago. Even if the expert group from Sakura Country informed Long Ma Ichiro, he couldn't possibly count the number of bazaar stalls so quickly. This meant he had noticed the bazaar stalls earlier and had started counting. Furthermore, he seemed to be the first to clear the last instance. Although the score was not high and his methods were not very glorious, he succeeded in being steady and quick. So this was the hint mentioned in the 7th rule. The information was received, and the goal was achieved. Staying any longer would only lead to repeating the same mistakes, just like getting lost last night. Xiao Xiao. Let's go. Right now. Bai Xiaojiang did not hesitate at all, grabbing Yi Xiao Xiao's hand the moment the host finished speaking. In the brief gap before the first acrobat took the stage, he suddenly turned around, pushing against the crowd that was clapping and cheering in anticipation of the show, desperately trying to squeeze out. He feared that once he heard or saw the performance, problems would arise, and he didn't want anything unexpected at a critical moment. Excuse me. Please make way. Bai Xiaojiang whispered, his actions unusually firm and swift, while Yi Xiao Xiao cooperated fully, a faint aura gently spreading, helping them carve a path through the crowded crowd. Confused and dissatisfied gazes were cast around them, but the two ignored them. Bai Xiaojiang's eyes were fixed on the outskirts of the crowd, only one thought in his mind, leave immediately. Wow. So decisive in leaving? This is the clue that our Long Ma-san actively requested the expert group to share with you. Long Ma-san said he borrowed much of the progress you contestants found, so this counts as repaying him. The little rascal came back quite well this time. The contestant from the Korean peninsula is still foolishly watching the performance, stubbornly saying there must be more clues. I guess he's done for. Just as Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiao Xiao were about to squeeze out of the crowd, the performance on the high platform seemed to have officially started. A wave of music played, and Bai Xiaojiang instinctively glanced back. He saw the host Xiao Luo standing at the bottom of the stage, looking out of place among the tourists, his eyes behind the mask playfully meeting his gaze. He slowly removed the mask, revealing a handsome young face, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, carrying a hint of a smile that was barely there, and it seemed like he opened his mouth to say something to Bai Xiaojiang. Because the distance was too far, Bai Xiaojiang could only see the shape of his lips. Xiao Luo seemed to say, "We will meet again. Let's go. To the funeral clothing store." Bai Xiaojiang suppressed the unease in his heart, and his gaze became resolute again. That's our only breakthrough now. The two did not linger, their figures quickly disappearing at the end of the street leading to the Changsheng clothing store. Bai Xiaojiang and his companion arrived at the funeral clothing store, the shop's front door tightly shut, with an iron chain locked, clearly not wanting anyone to break in. Bai Xiaojiang looked up at the second floor. The windows there had been eerily repaired, showing no signs of having been smashed. Inside was pitch black, and he could not see what was inside. That strange little boy did not appear at the window this time. He did not dare to climb through the window like at the bun shop, fearing that the strange little boy might suddenly appear and push him down. Xiao Xiao, can this door be opened? He wasn't worried. Xiao Xiao's strength was far beyond that of ordinary people, as evidenced by how she could easily catch him, showing her incredible strength. Yi Xiao Xiao nodded, walked to the door, and raised a hand to lift the iron chain. To Bai Xiaojiang, it seemed like she was just gently holding the chain. With a clang, the iron chain broke, the heavy iron chain crashing to the ground. Bai Xiaojiang watched, his scalp tingling, completely stunned. Although he knew Yi Xiaoxiao was strong, this was too shocking. Yi Xiaoxiao, looking so quiet and beautiful, could actually break an iron lock with one hand? Chapter 45, Night Market, 21. Yi Xiaoxiao threw away the iron chain in her hand, returned to Bai Xiaojiang's side, smiling slightly, appearing to look forward to praise. Xiaoxiao, you are amazing. Bai Xiaojiang naturally did not hesitate to praise Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao's mouth turned up slightly, clearly enjoying Bai Xiaojiang's compliment, visibly happy. Bai Xiaojiang opened the big door. At that moment, the mannequins in the funeral clothing store had all disappeared, and the clothes were gone, the entire shop empty. No one? Bai Xiaojiang walked up the stairs to the second floor. The rooms on the second floor were the same as before, the furniture in the bedroom simple and old. On the bed, a little boy was quietly sleeping. It was the little Dan. Hearing his even breathing, Bai Xiaojiang froze. Was he now the little Dan, or that strange little boy? Little Dan, little Dan. Bai Xiaojiang stood at the door, afraid to approach rashly, worried this could be a trap. He called softly from a distance, trying to wake the boy on the bed. The little boy on the bed was startled awake by his call, rubbing his eyes in confusion. Who is it? Little Dan's voice was soft and confused from just waking up. He opened his eyes and saw Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao at the door. His big eyes first flashed with confusion, then surprise upon recognizing them, which was quickly replaced by a mix of caution and unease. It's you. Little Dan's voice lowered, instinctively shrinking towards the corner of the bed, avoiding their gaze. Seeing Little Dan's clear and anxious eyes, Bai Xiaojiang's tense nerves relaxed slightly. This gaze was that of the normal Little Dan. Little Dan, don't be afraid. Bai Xiaojiang tried to make his voice sound gentle. We are here to find you. Aunt Wang and the others are very worried about you. You suddenly disappeared, and everyone is very anxious. Little Dan lowered his head, his small hands tightly gripping the corner of the blanket, silent, the room filled only with his slightly rapid breathing. Bai Xiaojiang sighed, knowing that asking directly might not yield any results. He carefully took out a yellowed paper with the administrator's rules from his pocket and walked slowly to the bedside but did not come too close. He gently placed the paper on the bed's edge, pointing to the crooked pencil scribbles on it. Little Dan, this is what you wrote. Is that right? Xiao Dan's gaze touched those familiar words, and his body clearly stiffened for a moment. He quickly glanced at the paper again, then immediately lowered his head, still silent, but gripping the corner of the sheet tighter, his knuckles turning white. Bai Xiaojiang looked at his resistant appearance, feeling anxious inside, but his tone remained restrained and sincere. This is from the ring toss stall owner. He asked me to keep it safe. He is very worried about you, and Aunt Wang is even more anxious. She thinks you have been taken away and cried very sadly. Xiao Dan, I don't know what you know, but I know you don't want them to get in trouble, right? I saw what you wrote on the paper. You don't want Aunt Wang and the others to get in trouble. That's your heartfelt truth. Mentioning Aunt Wang and the others, Xiao Dan's body trembled violently, his head dropped even lower, almost buried in his knees. Bai Xiaojiang continued, Xiao Dan, if the problem is not solved, it will only get worse. Avoiding it is useless. Look outside, those strange stalls are increasing, and everyone including Aunt Wang could also be in danger. This is something you don't want to see, right? Stop talking. Xiao Dan suddenly raised his head, letting out a cry laced with tears. His small face flushed bright red, and tears surged forth like a dam breaking, filled with immense pain, fear, and helplessness. He trembled violently all over, as if bearing an unimaginable weight. I know. Of course I know. Xiao Dan's voice was broken and desperate. He pounded the bedboard hard. I just don't want them to get in trouble. That's why I did this. He looked at Bai Xiaojiang with tear-filled eyes, his gaze filled with struggle and a weight beyond his age. I have seen the future. Just a few days ago, I saw it with my own eyes. Xiao Dan's voice carried a nightmarish fear as he described what he had seen. Intermittently, the pollution in the night market cannot be stopped at all. More and more people become unhuman, food becomes terrifying, everywhere there is a rotten smell. Dad holds that gun. Xiao Dan's breathing became extremely difficult, as if an invisible force had choked his throat. He closed his eyes in pain, tears rolling down. He personally killed Aunt Wang. Killed Uncle Lu. Killed Grandpa Li. Everyone was killed by him. Then, in front of me, he pointed the gun at himself. Xiao Dan let out a piercingly tragic wail, curling up into a ball as if he wanted to sink into the bedboard. Only I am left, alone in the empty night market. There is nothing left, nothing left. I am really so scared. Immense sadness and fear nearly drowned him. He sobbed, intermittently saying, later, he gave me a chance to start over. He said as long as I did as he said, as long as I didn't stop certain things from happening, Aunt Wang and the others wouldn't die. I know this is unfair to Dad. Xiao Dan lifted his head, his face covered with tear marks, his gaze filled with confusion and immense pain. I know what he said is wrong, that this is wrong, letting it go will harm more people, but He looked helplessly at Bai Xiaojiang, his voice filled with utter despair and confusion. But I don't know what to do. I really don't know. I don't want to see Aunt Wang and the others die. I don't want Dad to commit suicide. Whoa whoa. Xiao Dan's cries echoed in the empty, dilapidated funeral shop, filled with heartbreaking sadness. Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, both seeing extreme shock and seriousness in each other's eyes. Bai Xiaojiang walked over and patted his back. Don't be afraid, we will do our best to help you. Let's go back and find Aunt Wang and the others, okay? Xiao Dan's body trembled lightly as he climbed up from the bed, nodding with a soft Bai Xiaojiang pulled Xiao Dan out of the funeral shop as the three of them walked. Bai Xiaojian continued to ask the doubts in his heart. Little Dan, who is that person you spoke of? Little Dan hesitated for a moment and said softly, that person is my future self, but from an even farther future. Earlier, he took me away from the bun shop, but he did not harm me. Chapter 46, Night Market, 22. Little Dan continued, I remember that after my dad committed suicide, I fainted, and when I woke up, I came back, and nothing had happened. I stole the gun that my dad had kept at Grandpa Lee's ring toss stall. I knew this would affect my dad, but I really didn't want to see everyone die in front of me again. The day I bumped into you, the day I woke up, I also met my future self. I discovered him, and I eavesdropped on his matters. He didn't want to eliminate this weirdness, instead, he kept helping it to flourish. I don't know why my future self has become this way, but I know it's wrong. I knew he was also looking for that gun, so I took it first and hid it. I don't know what to do now. Bai Xiaojian didn't know how to comfort him either, he could only sigh and pat his head. Have you thought about whether to tell Aunt Wang when you see her later? Zhang Xiaodan lowered his head in silence, only walking on his own, not knowing his true thoughts inside. They arrived at the bun shop. Aunt Wang. Little Dan plunged into Aunt Wang's arms, tears brimming. Aunt Wang tightly hugged Little Dan, one hand gently patting his back. At this moment, Little Dan could no longer hold back, he buried his head deep in Aunt Wang's arms and began to cry out loud, releasing all the grievances and fears he had experienced in these days. No one stopped him, they quietly watched him cry. A child no older than 11 or 12 had gone through such terrifying things, enduring sufferings that even adults find hard to bear. It's already remarkable that he hasn't collapsed. It was time for him to let it all out. Zhang Xiaodan cried for a long time, finally venting his inner fears and struggles, sobbing as he told Aunt Wang about the tragic future that was coming and what he had done. Bai Xiaojian also added from the side, hesitating for a moment and then saying to Aunt Wang, Aunt Wang, it is actually already 2024. Xiaoxiao told me that you are not alive anymore, you have been dead for a long time. I don't know how the other future Little Dan did it, but he really brought you all back to life, just in the form of ghosts. He recreated the entire night market and is even continually expanding it. When Aunt Wang learned that she was already dead, she did not show the surprise and sadness one might expect, she simply sighed deeply and stroked Zhang Xiaodan's head. Little Dan, you have truly suffered. Actually, there's no need to be sad that Auntie has died. At my age, I didn't have many days left to live anyway. Aunt Wang viewed her own death very openly. Aunt Wang, I don't want you to die, nor Uncle Lu, Grandpa Li, and Grandpa Zhao. I don't want any of you to die. Little Dan raised his head, his eyes swollen from crying. You all disappeared, and I am very scared being alone. Aunt Wang took out a handkerchief to help Little Dan wipe his tears. Silly child, we have long been dead. People must always look forward. Life and death are things you will face sooner or later. I heard what the young man just said, if this strange pollution is not stopped, it will spread and involve more innocent people. Little Dan, do you remember what Auntie taught you? You must be kind and we cannot harm others. Aunt Wang slowly lifted her head, her eyes filled with memories. Little Dan, your dad was a warm-hearted good person. As the night market manager, he helped us vendors whenever he could. If he knew any family was in trouble, he would surely lend a hand. Sometimes, when we couldn't pay the stall fees, he even took money out of his own pocket to temporarily pay for us. If someone at home has a headache or a fever, he will also help watch the stall for a few days and assist in contacting doctors. This is why we all call him Zhang the Good Man. He gradually influenced us. I remember when we first opened the night market, there weren't many customers. Although life was tough, everyone got along harmoniously, helping each other, and we lived happily. Xiaodan, your aunt believes you and your dad are good people. We can't continue to involve innocent people, okay? Xiaodan remained silent, slowly raising his head. Aunt Wang, you guys. Aunt Wang continued to persuade. Xiaodan, the aunt and everyone are already gone. Let us rest in peace. Life and death are common human experiences, we can't let more people get hurt. I'm sure your dad thinks the same way. Xiaodan, you must live well, okay? Live safely and become a kind and warm person like your father. Xiaodan's gaze gradually became firm, looking at Bai Xiaojiang, brother and sister, can I trust you? You will stop this pollution from spreading, right? Bai Xiaojiang nodded seriously. Xiaodan, don't worry. We will definitely do our utmost. Xiaodan stood up. Okay, then you follow me. I'll take you to find the gun. Bai Xiaojiang and his companion followed Xiaodan out of the bun shop, through the crowd, and to a candy stall at the other end of the street. The stall owner was an old man with gray hair. The stall was as cold and empty as the bun shop. Grandpa Zhao. Xiaodan greeted the old man. Xiaodan's here, just now. Your Aunt Wang called and told me everything. You don't need to be sad, old man like me and your Aunt Wang have long since let it go. The candy stall owner looked up at Xiaodan and smiled, but this only made Xiaodan feel a bit sad inside. He grew up in the night market, and these vendors treated him like their own child, and he certainly considered them his family and elders too. I didn't expect you to hide your dad's gun with this, old man. I hadn't discovered it yet. The candy stall owner watched Xiaodan walk to his stall, searching under the stall until he pulled out a black handgun. Xiaodan handed the gun to Bai Xiaojiang. Here it is, this is the gun. What should we do next? I don't know where the future me is, should we go find him? Bai Xiaojiang took the gun. This was certainly not a toy gun from a shooting stall. The heavy feel clearly indicated this was a real gun. Right, the shooting stall. He suddenly remembered Yi Xiaoxiao had said that the owner of the shooting stall was a living person. It shouldn't be, according to Xiaodan. Everyone in the night market, except him, was dead. If they were all resurrected by another Xiaodan in the same way, he should be a ghost like Aunt Wang and the others. But he was indeed alive. He had also mentioned that finding the lost gun would reveal a secret to him. No, let's go to the shooting stall first. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Zhao at the candy stall, the group arrived at the shooting stall. Bai Xiaojiang placed the handgun on the table, and the old man at the shooting stall finally had a glimmer of life in his cloudy eyes upon seeing the gun. He trembled as he picked up the gun from the table, and for a moment, tears streamed down his face. This is Zhang Yi, the gun is found. The old man at the shooting stall repeatedly stroked the black handgun in his hands. Grandpa Li, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for stealing your gun. Xiaodan sincerely apologized, bowing his head very low. I'm sorry. The old man at the shooting stall put down his gun, sighed, and pulled the little Dan closer, gently stroking his head. Good child, how could Grandpa bear to blame you? I've watched you grow up since you were little. What kind of child you are, Grandpa knows well. You have never been a naughty kid. I understand you must have your reasons. Grandpa. I'm afraid Dad will use the gun to kill you all. I really don't want to lose you. Little Dan said softly. Little Dan, so you have known all along. Hearing little Dan speak of his experiences, the old man was taken aback. He never imagined the situation would be so tragic. He sighed and said, Child, you have suffered. But stopping this strange spread is a responsibility for your dad and me. Even if it means death, at least it is a death with purpose. The old man looked up at Bai Xiaojiang. Young man, it's all thanks to you. You have worked hard these past few days, thank you. Bai Xiaojiang waved his hand. It's nothing, just a small effort. But I want to know, why do Aunt Wang and the others exist in the form of ghosts, while your aura still feels alive? The old man said, I promised you, as long as you find the gun, I will tell you a secret. Saying this, the old man took out a pendant hanging on his chest, which had a small, exquisite bagua plate. This thing is exclusive to the night market managers. It can switch between yin and yang. Outsiders cannot probe the aura of the wearer. Living people show yin energy while ghosts show yang energy. Zhang Yi has one too. Zhang Yi and I are both managers of this night market, I and Zhang Yi, one bright and one dark. One night, Zhang Yi suddenly found me and told me that someone was selling those strange things in the night market. He also went to investigate, and he was afraid of accidents, so he kept the gun with me for safekeeping. But then he completely disappeared, and more people were selling strange items in the night market. By the time I realized I needed to exterminate them, the gun was gone, and it was only with this gun that extermination could be carried out. You can guess what it is. Yes, it's to directly use this gun to kill those tourists and vendors who have problems. At this point, a glimmer of sorrow flashed in his eyes. Those new vendors do not know who has misled them. Selling such goods can indeed make a lot of money, but we old-timers, who started out from the beginning, have all refused to sell these items. We might live a little poorer, but at least our conscience is clear. Now it seems that even if we do not sink to their level, that weirdness has still polluted us. At this moment, Bai Xiaojiang felt a gust of wind behind him, and Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly turned around, grabbing an incoming arm. A mannequin from a clothing store had appeared behind Bai Xiaojiang without him noticing. Yi Xiaoxiao swiftly dismantled the mannequin's arm and then punched it, sending the mannequin flying several meters away. The mannequin crashed into the prize shelf of the shooting stall, making a dull cracking sound, but its twisted limbs creaked as they supported its body again. It did not attack again but slowly raised its remaining intact arm, opening its stiff palm. A folded paper quietly lay in its palm. Bai Xiaojiang cautiously approached, while Yi Xiaoxiao stood protectively in front of him and little Dan, her cold gaze locked on the mannequin. Bai Xiaojiang quickly picked up the paper and unfolded it. It was written in a twisted, bloody script with a short command, Gun, bring it here. Otherwise, Zhang Yi will completely disappear. Come to the rooftop of the clothing store. The note wasn't signed, but Bai Xiaojiang knew that it was written by another future Little Dan. It's him. Little Dan's voice trembled with fear. As soon as the note was taken, the mannequin seemed to lose its final support, suddenly collapsing into a pile of lifeless plastic shards. The air was so heavy it felt like it could drip with water. The old man's murky eyes burst with horrifying light. He tightly held the gun in his hand. Zhang Yi. He is going to target Zhang Yi. Isn't that also his father? Little Dan's face turned even paler, his body swayed. His father was the core support of all his actions and the source of his pain. Go! Bai Xiaojiang decisively said, Old man, take care of Little Dan, I will go with Xiao Xiao. Little Dan quickly said, I want to go too. Bai Xiaojiang wanted to persuade him, but seeing Little Dan's determined eyes, he changed his mind. Okay, then Xiao Xiao, you protect Little Dan, we go together. He looked at the old man, who gave a bitter smile, pulled up his pants and revealed that his lower half was empty. Bai Xiaojiang was shocked, it had been fine before. You guys go, I really can't do anything, please make sure to protect Little Dan and his father, thank you, young man, I will definitely repay you. Bai Xiaojiang quickly waved his hand, indicating that the old man didn't need to say this, he would definitely protect Little Dan and them. He was the first to rush out of the shooting range, running wildly towards the funeral clothing store. Yi Xiaoxiao said nothing and grabbed Little Dan, closely following behind. Back to that eerie funeral clothing store, the mannequins were indeed gone, leaving only empty shelves and a dead silence of waiting. They did not stop for a moment, rushing up the creaking wooden stairs to the second floor, and found the narrow iron ladder leading to the rooftop. Pushing open the heavy, rust-covered iron door, the wind on the rooftop brought the coolness of the night and a vague whiff of decay. He was right there. That strange little boy stood with his back to them at the edge of the rooftop, overlooking the brightly lit yet turbulent night market below, the moonlight outlining his thin figure that exuded endless chilling vibes. Hearing the movement behind him, he slowly turned around. On his face, identical to Little Dan's, there was no innocence or fear a child should have, only indifference as deep as an endless abyss. A chillingly slight curve even formed at the corner of his mouth. You came? His voice was cold and flat, with no emotional ups and downs, as if stating a predetermined fact. Bai Xiaojiang and the others' gazes were instantly fixed on the thing next to him. In the center of the rooftop was a cheap white plastic table. On the table lay a head. It was Zhang Yi's head. The head had its eyes tightly closed, the face gray, carrying a frozen pain mixed with disbelief. The neck's severed edge was remarkably smooth, yet there was no blood, as if cut and solidified by some force that transcended physical laws. Daddy, Little Dan cried out in pain. Chapter 48 Night Market, End. Zhang Yi's head reacted upon hearing Little Dan's cry. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, confusion flashing across his gray face as he scanned both ends of the rooftop. One was Little Dan, enveloped in chilling vibes, and the other a small trembling figure with tears streaming down. Little Dan? His voice was dry and hoarse, filled with tearing pain, shocked to see two Little Dawn, but the scene in front of him forced him to believe that two Little Dawn had indeed appeared. Hand over the gun. Strange Little Dan's voice was like an ice pick, his pale fingers slightly raised, pointing at the handgun tightly gripped by Bai Xiaojiang. Don't hand it over. Little Dan. Young man. You can't hand it over. Zhang Yi's head erupted with the last of its strength, shouting hoarsely, the muscles at the neck's severed edge twitching in agitation. That is the only thing that can truly eliminate the source of pollution. If you hand it over, no one can solve the strangeness of the night market. Don't worry about me. Strange Little Dan seemed to have heard the most absurd joke, and for the first time, a smile filled with resentment and sorrow appeared on his face, identical to Little Dan's. He suddenly pointed at Zhang Evil's head, his voice sharply rising, piercing the night sky. What do you understand? Dad? Good Zhang? You only know how to be a good person. Look at this. A yellowed and crumpled piece of paper was violently slammed on the ground in front of Zhang Evil, illuminated by the moonlight. It was surprisingly a hospital diagnosis report and a bill for medication. Late-stage lung cancer. You knew it long ago. But what about you? To save a bit of money for medicine, you help others pay their stall fees. You buy food for the stray cats and dogs. Does the night market manager's salary cover your treatment? Those you've helped, when you coughed up blood and fell, did anyone help you with a single penny? At that time, I asked you, our family is so poor, why can't we sell strange goods like them? You told me, we have to be good people? His gaze swept over the bustling strange stalls below, his voice filled with deep sarcasm. Now look at them, those who embrace the bazaar, they are raking in money, living better than anyone. And what about us? Aunt Wang, Grandpa Zhao, those good people you risked your life to protect, those who wouldn't even hurt a stray cat, what have they received in the end? His voice choked slightly, then was swiftly replaced by a deeper madness. They insisted on not selling those things, even if Aunt Wang doesn't wear a new piece of clothing for a year, even if Grandpa Zhao's son needs money to get married and buy a house, even if Uncle Zheng hurt his leg, they still didn't sell it, and the result? The result is still because others sold those things, they died. Polluted like trash. It's me. Only I found a way, I control the strange power. I brought them back. I recreated the night market, reliving the days we spent together. I can make everything return to the past, even better. No poverty, the night market will flourish, we can be together forever. What's wrong with that? At this moment, the bizarre little Dan's face was filled with madness and obsession. Zhang Evil's head painfully closed its eyes, then quickly opened them again, his eyes filled with deep compassion and determination. Child, you are wrong, you do not control the bazaar, you are dominated by it. What you see as a return is the entrapment of more innocent souls. The bazaar can never be controlled by anyone, all bazaar must be cleared away, otherwise it will only consume everything, including the last remnants of your humanity. Clear away? Who will do the clearing? You? A useless head? The bizarre little Dan let out a piercing shriek of laughter, the aura of darkness around him rising. Look around you. Who else will stand by your side? The good people you protect, where are they? We are here. A calm yet incredibly firm voice, without any warning, sounded behind Bai Xiaojiang. Bai Xiaojiang turned suddenly. Aunt Wine, Grandpa Zhao from the candy stall, and several familiar figures in plain aprons were there. It was the very group of vendors from the early days of the night market, standing shoulder to shoulder with good Zhang in that old photograph. Their bodies carried faint shadows, they were ghosts, but their eyes were incredibly clear, filled with warmth and sorrow. Aunt Wang's gaze passed over Bai Xiaojiang, landing directly on the bizarre little Dan, who radiated resentment and despair. She felt no fear, no blame, only boundless heartache. She stepped forward, and under the amazed and stiff gaze of the bizarre little Dan, opened her arms and gently embraced his cold, stiff body. Little Dan, my good child, Aunt Wang's voice was choked but exceptionally gentle. All these years, you alone must have suffered so much, endured so much pain, to become like this. The bizarre little Dan's body trembled violently, that layer of ice-cold indifference seemed to be shaken by this long-lost warm embrace. But he suddenly broke free, staggering back several steps. The gaze was once again occupied by obsession and madness. Don't touch me. I don't need pity, I'm saving everyone, I won't give up. You don't understand. Aunt Wang, we will all go back to that kind of life, trust me. He suddenly waved his hand. Countless pale mannequins surged forth from the void, instantly filling the entire rooftop. Their stiff arms tightly held onto Aunt Wang, Grandpa Zhao, and all the other souls, blocking Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao, forming a cold human wall. Only the small and timid current self was roughly grabbed by two mannequins, dragged in front of the strange little self. The strange little self looked down at the restrained, pale yet no longer crying younger self, extended a cold palm, voice carrying an undeniable pressure. Gun, give it to me. I am you, we are the same, this is all for the good of everyone, we all miss Dad, Aunt Wang and the others will always be by our side, right? All eyes were focused on that small figure at this moment. Time seemed to freeze. Zhang Xiaodan, being restrained, slowly lifted his head. In the moonlight, the fear in his swollen eyes receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and unwavering determination. He looked at the powerful, obsessed future self in front of him, and suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up into a brilliant smile like sunshine, even carrying a hint of arrogance. No, we are not the same. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly pierced through the night wind, carrying a kind of calm strength akin to rebirth. You have gained power, yet you are still ruled by fear. You fear loneliness, fear loss, fear facing the cold reality. You have forgotten Dad's persistence, forgotten Aunt Wang's kindness, forgotten Grandpa Li teaching us how to be good people. His gaze swept over Aunt Wang, Grandpa Zhao, and others who were still supporting him with their eyes despite being restrained by the mannequins, finally stopping at Zhang Yi's head filled with pain and hope. A huge courage surged like a newly sprouted bud, wildly growing in his small chest. And I, Zhang Xiaodan's voice suddenly rose, filled with a pronouncement like determination. Starting today, I will no longer be afraid. I am no longer the Zhang Xiaodan who only knows how to escape and cry. He suddenly broke free from the mannequins, his movements astonishingly quick, grabbing the gun from Bai Xiaojiang's hand. The cold muzzle of the gun was unhesitatingly pressed against his own temple. From today on. Zhang Xiaodan's smile was dazzling under the moonlight, carrying an almost tragic carefree spirit. My name is Zhang Dan. Zhang is for arrogance. Dan is for daring greatly. I know why you took me away but didn't kill me. His gaze pierced through everything, staring at the future self filled with disbelief and horror. Because I am your past, if I die, you cannot live. The moment the words fell, before everyone could respond in time. Bang! The deafening gunshot tore through the silent night sky. Scorching blood flowers and brain matter, under the cold moonlight, burst forth like the most cruel and brilliant fireworks. No! The strange little self let out a heart-wrenching cry of despair. The violent shadows around him violently dissipated like a popped balloon, his body gradually turning transparent. He reached out in vain toward the direction where Zhang Dan had fallen, but only grasped a piece of empty light and shadow fragments. Ding! Notification, player Bai Xiaojiang successfully cleared the rule subcopy East City Night Market Horror Tale. Clearance rating, S level. Clearance analysis, witnessing courage and sacrifice, the spark of kindness will continue to spread in people's hearts until it illuminates the dark night sky. Clearance reward settlement in progress. The cold system prompt sounded, like a final judgment, echoing on the silent rooftop and in front of every live broadcast screen. Chapter 49 Strange Hint. Night Market Rooftop. The echoes of gunfire seemed to still tremble in the air. Little Dan's small body lay on the cold rooftop, blood winding beneath him, but his face remained frozen in a sunny and arrogant smile, as if he had merely fallen into a peaceful dream. The strange Little Dan's figure shattered like a broken mirror, crumbling inch by inch amid the heart-wrenching wails, turning into drifting black ashes, and finally disappearing without a trace. The mannequins that bound Aunt Wang and the other ghosts clattered to the ground, becoming useless plastic. Aunt Wang was the first to dash to Zhang Dan's side. Her trembling hand dared not touch the warm blood, only able to emit silent cries of grief. Grandpa Zhao and the others gathered around. Zhang Yi's head stared blankly at his son's corpse, the immense sorrow rendering him speechless, only murky tears silently flowing down. At the neck wound, a faint white light began to swirl, as if some kind of binding was being released. With the disappearance of the strange Little Dan, everyone in the night market started to become transparent, gradually vanishing. Bai Xiaojiang stood frozen in place, his knuckles turning white from clenching. The overwhelming impact left his mind blank. Yi Xiaoxiao silently walked to his side, her cold hand gently grasping his trembling wrist, conveying silent comfort. She looked at Zhang Dan's corpse, her cold eyes also misting over with tears. Reward settlement complete. National Fortune Reward, National Physical Function plus 10%, Mental Resilience plus 5%, National Fortune Artifact Fragment *1. Personal Reward. Physical Function enhanced by 5%. Mental Resilience enhanced by 5%. Loot, Night Market Administrator's Handgun. Acquired item, Soulbound Mannequin. The white light began to envelop Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao, the process of return starting. Just as their figures were about to become blurred, Bai Xiaojiang suddenly looked up at Zhang Yi's head and Aunt Wang. You all. Zhang Yi's head looked much calmer in the white light. He struggled to squeeze out a smile for Bai Xiaojiang, his voice weak but clear. Let's go, child, thank you all. The night market will disappear, we should leave now. His head and the figures of Aunt Wang and the other ghosts, along with Zhang Dan's body, began to turn transparent and disappear in a gentle yet irresistible white light. Aunt Wang took one last look at Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao, her tear-streaked face revealing a kind and relieved smile, her lips soundlessly moving. Take care. In the next second, the white light completely engulfed Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao. Real world, Bai Xiaojiang's rental apartment. As the white light faded, the familiar ceiling came into view. Bai Xiaojiang fell heavily onto his own floor, gasping violently, his heart still racing from the shocking and tragic scene at the rooftop. Yi Xiaoxiao's green smoke quickly escaped, gathering beside him, her complexion more pale and transparent than ever, her body swaying slightly. Maintaining vigilance under the forced rules consumed her immense soul power. Xiao. Bai Xiaojiang, ignoring his dizziness, hurriedly got up to support her. I'm fine. Yi Xiaoxiao's voice was obviously weak, leaning against Bai Xiaojiang's embrace. She closed her eyes. I'm just so tired, need to sleep for a while. Before she finished speaking, she transformed into green smoke, merging into Bai Xiaojiang's body, falling into a deep silence. The room was left with only Bai Xiaojiang's heavy breathing. He looked down at his empty hands and patted his pockets. Zhang Dan's final arrogant and sunny smile, along with Aunt Wang's relieved gaze as they faded, intertwined repeatedly in his mind. At the same time, other contestants from different countries began to follow suit after receiving prompts from their countries, but since they were using hints to clear the level and did so after Bai Xiaojiang's S-level clearance. So it's all just A or B level completions. Even worse is. Thick gift crab, why don't the kids here commit suicide? No way, our players haven't maxed out the little boy's affection level. The previous plot points haven't been completed, now many places can't push the story forward, isn't this over? Ding dong. The phone screen lit up, it's a call from Pancher. Bai Xiaojiang answered the phone. Pancher's voice came through, sounding deep and heavy, but his tone carried a sense of shock. Welcome back. You've worked hard. Take a good rest. Another S-level rating, Comrade Bai Xiaojiang, you are amazing. Bai Xiaojiang responded, his tone slightly lost. Actually, I didn't do much, it was Xiao Dan who chose to sacrifice himself. We all saw it. By the way, the expert guidance team has a question for you. You ask. At that time, you were engrossed in the acrobatic performance. Why did you suddenly turn back when escaping near the exit? How did you know the exit door was already closed before any players had reached it? Bai Xiaojiang was taken aback. Wasn't that a hint from your expert group, telling me the exit was closed and to find another way out? There was silence on the other end for a moment, then Pancher's voice rang out again. We never gave any hints. These words were like a thunderclap, shocking Bai Xiaojiang greatly. Not a hint from the expert group? But that was clearly the system's voice. Could it be that the system gave the hint on its own? Comrade Xiaobai, there's no need to be nervous, the urgent thing now is to rest well, at least you have cleared the game. Then I'll hang up first. Alright, Comrade Xiaobai, if you need anything, feel free to contact us, we are here to solve problems for you 24 hours a day. Bai Xiaojiang hung up the phone, walked to the window, and opened it. Outside was the familiar city night scene, neon flashing, and traffic bustling. 7 days of rest, he could finally have a good break. Chapter 50 Invitation from Longma Ichiro. Bai Xiaojiang stood by the window, the cold night wind brushing against his tense nerves. Zhang Xiaodan, no, to be precise, Zhang Dan, that final decisive and brilliant smile, Aunt Wang's gentle farewell before dissipating, the strange scream of Xiaodan breaking down, and that hint not from the command center. Countless images and sounds swirled in his mind, filling him with a deep exhaustion and an inescapable heaviness. The emptiness in his stomach pulled him back to reality. The intense game had consumed a lot, and he was indeed hungry. He changed into a simple set of clothes and then walked out of the house. The city's neon and noise hit him hard, forming a stark contrast with the life and death tragedy he had just experienced. He just wanted to find a quiet place to fill his stomach. He walked into a restaurant he often visited, which was relatively quiet. He found a corner table, ordered his meal, and when he looked up, he saw several familiar yet extremely uncomfortable faces. Sun Yanchu's few girlfriends, led by one named Lin Wei, were sitting at a table not far away, eating and chatting loudly. Bai Xiaojiang frowned immediately, wanting to pretend he didn't see them and quietly finish his meal to leave. These women, during the time he was with Sun Yanchu, were not only her advisors but also vampires. Whenever he dated Sun Yanchu, they would always happen to appear, then naturally join in, ordering the most expensive dishes, and in the end, the bill would naturally fall to him. Shopping was even worse, they would try on a bunch of luxury items and then act cute to get Sun Yanchu to speak up, leaving him to pay. What was worse, they would always speak behind his back in front of Sun Yanchu, sowing discord, magnifying his minor shortcomings, and taking his efforts for granted. After the divorce, they didn't hold back from making sarcastic comments on social media. Unfortunately, he wanted to keep a low profile, but they did not want to let him go. Lin Wei had sharp eyes and spotted Bai Xiaojiang in the corner at a glance, immediately nudging her companion beside her. A few people exchanged glances, holding their glasses, swaying their hips as they walked over. Oh, isn't this Bai Xiaojiang? Oh no, wait, now we should call him Bai Dashan? Lin Wei's lips, painted with bright lipstick, curled into a sarcastic smile, her voice deliberately rising to draw the attention of nearby diners. She looked Bai Xiaojiang up and down, her eyes filled with disdain. What? You cleared the S-level dungeon, the country rewarded you with so much money, and you still come to eat at such a humble place? You haven't changed one bit, still so stingy. Another woman chimed in, fading a sigh. Oh, Xiaojiang, not to criticize you, but Nianchu has been looking so haggard lately, she's lost so much weight. You're a big man, don't be so petty. Yes, she was a bit willful before, but she still cares about you. Just lower your head, apologize, and coax her, she will definitely forgive you. A day of marriage brings 100 days of grace. Exactly, the third woman echoed, her tone dripping with condescension. Nianchu is just proud, she can't bring herself to admit it. We all know she still loves you. Take the initiative, it would be great to mend what's broken. Why make things so tense? Look at you now, all alone, how pitiful. Bai Xiaojiang's fingers tightened slightly around his glass, the knuckles turning white. He lifted his head, his gaze as cold as ice, sweeping over the three exquisitely made-up but unpleasant-looking women. There was no warmth in his eyes, only sheer disgust and indifference, making the three instinctively take half a step back. Are you done? Bai Xiaojiang's voice was not loud but clearly cut through the restaurant's background music, carrying an undeniable distance and pressure. How I spend my money and where I eat is none of your business. Secondly, he paused, his tone firm and resolute. I am divorced from Sun Yanchu, and we have no relationship. I am doing very well, extremely well. I don't need anyone's pity, and I certainly don't need anyone to dictate my feelings. Finally, his gaze landed squarely on Lin Wei's face, filled with undisguised disdain. Bai Xiaojiang sneered. You, with your B-face, speaking B-words, calling it proud? Don't disgust me. With that, he no longer glanced at them, picking up the menu on the table as if studying the dishes, completely shutting them out of his world. The three women were choked by his ruthless attitude, their faces alternating between shades of green and white. Lin Wei's lips trembled with anger, wanting to lash out, but when met with Bai Xiaojiang's cold, emotionless gaze, she inexplicably felt a twinge of panic. The current Bai Xiaojiang seemed to exude a fierce aura that they could not comprehend, no longer the easygoing man they remembered. You ungrateful. Lin Wei could only bitterly snap back, pulling her companions away, returning to their seats amid the odd stares of other diners, never daring to approach again. Bai Xiaojiang expressionlessly finished his meal served by the waiter, tasting like chewing wax. After being stirred by that group, he had completely lost his appetite. He paid the bill and left, choosing another restaurant where he could finally enjoy a quiet meal. After eating, just as he stepped outside, his phone vibrated. Bai Xiaojiang took out his phone to check. It was a message from Pancher. Comrade Bai Xiaojiang, sorry to bother you, Sakura Country contestant Longma Ichiro has expressed a desire to meet with you privately through official channels. The location can be arranged by us, and the timing is at your convenience. We will provide reliable personnel to accompany you throughout. Whether you go or not is entirely up to your personal will, and there is no pressure at all. Please consider and inform us later. Longma Ichiro? Bai Xiaojiang looked at the name, and the figure of the detective from Sakura Country who first cleared the dungeon with his wife immediately flashed in his mind. What does he want from me? After experiencing the earlier commotion with his ex-wife's friends, Bai Xiaojiang's emotions were already complicated, and at this moment, they added a touch of vigilance and reflection. Was it a coincidence for Longma Ichiro to suggest a meeting at this time, or was there an ulterior motive? He stood by the street, watching the never-ending flow of car lights, his finger hovering on the phone screen for a moment before finally replying. Understood, I will consider it. I will give you a response tomorrow. He needed time to organize his thoughts and also had to wait for Yi Xiaoxiao to recover a bit. Bai Xiaojiang took a deep breath, turned, and blended into the night. Chapter 51 Cooperation. 3 days later, evening. Bai Xiaojiang thought for a moment and agreed to Longma Ichiro's invitation. The meeting place arranged by the Rock-Solid organization was a nearby high-end restaurant with strict security and high privacy. A low-key black sedan stopped at the entrance, and a young soldier in plain clothes but with a tall posture got out first, opening the car door for Bai Xiaojiang. Comrade Bai Xiaojiang, please get in. This young soldier was quiet but walked with a steady and strong stride, his eyes constantly scanning the surrounding environment. Clearly, he was not an ordinary security personnel but an elite who had undergone strict training. Guided by the soldier, Bai Xiaojiang and the slightly recovered Yi Xiaoxiao walked into the reserved private room, while the soldier stood outside, like a silent guardian. Inside the room, Longma Ichiro had already arrived. He was sitting alone by the window, with a cup of clear tea in front of him, steam rising in soft curls. He looked about 23 or 24 years old, very young, dressed in a white sweatshirt, with a handsome face and a calm demeanor. Hard to believe he was the famous detective from Cherry Blossom Country. The most striking feature was his eyes, deep and bright, sparkling with a wisdom that seemed to see into people's hearts, and also showing a sense of maturity far beyond his years. Seeing Bai Xiaojiang and Yi Xiaoxiao come in, Longma Ichiro immediately stood up, a polite and friendly smile on his face, slightly bowing. Mr. Bai, I've heard so much about you, it's an honor to meet you. His Chinese was articulate and smooth, with almost no accent. Bai Xiaojiang was a bit surprised and nodded as a return gesture. Longma Ichiro, I didn't expect your Chinese to be so good. It's nothing, Longma Ichiro gestured for the two to sit down, gracefully taking his seat as well. His tone was casual and relaxed, as if it was nothing to boast about. Language is just a tool, as long as I need it, I can quickly master more. Currently, mastering 8 languages is enough. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently swept over the quietly sitting Yi Xiaoxiao, with a hint of inquiry and evaluation in his eyes. This must be Miss Yi Xiaoxiao? Longma Ichiro's gaze lingered on Yi Xiaoxiao's exceptionally beautiful and cold face for a moment, the corner of his mouth curving up into an intriguing arc. I am truly amazed by Mr. Bai's solution in that instance, it exceeded my expectations. While I had vague guesses at the time, I chose a more direct and controllable way to succeed for the sake of stability and efficiency. He gently sipped his tea, his tone carrying a hint of regret. Unfortunately, my wife in that instance ultimately broke down mentally, unable to be a reliable support like Miss Yi. His words sounded like a statement of fact, but Bai Xiaojiang keenly caught the cold implication of viewing his wife as a tool. Bai Xiaojiang slightly frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable with Longma Ichiro's attitude of completely treating the people and events in the instance as usable resources. He did not respond, simply lifting his teacup and silently drinking, while the atmosphere in the private room became somewhat stagnant. Longma Ichiro seemed unconcerned with Bai Xiaojiang's silence. He put down his teacup and took out a palm-sized, ancient-style dark wooden square box from his suit pocket. The box opened, lined with black velvet. Quietly lying inside was a watch gleaming with a cold metallic light. He gently pushed the wooden box in front of Bai Xiaojiang. A small gift to meet you, showing my respect. Longma Ichiro's voice remained steady. This is also an item I obtained in the wife's scenario. Once activated, it can freeze the flow of time in a small area for 15 seconds. It might be useful for avoiding deadly attacks and other matters. Bai Xiaojiang looked at the watch, not immediately reaching for it. He raised his head, his gaze sharp as he looked directly at Longma Ichiro. Longma Ichiro, no merit, no reward. What do you mean by this? Why give me such a valuable thing? Longma Ichiro met Bai Xiaojiang's examining gaze, calmly saying, very simple, by June, I believe we need to become allies, at least to some extent, partners. He leaned slightly forward, his deep-set eyes locking onto Bai Xiaojiang, his tone becoming serious. The scenarios ahead will only increase in difficulty geometrically, and what's more troublesome is that, according to my analysis and some intel, there will be more and more special situations arising. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Yi Xiaoxiao before returning to Bai Xiaojiang. going it alone is too risky, and the information barrier can be deadly. We need to share intel, exchange understandings of the rules, and when necessary, even consider cross-scenario collaboration. And you, Bai Jun, are very special. Longma Ichiro's eyes revealed a pure curiosity and exploration. Your way of clearing scenarios, your choices, even this Missy by your side, all pique my great interest. You seem to possess a quality I lack, and I believe you are a worthy investment and cooperation partner. Bai Xiaojiang fell silent. Longma Ichiro's words were logically clear, well-reasoned, and even undeniably tempting. As Longma Ichiro said, future scenarios could only become more perilous. An intelligent ally would undoubtedly greatly increase his chances of survival, and that time-stopping watch was indeed a rare life-saving item. But he thought of Longma Ichiro's cold tone when mentioning his wife, thought of his unfathomable cunning. Collaborating with such a person was akin to seeking a tiger's skin. Building trust is extremely difficult, and the cost of betrayal could be irreparable. Yi Xiaoxiao seemed to sense Bai Xiaojiang's inner vigilance and resistance, her hand gently grasping his wrist under the table. Longma Ichiro, I appreciate your good intentions. Bai Xiaojiang finally spoke, his voice calm and unruffled, as he gently pushed the wooden box back, not touching the watch. The matter of forming an alliance is significant, I need time to consider. As for the gift, it's too valuable, I cannot accept. Longma Ichiro looked at the returned wooden box, his face showing no surprise or anger, still wearing that calm smile. He seemed to have predicted Bai Xiaojiang's reluctance to accept easily. No problem. He calmly put away the wooden box and placed it back in his pocket, but left the watch on the table. Whether you accept the gift or not is my intention, and whether Bai Jun accepts it or not is your choice. I respect your decision. Please consider the proposal for an alliance carefully. I believe that at some future moment, you will understand my sincerity. He stood up, straightening his suit. Having met Bai Jun and Miss Yi today, having a few words with you fulfilled my purpose, so I will take my leave now. Longma Ichiro slightly bowed again, the gesture standard and elegant. I look forward to our next meeting. After saying this, he did not linger, turned to open the box door, politely nodding at the soldier brother guarding the entrance, and left directly. Inside the box, only Bai Xiaojiang, Yi Xiaoxiao, and the cup of cold tea on the table were left. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the tightly closed box door. The cold eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. Xiao Bai, this person gives me a very bad feeling. Bai Xiaojiang took a deep breath, rubbed his brow, and a sense of fatigue surged again. I know. But what he said makes some sense. He looked at Yi Xiaoxiao's still pale face, tightened his grip on her hand. However, I have you, Xiaoxiao, that's enough. We'll talk about allies later. Let's go home. Chapter 52, Animal Company, 1. The 7 days of rest passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Bai Xiaojiang did his best to adjust his state, accompanied Yi Xiaoxiao, and carefully studied the materials and notes about Longma Ichiro sent by the boulder. The watch left by Longma Ichiro was stored in his backpack, not worn. He also checked the items obtained from the night market instance. Night market administrator's pistol. Description: a weapon used by the night market administrator to eliminate anomalies, but it is severely worn, only allowed to fire one more shot. Effect: causes a certain degree of damage to the anomalies. Soul-possessed dummy. Description: a mannequin possessed by a vengeful spirit. Effect: summons a mannequin, which can exist for 1 minute. When the system's cold prompt echoed in his mind once again, Bai Xiaojiang took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and packed the gun and the palm-sized dummy into his bag. Yi Xiaoxiao transformed into a wisp of green smoke and merged into his body. Her state seemed better than when she returned last time but still carried the weakness of deep slumber. Please prepare, about to enter the instance. Player, Bai Xiaojiang. Instance, Animal Company. Instance level, 3. Instance description: the Animal Company is about to hold a fun team-building event, but your boss has been a bit dissatisfied with you recently, and your colleagues have some complaints about you. This is a perfect opportunity to improve your relationship with your boss and colleagues. Clearing condition: players must explore on their own. Everything went dark, and the familiar sensation of weightlessness came. When he opened his eyes again, Bai Xiaojiang's heart sank. The glaring fluorescent lights, the familiar cubicle, the humming of the computer tower, and the faint scent of coffee and printing paper in the air. Everything here felt incredibly familiar. He was sitting in an office chair, and in front of him was a desk, a file rack on his left, and, on his right, a mug. The whole company scene was identical to the strange wife instance's opening. It seemed he had returned. He suddenly turned to look at the workstation next to him. Huang Bo. That colleague wearing glasses and slightly chubby was typing away at the keyboard, brows furrowed, staring at the screen, exactly like the Huang Bo who had told him he was unmarried back then. Just then, a crisp sound of high heels tapping the ground approached from afar. Bai Xiaojiang stiffly turned his gaze toward the sound, his pupils suddenly shrinking to the size of pinpoints. Mia. The Mia who was pushed down the stairs and fell to her death by Yi Xiaoxiao in his first instance. At this moment, she was dressed in a decent professional suit, her makeup exquisite, with a formulaic smile on her face, holding a file, walking gracefully toward him. Her footsteps were light, and her expression was natural, as if she had never experienced anything terrifying. Mia walked directly to Huang Bo's workstation, placed the file on his desk, and spoke brightly, "Huang Bo, the quarterly analysis draft that the marketing department needed. Mr. Wang wants it before you leave work." "Okay, Mia, I'll finish it as soon as possible," Huang Bo responded without looking up. Mia nodded, and her gaze naturally turned to the stiff as stone Bai Xiaojiang, her lips curving into a polite arc. "Good morning, Xiao Bai, you look good today." Her tone was casual and easy, as if just greeting an ordinary colleague. Bai Xiaojiang felt a chill instantly freeze his blood, the muscles on his face were completely rigid, his throat felt like it was being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand, unable to make any sound. His eyes stared fixedly at Mia, filled with extreme shock and disbelief. A doubt arose in his heart. "What time is it in the instance?" Mia looked a little puzzled under his gaze, slightly furrowing her delicate brows. "What's wrong, Xiao Bai? Is there something on my face?" "No, nothing." Bai Xiaojiang almost forced out a few words between his teeth, his voice dry and hoarse. He suddenly lowered his head, avoiding Mia's probing gaze, his heart racing wildly in his chest. Mia shrugged, seeming to find him a bit strange today but didn't ask further, turning around and leaving in her high heels. Until Mia's figure vanished at the end of the corridor, Bai Xiaojiang felt as if he had lost all strength, his back heavily leaning against the chair, cold sweat soaking his shirt lining, immense fear and confusion gripping him. He forced himself to calm down, abruptly reaching out and almost roughly pressing the power button on the computer in front of him. The computer screen lit up, the familiar operating system interface appearing. His fingers trembled slightly, moving the mouse quickly to click on the date and time display in the lower right corner. April 13, 2025, 9:07 a.m. This date hit Bai Xiaojiang's forehead like a cold hammer. It matched the time from his first instance. From the start of the first instance, spending a few days there, and finally clearing and leaving, plus the time in the real world, Mia had been dead for several days. Now, calculating from this date, since he last left the company, Mia's body should have been discovered and dealt with. The whole company should be shrouded in the shadow of an employee's unexpected death. But now, Mia appeared alive, as if nothing had happened, her presence a norm for her colleagues, even Huang Bo casually talking to her. Is she really still alive? Xiao, is that Mia still a living person? Bai Xiaojiang asked in a low voice. The aura is very heavy, doesn't seem like a living person. Yi Xiaoxiao's voice echoed in Bai Xiaojiang's mind. It seems she really has returned, better look for the rules. Bai Xiaojiang pondered, this time the initial rules surprisingly were not placed in an obvious place, it seemed he needed to find them himself. Xiao Bai, let's go together after work, okay? Huang Bo stopped his work, stretched, and turned to Bai Xiaojiang. Bai Xiaojiang was taken aback. Where to? Seeing Bai Xiaojiang's confused look, Huang Bo laughed. Have you lost your memory? Didn't President Wang say that after work, the whole company will go for team building? You don't want to go, do you? Bai Xiaojiang suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart, forcing a smile. Of course, I will go. How could I miss such a great team building opportunity? As he spoke, he discreetly observed Huang Bo's expression. Huang Bo seemed completely unconcerned about Bai Xiaojiang's reaction, just chuckled and went back to handling his report. The whole afternoon, Bai Xiaojiang felt like sitting on pins and needles. He tried searching at his workstation, through drawers, folders, under the keyboard. He found nothing like last time, no obvious rules file, and the computer files were all clean. He even made an excuse to go to the restroom, quickly scanning the public area, the bulletin board, and the pantry, still finding nothing. Afterward, he sneaked back into the archive room, this time, picking the lock and slipping and felt even more familiar. His only discovery was the personnel files of the branch office. Afraid of being discovered, Bai Xiaojiang didn't dare to take anything, only took the time to check. He first looked through his own file and the files of his team colleagues, his file unchanged from last time. He roughly browsed his colleagues' files, finding nothing unusual. Then he searched for Mia's file and quickly found it in the finance department. Mia. Gender, female. Department, finance. Position, staff. Graduated from Hucking University. Place of origin. Everything in the file was normal, except for the line about her place of origin, which was specially marked in red and filled with asterisks. Besides that, there were no other anomalies. The animal company and team building mentioned in the description were the only clues available, and Bai Xiaojiang sighed. It seemed he needed to look for clues in this so-called team building activity. New clues should appear as the story progressed. So he put everything back in place and carefully left the archive room quickly. As soon as work hours ended, the atmosphere in the office noticeably livened up, and Huang Bai briskly packed his things. Xiao Bai, let's go. I'll drive. Bai Xiaojiang nodded, slinging his backpack containing key items over his shoulder and following Huang Bai and other excited colleagues downstairs. Huang Bai's car was an ordinary vehicle. They got in and drove towards the suburbs. The team building location was a 3-story villa rented by the company, situated in a somewhat secluded but fairly scenic resort area. When they arrived, the villa was brightly lit, and several cars were already parked in the yard, with other colleagues arriving one after another. Bai Xiaojiang quickly scanned the crowd. Mia arrived a bit earlier. At that moment, she was chatting and laughing with several female colleagues, looking relaxed, as if the earlier fall had never happened. Huang Bai brought him to where their programming team was located. Surrounding them would be his colleagues, whom Bai Xiaojiang had already seen from the files. At this moment, he was quietly standing in the corner, scrolling his phone and calling Meng Huayan, the sales champion from their marketing department. Next to him, a young guy was exaggerating gestures while telling jokes, making those around him laugh heartily. He was the new intern, Sun Ziyuan. Zhaoya, the only girl in the group, was helping to set up the dining table, while Himu, who had been in the group for a long time, was standing a bit farther away. Of course, there were colleagues from other departments: finance, programming, planning, administration. Dozens of people gathered in small groups, chatting. Fortunately, the villa the company rented and the surrounding resort was large enough. Soon, a middle-aged man with a signature beer belly and a beaming smile walked in, accompanied by a tall, well-dressed woman with refined makeup, wearing a professional skirt suit. The middle-aged man was their branch manager, Wang Yiren, and the woman beside him was his personal secretary, Feng Tingting. "Hello, Manager Wang." "Hello, Secretary Feng." Upon seeing their boss arrive, everyone quickly stopped talking, stood up, and greeted them. Good. Thank you all for your hard work. Please sit down, don't be shy." Manager Wang waved his hand with a smile, appearing very approachable. "Today is for relaxation and building relationships. Xiao Feng, let the kitchen serve the dishes." Everyone sat down at the long dining table in the villa's dining area. Dinner was plentiful, a fusion of Chinese and Western cuisine, and the atmosphere gradually warmed up under the intentional guidance of Manager Wang and Feng Tingting. Everyone raised their glasses to toast and chatted about amusing stories outside of work. On the surface, Bai Xiaojiang joined in, but most of his attention was focused on Mia. She was behaving too normally, clinking glasses with colleagues, tasting the dishes, participating in discussions. Her laughter seemed natural, without any stiffness or discomfort. The colleagues' attitudes towards her were also incredibly natural, as if nothing had ever happened to Mia. This naturalness, in Bai Xiaojiang's eyes, instead revealed an eerie strangeness. Knowing the truth, Mia turned to gaze into Bai Xiaojiang's eyes and flashed him a meaningful smile. Bai Xiaojiang quickly turned his head to avoid her gaze. However, when Bai Xiaojiang turned his head, he was startled by the person beside him. The person next to him was Himu, and his gaze was extremely frightening, his eyes sharp like poison-tipped knives. Filled with violence and resentment, it was nailed firmly onto Feng Tingting, even making Bai Xiaojiang, who was sitting beside, feel a chill run down his spine. His gaze occasionally, extremely discreetly, glanced towards Feng Tingting, who was sitting next to Manager Wang. Just as Feng Tingting smiled and stood up to pour wine for Manager Wang, slightly leaning forward and exposing a section of her fair neck, Himu's hand holding the knife and fork trembled uncontrollably, and his breathing became heavier. A warning bell rang loudly in Bai Xiaojiang's heart. He forced himself to stay calm, raised his glass, and slightly leaned towards Himu, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. "Himu, this red wine is nice, you should try it?" The moment Himu turned to look at Bai Xiaojiang in response, Bai Xiaojiang's heart almost stopped. What kind of eyes were those, filled with blood vessels, the pupils rolling with a madness and killing intent that seemed tangible, as if they were about to devour someone in the next second? This was definitely not the gaze of a human in a normal emotion, it resembled a beast cornered to its limit. However, this terrifying gaze lasted for less than half a second. When Himu realized it was Bai Xiaojiang and became aware of his own loss of composure, that horrifying light quickly faded like a receding tide, replaced by a slight shyness and friendly bewilderment. He even instinctively pushed his glasses up on his nose and revealed a somewhat awkward smile. "Oh, yes, it is nice. Thank you, Brother Bai." His voice was gentle, even carrying a touch of shy restraint. If Bai Xiaojiang hadn't just witnessed that hair-raising scene, he would almost think he was seeing things. Himu's speed in masking his emotions was astonishing, as if that moment filled with killing intent was merely a figment of Bai Xiaojiang's imagination. But Bai Xiaojiang knew, it wasn't an illusion. This Himu definitely had a problem. His hatred towards Feng Tingting seemed to have reached an extremely dangerous level. Dinner was nearing its end in an atmosphere that appeared harmonious on the surface but was actually swirling with undercurrents. Manager Wang wiped his mouth with a napkin, cleared his throat, and wore a smile mixed with excitement and a sense of control. "Dear colleagues." Manager Wang's voice was loud, drawing everyone's attention. "The highlight of today's team building is here. To let everyone understand each other better and enhance team spirit, we will play some ice-breaking games." He scanned the room, satisfied with everyone's curious eyes, and then announced word by word. "This game is called Truth or Dare." As soon as Manager Wang's voice fell, the atmosphere in the restaurant instantly shifted from superficial bustle to an eerie silence. The lights seemed to dim a few shades, reflecting on the various expressions of everyone present. "I'll go first, to break the ice." Manager Wang laughed heartily, seeming to enjoy the feeling of having everything under control. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Feng Tingting's waist, the action affectionate and clearly possessive. Feng Tingting's body stiffened slightly, her professional smile unchanged, but a trace of barely noticeable oddness seemed to flicker in her eyes. Manager Wang surveyed the room, his voice booming. I, Wang Yiren, indeed have a special relationship with my secretary Feng Tingting. He paused deliberately to create suspense, then broke into a grin. We have a physical relationship. Company rules? Hee, rules are dead, people are alive. As soon as his voice fell, the restaurant was filled with a sound of suppressed gasps and a few brief exclamations of surprise. Although many people had speculated, Manager Wang's brazen public declaration during a team-building event still shocked and discomforted many. Some female colleagues showed disdain, while the male colleagues wore complex expressions, some envying, some jealous, and some embarrassed. Bai Xiaojiang sharply noticed that when Manager Wang said the words physical relationship, Mu, sitting diagonally opposite him, suddenly trembled. The veins on the back of his hand, holding the wine cup, bulged, and the knuckles turned white. Those eyes that had just pretended to be gentle and shy were suddenly filled with a surge of hatred and humiliation that seemed ready to explode. He stared fiercely at the hand of General Wang around Feng Tingting's waist, his breathing growing heavier, as if he was about to erupt at any second. This intense negative emotion was so strong that even Bai Xiaojiang felt a flutter in his heart. General Wang seemed completely unconcerned about Mu's reaction, or rather, he didn't care at all. He gleefully picked up an empty beer bottle and placed it horizontally on the smooth dining table. Alright, the game officially begins. General Wang forcefully spun the bottle, which quickly rotated on the table, emitting a buzzing sound. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the bottle's mouth, the atmosphere tensed to the point of almost freezing. The bottle spun slower and slower, finally wobbling to point at Huang Bo. The smile on Huang Bo's plump face instantly froze, looking somewhat awkward and uneasy. Team leader Huang, it's your turn. General Wang looked at him with a smile, but his eyes carried a hint of scrutiny and pressure. Truth or dare, okay? Everyone can ask questions. But, well. He shifted his tone, suddenly sounding threatening. If anyone doesn't answer truthfully and gets reported, 500 yuan will be deducted from their salary on the spot. Everyone should be open and honest. Come on, who has a question for team leader Huang? The restaurant fell into a dead silence. Huang Bo was the group leader of the marketing department and usually well liked, despite some minor flaws. However, no one wanted to embarrass him in this situation. Moreover, everyone knew General Wang's words were intended as a warning, and no one wanted to be the one to stand out. Seeing the crowd silent, General Wang's expression clearly darkened, and his smile faded. What? No questions? Or could it be? Team leader Huang is too popular, and everyone is too shy to ask? He sneered, since everyone is too shy, then I'll ask. General Wang leaned forward, his sharp gaze locking onto Huang Bo like a hawk, his voice low but clear to everyone's ears. Huang Bo, the anonymous letter about me received by the head office inspection team, was written by you, right? Buzz. These words were like a giant stone thrown into a calm pond, instantly focusing everyone's gaze on Huang Bo, filled with shock and disbelief. How could Huang Bo dare to report General Wang? How could someone be so bold? Huang Bo's face instantly turned pale, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His lips trembled, his eyes darting away, unable to look at General Wang or the colleagues around him. The immense pressure made him feel almost breathless. The deduction of 500 yuan was nothing, as his salary was naturally not low being a group leader, but since Wang Yiren brought it up, it proved he must have known it already. If he continued to hide, it would just make things worse. After seconds of torturous silence, Huang Bo struggled to nod, his voice dry as sandpaper scratching. Yes, I wrote it. The restaurant erupted in suppressed murmurs. Everyone looked at Huang Bo with complex expressions, some filled with sympathy, some with admiration, but more with fear. He admitted it. What would happen next? Unexpectedly, General Wang did not erupt on the spot. He merely said, oh, his face regaining that inscrutable smile, even clapping his hands. Good. You dared to act and take responsibility. Team leader Huang is honest. Sit down. The game continues. This unusual calm made the atmosphere even more oppressive. Huang Bo felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, yet also drained of energy, slumping back into his chair, taking a big gulp from the wine cup in front of him, his hand still trembling slightly. General Wang spun the beer bottle again. This time, under everyone's tense gaze, the bottle slowly came to a stop, pointing at Mia. Mia's smile was still perfectly flawless, as if the pointer was not directed at her. She gracefully set down her red wineglass, leisurely gazing at the crowd, seemingly waiting for questions. The restaurant fell into silence again, and Bai Xiaojiang's heart raced with alarm, while the others also instinctively felt a hint of something amiss, none willing to speak first. Time passed second by second, and the impatience on Mr. Wang's face became more evident. Just as he was about to step in again, a cold, slightly sarcastic female voice rang out. I'll ask. Everyone turned to the voice, and to their surprise, it was Confrontation. She wore a flawless professional smile, but her gaze was sharp as a knife, directly aimed at Mia. Miss Mia, Confrontation's voice was clear and calm. I'm very curious, where are you from, right? Boom. Confrontation's words exploded like a bomb in the crowd, and all the colleagues' looks instantly filled with suspicion, fear, and disbelief, all focused on Mia. Chapter 55 Animal Company, 4. Mia's smile seemed to freeze for a split second the moment Confrontation asked her question. But she recovered quickly, so fast it made one think it was an illusion. She met everyone's puzzled gaze, even raising her wine glass, elegantly sipping her red wine, and then slowly setting it down. She did not deny or argue, just met Confrontation's gaze, the corners of her mouth lifting in a playful curve, lightly nodding. Secretary Feng is really well informed. Yes, I came from there. Her voice was calm and steady, as if stating something unrelated to herself. After speaking, she didn't even glance at anyone else, contentedly picking up her knife and fork, cutting a piece of steak from her plate, elegantly bringing it to her mouth, chewing thoroughly, as if she were not the one whose biggest secret had just been publicly revealed. The restaurant was eerily silent. Only the slight sound of Mia's knife and fork clinking against the plate echoed in everyone's heart. Fear and suspicion spread like cold venomous snakes among the crowd. The looks directed at Mia had completely transformed into fear and alienation. Mr. Wang watched the scene, a satisfied, almost cruel smile appearing on his face. Good. Mia is quite frank. Let the game continue. Mr. Wang's voice was filled with excitement as he forcefully spun the beer bottle again. The following game took a completely different turn. Under Mia's candid provocation and Mr. Wang's invisible pressure, the so-called truth-telling became a stage for colleagues to vie against each other and expose each other's shortcomings. Old grievances hidden in the heart were dug up and magnified under the guise of truth. Many baseless rumors were questioned as if they were facts, and some even began to vent their personal grudges under the influence of alcohol. Each time the bottle stopped, it was accompanied by whispers of tension, schadenfreude, or fear, with the questioned person giving awkward, angry, or even humiliated responses, filling the restaurant with hypocrisy, malice, and suppressed agitation. Bai Xiaojiang watched everything coldly, feeling the chill in his heart grow heavier. At that moment, the wildly spinning beer bottle, under the expectant or fearful gazes of everyone, slowly came to a stop. The bottle's neck pointed, neither biased nor off, directly at Bai Xiaojiang. Oh. The next one is Xiao Bai. Mr. Wang raised an eyebrow, leaning back against the chair's backrest, crossing his arms over his abdomen, his gaze sweeping the room with a cat and mouse-like playful spark. Come on, colleagues, is there anything you want to ask our Xiao Bai? This is a rare opportunity to get to know a colleague better, the game is about to end. Come on, does anyone have any questions for our Xiao Bai? Bai Xiaojiang noticed the complex looks directed at him, but he remained composed, quietly waiting for someone to step forward to ask. From the corner of his eye, he keenly caught sight of Mia looking at him with interest, a faint, elusive smile playing on her lips. And he lowered his head, seemingly indifferent to the farce happening here, but his fingers still unconsciously dug into the tablecloth. Time passed second by second, and the smile on Mr. Wang's face gradually faded, replaced by a displeasure at having his authority challenged. He gently tapped the table, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. This is the last chance. His sharp gaze scanned everyone, finally settling on Bai Xiaojiang's face, bearing a hint of refusal. Since everyone is too shy to ask, let me ask. Mr. Wang leaned slightly forward, his eyes seeming to see through people's hearts and firmly locking onto Bai Xiaojiang, his voice not loud but clearly penetrating every ear, carrying a cold sharpness. Xiao Bai, did you sneak into the company archive room today? This question was like an invisible ice pick, instantly piercing through Bai Xiaojiang's seemingly calm exterior. Although he had long been psychologically prepared, at this moment, he still felt a wave of panic. Should he deny it? Since Mr. Wang dared to ask publicly, he must have discovered something. The consequences of lying might not just be a salary deduction but could trigger rules he didn't want to face. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his tumultuous emotions, raised his head, met Mr. Wang's scrutinizing gaze, and spoke with as steady a voice as he could. Mr. Wang, since you already know, yes, I went in. He did not offer excuses but directly admitted the truth. This straightforwardness surprisingly sparked a glimmer of unexpected delight in Mr. Wang's eyes. Many colleagues in the restaurant, especially from the marketing department, looked at Bai Xiaojiang with confusion and scrutiny, not understanding what he had gone to the archive room for. Mr. Wang stared at Bai Xiaojiang for a few seconds. The smile of someone who controlled everything reappeared on his face, even with a hint of appreciation as he clapped his hands. Very well, I also want to tell everyone that I know exactly what you do at the company. Don't think I don't know. He shifted his tone and leaned back comfortably in his chair. Xiao Bai, I see you haven't asked a question yet. Now that you've answered truthfully, it's your turn to ask someone here. As the last question of the game, everyone's eyes focused back on Bai Xiaojiang once again. They were all curious about whom he would question and what he would ask. This seemed like a reward but was actually a hot potato. Should he ask Mr. Wang? Or another colleague? That would be like walking into fire and could offend others, which was why he had not stepped forward to ask before. Bai Xiaojiang's gaze quickly scanned everyone's faces. Mr. Wang wore a playful expectant look. Beside him, Feng Tingting still smiled professionally, but her eyes held a hint of vigilance. Mia appeared unconcerned, calmly eating her food, while Huang Bo and others were very curious. In the end, his gaze landed on Mia. What to ask? This truly was a good opportunity, but asking about something possibly related to the copy in front of everyone, was it really no problem? Forget it, just ask something casual. A thought flashed through his mind. Bai Xiaojiang cleared his throat, looked at Mia, put on a friendly smile, and casually asked, Sister Mia, I just want to ask you. Mia paused her eating, raised her head, and looked at Bai Xiaojiang calmly. Bai Xiaojiang took a deep breath. Amidst the curious gazes of everyone, he asked, Do you like Dad more, or do you like Mom more? Chapter 56, Animal Company, 5. All eyes shifted from Bai Xiaojiang to Mia, and Bai Xiaojiang's recently hilarious question left everyone in astonishment, surprised that he would ask such a question. Everyone had just been stirred by Mr. Wang to ask each other questions aimed at embarrassing one another, and unexpectedly, Bai Xiaojiang turned out to be so unique. Mia stopped eating. She slowly lifted her head, her exquisitely made-up face showing no fluctuations, as calm as a deep pond or an ancient well. She looked at Bai Xiaojiang, her eyes holding neither anger, nor sadness, nor even a ripple, only an almost hollow indifference. The air in the restaurant seemed to freeze, with only the background music still flowing without a care. A few seconds later, Mia's lips moved slightly, her voice very calm. My mother. She paused, as if recalling a distant and vague shadow. Has long been insane. Her tone held no ups and downs, as if she were speaking of a passerby unrelated to her. As for my father. Her gaze seemed to drift towards the dark night outside the restaurant window, where only the dim lights of the villa courtyard remained. He is also dead. So? She refocused her gaze back on Bai Xiaojiang's face, the corners of her mouth rising slightly to form a cold arc without a trace of a smile. This question of yours makes it hard for me to answer. Boom. I should really die. A huge mix of shock and guilt instantly drowned Bai Xiaojiang. He had thought it was a harmless question, even a bit teasing, but unexpectedly it tore open Mia's bloody scar. Seeing the bottomless numbness and emptiness in her eyes, Bai Xiaojiang felt a chill rush from his feet straight to the top of his head. The tension from the game just moments ago now seemed pale and powerless before Mia's calm statement. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, to apologize or explain, but his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't utter a single word. Ahem. Mr. Wang coughed heavily, his voice carrying obvious displeasure and a sense of forced interruption. All right. The game ends here. Everyone has worked hard. The rooms in the villa are arranged, feel free to move around or return to your rooms. He stood up, no longer looking at anyone, directly embracing the somewhat stiff Feng Tingting and quickly leaving the restaurant. Before leaving, Feng Tingting took a complex glance at the still-seated and expressionless Mia. Once Mr. Wang left, the oppressive atmosphere in the restaurant burst forth like a flood, instantly pouring out. Whispers arose, but no one dared to approach Mia anymore. They were all very unhappy with the colleague who had just asked the question, each looking pale after having their hidden secrets exposed. Everyone got up and left their seats. Mia seemed not to hear the surrounding noise, nor did she feel the odd gazes. She lowered her head again, picked up her knife and fork, and continued cutting the already cold steak on her plate, her movements still elegant but filled with solitude and numbness. Seeing her distant demeanor, Bai Xiaojiang temporarily dismissed the idea of approaching her, quietly said to Huang Bo beside him, Bo brother, I'm feeling a bit unwell, I'll head back first. Without waiting for Huang Bo's response, he stood up, lowered his head, and almost fled the suffocating and guilt-laden restaurant. The resort booked by the company was quite large, with ample rooms, ensuring everyone had one. The villa belonged to the team leader and Mr. Wang, while the others were arranged in the hotel at the resort. Bai Xiaojiang's room was on the third floor of the hotel, located deep in the corridor. He swiped his card to enter and locked the door behind him. Xiao Xiao. He softly called. A wisp of blue smoke escaped from his body, forming the cool figure of Yi Xiaoxiao. Her complexion was somewhat better than before. Having stayed in his body for a day, she felt very happy to see Bai Xiaojiang again. Little Bai, are you okay? Yi Xiaoxiao looked worriedly at his pale face. I'm fine. Bai Xiaojiang shook his head, walked to the bedside, and rubbed his face hard with both hands, trying to dispel the heavy guilt and unease. It's just, I didn't expect it to be like this. He took out the phone provided after entering the instance, and an uncontrollable thought sprang up. Call Bai Wenwen to see how she is doing now. He pulled out the phone that appeared after he entered the instance, and indeed found his wife's number, dialing it. Beep beep beep. The busy tone sounded particularly jarring in the silent room. No one answered. Bai Xiaojiang's heart sank even further. He put down the phone, leaned against the headboard, and closed his eyes, trying to sort out his chaotic thoughts. Time passed in silence. The night outside deepened, and the noise of the villa area gradually quieted down. Now everyone from the company was here for a team building event, which meant that the company was empty, with no one inside. Except for possibly the security on duty, the company should be deserted. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to sneak into the company and look for rules or crucial clues? Once this thought emerged, it could not be restrained. Rather than staying in the villa, facing these colleagues, it would be better to return to the company and take a look. Bai Xiaojiang suddenly sat up, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Xiao, how about we go to the company now? As long as it's your idea, I support it. Yi Xiao would never refuse him. Then let's go. Bai Xiaojiang spoke gently. What else could he say to this girl who always supported him unconditionally? He quickly checked his backpack, everything was ready. Now the biggest problem was transportation. The resort was quite far from the company in the city, and at this late hour, it would be hard to get a car in the suburbs. He thought of Huang Bo's car, it seemed he could only borrow Huang Bo's car. Bai Xiaojiang no longer hesitated. He let Yi Xiao return to the body, then quietly opened the door, stepping into the silent corridor illuminated only by a dim wall lamp. He checked the direction and quickly arrived at Huang Bo's room door. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door, trying to control the force of his knocks. From inside came a sleepy mumble. Who is it, waking me up in the middle of the night? Huang Bo, it's me, Xiao Bai. Bai Xiaojiang whispered. The room quieted for a few seconds, then there was the sound of the door unlocking. The door opened a crack, and Huang Bo, rubbing his sleepy eyes with messy hair, looked at Bai Xiaojiang outside with confusion. Xiao Bai, what's wrong? Is something happening? Huang Bo, I'm really sorry. Bai Xiaojiang forced out an anxious and apologetic expression. I have an urgent matter at home, and I need to rush back immediately. I can't get a car now, this place is too remote. As he spoke, he observed Huang Bo's reaction, his tone pleading. Huang Bo, could I borrow your car for a bit? I promise I will come back before the team building starts tomorrow. I'll pay you double for gas. Huang Bo was clearly taken aback by this sudden news, shaken from his sleepiness, a look of sympathy and difficulty appearing on his face, but his eyes flashed with something unusual. Ah? So serious? Well, okay, but you have to help me with something. What do you need help with? Bai Xiaojiang was cautious about making promises. Huang Bo looked at Bai Xiaojiang's anxious expression and sighed. We'll talk about it when you come back. He turned to go back inside and quickly came out with the car keys, handing them to Bai Xiaojiang. Here, be careful on the road. Drive slowly. Thank you so much, Huang Bo. Bai Xiaojiang took the keys, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Hurry up, hurry up. Huang Bo waved his hand, yawning. Call me if there's anything, forget it, just be careful. Okay. Bai Xiaojiang nodded, said no more, and quickly walked down the stairs. As he passed the second-floor corridor, he caught a glimpse of a faint light coming from the gap of Mia's door. She didn't even close her door? But he didn't dare to linger, his pace quickened. Mia's situation was too strange. For now, it was best to proceed cautiously. No one knows how she was resurrected in the form of a ghost. She won the resurrection match against Lao. Be revived by watching a 30-second ad. See obtuse angle. Chapter 57 Animal Company, 6. The hotel corridor was dim and quiet, with only his slight footsteps echoing. He felt anxious, not wanting to go to Mia's room, he just wanted to rush to the parking lot and drive back to the city. However, just as he was about to reach the stairway. Creak. A soft but extremely clear sound of a door slowly opening came from behind him. Bai Xiaojiang's heart jumped. His feet instantly froze in place. He quickly turned to look, the source of the sound was Mia's slightly ajar room. At this moment, the door was pushed a little wider, the light inside was on, and the room was very bright, as if silently inviting Bai Xiaojiang. But there was no one at the door. A chill crawled up his spine. Was it the wind? Or Mia? Rationality told him he should leave immediately, not get involved in unnecessary trouble, but a strong sense of unease and curiosity about Mia made it impossible for him to simply ignore it. What if something happened inside? Or was there some clue hidden? Fortune favors the bold. Xiao, he called softly in his heart, seeking a sense of security. Little Bai, I'm here. There is heavy energy in the room. Yi Xiao's voice was unusually serious, be careful. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xiaojiang forcibly suppressed his fear, slowly turned around, and walked toward the open dark door. He stepped very lightly, every muscle in his body tense, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Arriving at the door, he peered inside. Mia's room was like his, a standard double room. The bed was neatly made, seemingly unoccupied. He cautiously stepped inside and gently closed the door behind him, cutting off the light from the corridor. The room was clean and tidy, with no signs of a struggle or fight. The bed was neatly made, a suitcase was placed against the wall, and there were Mia's cosmetics and small bag on the table. Everything appeared well organized, except that there was no one. Mia was not there. Bai Xiaojiang frowned. He clearly heard the door just now. Had Mia gone out? But it was so late. Just then. Splash. A clear sound of flowing water unexpectedly came from the bathroom attached to the room. It was the sound of the shower being turned on. Bai Xiaojiang sharply turned to look at the bathroom. The bathroom had a frosted glass door, and the light inside was on. Through the blurry glass, he could vaguely see the outline of a figure standing under the shower. The sound of rushing water was clear. Mia was showering? Bai Xiaojiang felt a little embarrassed. He immediately wanted to back out. Sister Mia? Is that you? Bai Xiaojiang forced himself to remain calm and called out loudly toward the bathroom. Apart from the continuous sound of water, there was no response. The outline behind the glass door remained still, as if it was just a human silhouette. Bai Xiaojiang's heartbeat grew faster. He glanced around, his eyes falling on the large bed in the center of the room. Just as he looked at the bed, the blanket, which was originally neatly stacked, suddenly began to rise near the pillow position without warning. It was as if someone silently slipped under the blanket, covering their head with it. The bulge continued to rise and fall slightly, as if the person underneath was breathing. Bai Xiaojiang's scalp tingled. There was a shadow in the bathroom, and there was someone under the blanket on the bed? How could that be possible? A wave of immense fear and eeriness surged up. He hesitated no longer, quickly dashed to the side of the bed, and fiercely pulled back the bulging blanket with all his might. Whoosh! The blanket was lifted to reveal the flat bedsheet underneath. It was empty. Just a smooth bedsheet, nothing at all. That clear bulge had seemingly just been a hallucination under Bai Xiaojiang's extreme tension. A cold chill instantly swept over his body. Bai Xiaojiang suddenly turned his head, looking back at the bathroom again. The outline of the person showering behind the glass door had vanished. All that remained was the sound of the flowing water, constantly roaring, washing over the empty bathroom floor. Bai Xiaojiang's breathing became heavy, staring fixedly at the frosted glass door, fear nearly consuming him. He moved step by step, extremely slowly, toward the bathroom door. Finally, he stood outside the bathroom, the sound of the water close at hand. He reached out, his fingertips touching the cold, smooth glass door handle. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xiaojiang suddenly yanked open the bathroom door. The horrific scene he expected did not appear. The bathroom light was on. Under the warm yellow light, everything was clearly visible. The floor was wet, the shower was still spraying water, and steam from the hot water filled the air, yet it was still empty. No Mia, no other figures. The sink was spotless, the mirror shining like new, and the towels hung neatly. Aside from the running faucet and the wet floor, there was no trace of any human presence. It was as if that person in the shower and the lump on the bed were both illusions created by his highly tense mind. What the hell? Bai Xiaojiang whispered. The high concentration of his mind in the eerie situation made him feel a wave of fatigue and irritability. He stepped forward and turned off the still gushing shower. The sound of water ceased abruptly, and the room instantly fell into a heart-pounding silence. Cold water droplets splashed onto his face, and Bai Xiaojiang felt a rush of heat and fatigue. He needed to calm down. He walked to the sink, turned on the faucet, cupped cold water, and splashed it onto his face, trying to wash away the sticky fear and confusion. The cold water stimulated his skin, bringing a fleeting clarity. He lowered his head, hands bracing the edge of the sink, gasping for breath. He did not know. At the moment he looked down to wash his face. Above the sink, in the smooth mirror, reflected was the same silhouette of Bai Xiaojiang. But as the Bai Xiaojiang in reality lowered his head to wash his face, the Bai Xiaojiang in the mirror did not lower his head. In the mirror, he still held his head up, his eyes filled with malice, resentment, and a chilling, condescending gaze. The corners of the mirror image's mouth slowly twisted upward, forming a sinister, malicious grin. Those eyes, looking down at the real Bai Xiaojiang's head, seemed to flash with a strange light deep within the pupils. The real Bai Xiaojiang sensed none of this. He merely felt an inexplicable chill rushing up his spine, making him shiver involuntarily. He thought it was due to the cold water's stimulation. As if sensing something, he raised his head to look at the mirror. In the mirror, his wet face was reflected, showing fatigue, confusion, and a hint of lingering fear. His eyes were his own, and his expression was also his own. That condescending, grinning image seemed as if it had never existed. Bai Xiaojiang looked at his disheveled appearance in the mirror, mockingly tugged at the corner of his mouth, and turned off the faucet. I can't waste time here anymore. He shook off the water droplets on his hands, his gaze becoming resolute again. He took one last look at the empty and eerie room, hesitated no more, turned, and walked out quickly, gently closing the door behind him. Just as he turned to close the door, the reflection of him in the mirror did not disappear but silently watched his departing back gradually being covered by the door. The corridor remained silent. This time, he did not linger nor look back. He hurried downstairs, bursting out of the hotel door, the cold night wind invigorating him. He found Huang Bai's car, sat in the driver's seat, inserted the key, and started the ignition. The low roar of the engine was particularly clear in the silent night. Bai Xiaojiang gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze sharply aimed at the dark road leading to the city. Let's go! Bai Xiaojiang slammed on the gas, and the car shot forward like an arrow, piercing through the night towards the company, but the coldness, like a parasite, clung to him, refusing to go away. Chapter 58 Animal Company, 7. The icy night wind rushed in through the open window, brushing against Bai Xiaojiang's damp temples, but it did nothing to ease the chill in his heart. He gripped the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles turned white, pushing the gas even deeper. The car sped down the winding road he had come. The surrounding silence was terrifyingly profound. The road that had seemed ordinary during the day now felt overwhelmingly long and lonely. Suddenly, not far ahead, under a street lamp, a slender figure stood quietly. Bai Xiaojiang's heart abruptly clenched. It's Mia. She wore a long black dress, standing in the yellow halo of light, a nearly indescribable smile on her face, gently waving at the speeding car. That movement was soft and casual, as if just greeting an acquaintance. Bai Xiaojiang's pupils narrowed, a chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Almost instinctively, he slammed on the gas, swerved the steering wheel to the side, and the car showed no signs of slowing down, not even a moment's hesitation, roaring past Mia like a black bolt of lightning. Goodbye to you. But he felt that as the headlights swept across her face, her smile seemed to deepen slightly. Bai Xiaojiang gritted his teeth, his eyes fixated on the road ahead, forcing himself not to look in the rearview mirror. The car rushed past a traffic light at an intersection, continuing forward. However, a few minutes later, a chilling sense of familiarity crawled over Bai Xiaojiang's heart. The scenery by the roadside seemed familiar. He suddenly looked ahead. Under the yellow streetlight, that slender figure still stood quietly, the same chilling smile on her face, gently waving in the direction his car was heading again. The exact same scene, the exact same gesture. I've encountered the legendary ghost wall. Bai Xiaojiang's blood seemed to freeze in an instant, a wave of immense fear seized him. Xiao Xiao. Bai Xiaojiang's voice was dry and hoarse. It's her playing tricks, but I can't handle it. Yi Xiaoxiao's voice carried a hint of guilt. It's okay, you have done well. Bai Xiaojiang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear and anger that almost erupted from his chest. He slowly pressed the brake this time, and the car did not rush past, but instead came to a heavy, resigned stop in front of Mia. Her smile seemed even brighter, almost playful. Bai Xiaojiang rolled down the driver's side window, the night breeze mixed with an indescribable eerie chill rushed in. He turned his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring intently at Mia beneath the streetlight, his voice low and cold. What do you want? Mia tilted her head, her smile unchanged, her voice in the silent night sounding unusually clear and pleasant, but also carrying a non-human ethereal quality. Don't be so tense, Xiao Bai. I just want to catch a ride. She took light, floating steps, moving around to the passenger side, reaching for the door handle. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the handle, a wisp of green smoke coalesced in the passenger seat, and Yi Xiaoxiao's figure suddenly appeared. She was no longer the gentle figure Bai Xiaojiang usually saw. Instead, her eyebrows were raised, her charming face fierce, emanating a nearly tangible cold aura, unapologetically blocking the inner side of the car door. Her gaze was as sharp as electricity, piercing into Mia, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. This seat is not for you. Mia's outstretched hand froze in midair. It seemed a bit unexpected to have such a strong reaction and such a clear presence toward Yi Xiaoxiao. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, lingering for a moment on Yi Xiaoxiao's cold face, playing with the touch of jealousy in her slightly flushed, nervous little face, then glanced over at Bai Xiaojian. But it was only for a moment. Immediately, that smile blossomed back on her face, even brighter than before, carrying a sense of understanding and tolerance. She casually retracted her hand that was reaching toward the passenger seat, as if the earlier awkwardness had never happened, her voice still light and cheerful. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know someone was here. With an elegant posture, she turned and walked toward the back seat, smoothly pulling open the rear door. As the car door opened, a faint scent of perfume wafted into the interior. Mia bent down to sit in the back seat, the soft leather seat producing a slight creaking sound. She sat upright, her hands folded on her knees, like a well-mannered lady, her face still wearing that flawless smile. Bai Xiaojian stared intently at Mia in the rearview mirror. In the mirror, she smiled sweetly, her clear gaze meeting his, but Bai Xiaojian felt very uncomfortable under her stare. Suppressing the unease in his heart, he bluntly asked, Sister Mia, this ghost wall is your doing, right? What exactly do you want to do? Mia met his gaze in the mirror, her smile deepening, her red lips parting, her voice clearly echoing in the closed car cabin, carrying an undeniable ease. What to do? Didn't I already say, I'm hitching a ride? I also need to go back to the company, just happened to run into you, so I'm asking you, little Bai, to give me a lift, thank you. Her words were casual and ordinary, as if merely asking a coworker for a favor, yet in this eerie late night, they revealed a chilling malice. The air in the car seemed to freeze, the low rumble of the engine was the only background sound. Yi Xiaoxiao sat in the passenger seat, her body tense, not turning her head, but the line of her profile was cold and hard like ice sculpture, clearly in a state of high alert. Bai Xiaojiang's hands on the steering wheel were pouring with cold sweat. He looked at Mia's beautiful yet unfathomable face in the rearview mirror, then glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao beside him, who looked like she was facing a great enemy, knowing full well that returning to the company tonight was bound to be perilous. He took a deep breath, no longer probing, only coldly responding, "Hold on tight." Then, he suddenly shifted gears and slammed the accelerator. Chapter 59 Animal Company, 8. The car sped towards the city with the three people inside, each with their own thoughts. Bai Xiaojiang gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain, while in the rearview mirror, Mia quietly sat in the back seat, the hint of a smile never fading, as if enjoying a play she was directing. Yi Xiaoxiao was on high alert, her body taut like a drawn bow, glancing occasionally at Bai Xiaojiang, then glaring at Mia, one hand resting on Bai Xiaojiang's leg, silently asserting her claim. Pat. A soft sound landed on the windshield, leaving a tiny wet spot. Bai Xiaojiang instinctively glanced over. Immediately, there were a few more drops. Pat, pat. Raindrops started to fall sparsely, then quickly became denser. Fine rain threads interwove the reflection of the car lights, forming a hazy curtain, the sound of rain against the window evolving from scattered drips to a continuous rustling. The rain grew heavier, visibility ahead began to blur, the wipers on the windshield worked vigorously left and right, clearing a brief moment of clarity, only to be quickly covered again by new raindrops. The whole world seemed to be soaked in cold, damp ink, oppressive to a degree that made it hard to breathe. The sudden heavy rain added a touch of ominous gloom. Bai Xiaojiang's heart sank. He could only slightly slow down the speed of the car, relying on his memory of the route and Yi Xiaoxiao's guidance, struggling to navigate through the curtain of rain. Uncertain how long it had been, when the familiar city outline gradually became hazy in the rain mist, finally, that tall building reaching for the clouds, which at the moment only had a few flickering lights like ghost flames, appeared at the end of his vision. Bai Xiaojiang maneuvered the car and turned into the underground parking entrance at the side of the building. The ramp extended downwards, the light suddenly dimmed, and the tires rolled over the damp ground, eventually coming to a stop in an empty space near the elevator. The engine shut off, and the car instantly fell into an eerie silence. "We're here." Bai Xiaojiang's voice was low and hoarse. He unbuckled his seatbelt and immediately turned his head, his sharp gaze directed at the back seat. There was no one in the back seat. Not even a crease was left on the leather seats, as if no one had ever sat there, only a faint scent of perfume lingering, proving Mia's recent presence. Bai Xiaojiang's heart plummeted. He looked at Yi Xiaoxiao in the passenger seat. "Xiaoxiao. When did she leave?" Mia's departure somewhat relaxed Yi Xiaoxiao, "She just left, very quickly." "I was just about to tell you." Bai Xiaojiang's brows furrowed into a knot. Mia's behavior was now completely beyond reason, it seemed she had entered the company ahead of time. "Forget her, let's go." Bai Xiaojiang's eyes glinted sharply as he decisively pushed open the car door, the mixed air of rainwater and the musty smell of the underground parking lot rushing in. Yi Xiaoxiao opened her car door and followed closely behind. The two hurried towards the elevator, their footsteps echoing loudly in the empty parking lot, even carrying an echo. Bai Xiaojiang pressed the button for the elevator going up. Ding! The indicator light turned on. The two waited as Yi Xiaoxiao leaned over to grab Bai Xiaojiang's hand. However, after a while, the elevator door remained silent, the numbers on the indicator light still hadn't changed, still stuck at the top floor, 45th floor. 45th floor? Bai Xiaojiang's heart skipped a beat. He pressed the button again, and inside the elevator seemed to emit a faint running sound, but the numbers on the display stubbornly displayed 45, not moving an inch. Someone was holding the elevator up there. He didn't want the elevator to come down. Images of Mia flashed through his mind. Was it her? Or were there others who had come to the company? Time was pressing, he couldn't wait any longer. Bai Xiaojiang's gaze swept towards the heavy fire exit door next to the elevator. "Let's take the stairs." He decisively stepped forward and forcefully pulled open the heavy fire door. A gust of colder air, thick with dust and an ancient smell, rushed out from inside the door, the dark stairway lit only by faint green lights indicating the safety exit. Looking up at the seemingly endless stairs, Bai Xiaojiang took a deep breath. 45th floor. Fortunately, thanks to the physical enhancement reward from the previous two copies, his physical abilities far exceeded normal people, otherwise, just climbing these 45 floors would be enough to exhaust him halfway. On top of the enhancement that all citizens received, he received an extra boost. "Stay close to me," he whispered to Yi Xiaoxiao beside him, turning on his phone's flashlight, a beam of not-so-bright light piercing through the darkness of the stairway. He took long strides and began to climb up, his footsteps echoing in the narrow, enclosed space, accompanied by his increasingly labored breathing. The beam from the phone swayed with his steps, illuminating the cold steps beneath and the mottled walls. Each safety exit sign at the turn of every floor emitted a ghostly green glow, like the eyes of a beast in the dark. when he stepped onto the platform of the 30th floor. Yi Xiaoxiao, who had been silently following, suddenly pulled his arm with force. Xiaoxiao, wait. Yi Xiaoxiao's voice carried seriousness and a hint of tremor. What's wrong, Xiaoxiao? He asked in a low voice. Yi Xiaoxiao's face looked somewhat pale in the light of the phone, her brows furrowed, as if she were trying hard to sense something. The negative energy here is very heavy. From this floor onwards, it feels very bad to me. Her voice paused, filled with suspicion. I feel that the higher we go, the worse this pollution gets. Bai Xiaojiang's heart sank. It seemed that the top floor was full of danger. Let's go up and take a look. If there's danger, we'll retreat immediately. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at his determined eyes, bit her lip, and nodded. Okay, I'll go up with you. But Xiao Bai, you must be careful. The two continued upward, stepping onto the stairs leading to the 31st floor. Just climbed one level. The moment they stepped onto the 31st floor platform, Yi Xiaoxiao let out a suppressed groan, her body shaking violently. Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaojiang was startled and quickly supported her. Yi Xiaoxiao's face turned extremely ugly, her eyes filled with pain and a hint of uncontrollable rage. No. Yi Xiaoxiao's voice was intermittent. Xiao Bai, stay away from me. She pushed Bai Xiaojiang's hand away violently, staggering back, leaning against the cold wall, her body curling up as if bearing immense pain. Something up there is affecting me. Yi Xiaoxiao raised her head, her originally clear and lively eyes now filled with bloodshot. I feel. I'm losing control. I fear. I might hurt you. Her gaze swept across Bai Xiaojiang. The momentary struggle and pain made his heart ache like a knife. Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaojiang squatted down and hugged her. You should go back, don't force yourself. Then Xiao Bai, you must be careful. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. She wanted to continue protecting Bai Xiaojiang, but she feared even more that she would harm him herself. Before she finished speaking, she turned into a green mist and quickly burrowed back into Bai Xiaojiang's chest. The stairwell was instantly left with Bai Xiaojiang alone, the beam of the phone's light lonely illuminating the cold steps and walls. The stairwell was deathly silent, only his heavy breathing echoed. Yi Xiaoxiao was forced to retreat, the path ahead was left solely for him alone. Chapter 60, Animal Company, 9. Bai Xiaojiang took a deep breath of the foul and cold air, and once again stepped forward, climbing alone to the 45th floor. But when he stepped onto the next step, a voice suddenly rang in his ears from the system. Warning, the top floor is dangerous, do not approach for the time being. Bai Xiaojiang stopped, standing still. This was probably not a reminder from the expert guidance group. He furrowed his brows. He remembered the warning from the night market quest. This time might be the same. Who was reminding him? Could it be Xiaoxiao? It shouldn't be. Xiaoxiao wouldn't have to be cryptic, she would just directly warn him if something was wrong. Mia also couldn't be the one, although she had many secrets, she did not seem like someone who would remind him. While he was pondering, the system surprisingly spoke up. The danger warning system has been activated, binding in progress. Host binding completed. Hello, host. Bai Xiaojiang was taken aback. He had just subtly guessed, but now he completely did not expect this situation to appear, interrupting his thoughts. Who are you? You just said you are a danger warning system? Yes, host, I am the system you bound to, the so-called Golden Finger. The system will protect the host and lead you through the quest. Bai Xiaojiang fell silent. He hadn't expected that one day he would have a golden finger. Are you a different system from the rules of the horror tales? No, this system only serves the host. When the host encounters danger, it will provide warnings. One warning chance has been used. Current. Host, you can use items containing ghost energy to upgrade the system, so the system will provide more opportunities. The danger alert system began to introduce its features in a continuous stream, revealing an air of confidence and arrogance in every word. At the same time, Bai Xiaojiang's conversation with the system was unheard by anyone else. All dialogues occurred in Bai Xiaojiang's mind, while the livestream audience saw him standing there, dazed. Why is he standing still? I report, someone is idling. Xing Tang delay, I will definitely not let you off. Did he discover something? Why does it feel like he's holding back a laugh? Is there something to be happy about? Hurry up. Our country's contestant is still waiting for him to scout ahead. Have some dignity, will you? Bai Xiaojiang, with excitement on his face, said, could it be that I am the legendary protagonist? Then what am I afraid of? Let's head straight to the top floor. With the protagonist's halo, I will definitely not die. The system hurriedly stopped him. No. I'm just a system. If you go up, you will definitely die, and the system will die too. This system suggests that you first check other floors. Bai Xiaojiang sighed, then I'll listen to you, let's check this floor first. Bai Xiaojiang pushed open the door of the fire escape on the 31st floor and entered the company. The 31st floor was also where their marketing department was located. After stepping out of the fire escape, the air was much fresher. He no longer had to smell the dampness of the corridor. Bai Xiaojiang took a deep breath. He glanced at the elevator, and at this moment, the elevator was not still at the top floor, the 45th floor. The elevator indicator displayed that it was currently stopped on his floor. Bai Xiaojiang hurriedly called the elevator. The elevator doors slowly slid open in front of him, and bright light spilled out from inside. The elevator compartment was empty. Bai Xiaojiang's heart skipped a beat. The elevator clearly showed it was stopped on this floor, but there was no one inside? This could only mean one thing. Someone had just used this elevator before he pushed open the fire door to enter this floor, and most likely had not left the 31st floor. A chill crept up his spine. Now he was not alone here. That thing, whether human or ghost, was now lurking on this floor. The intense sense of crisis instantly triggered a reaction in him. He quickly turned off his phone's flashlight, and the screen light went dark, engulfing him completely in shadows. The office building was illuminated only by the occasional flashes of lightning outside and the faint light pollution from the distant city, providing an extremely limited view. He held his breath, relying on his familiarity with the layout of the marketing department's office area, moving quietly like a night-seeking cat towards his workstation. The floor was covered with soft carpet, muffling his footsteps, but each heartbeat in the silence felt like a drumbeat. Finally, he reached his workstation. He quickly and cautiously felt around the desktop, keyboard, and drawer. The cold, smooth touch, files neatly arranged, the computer screen pitch black. Nothing was there, no clues, no abnormalities, everything at his workstation was as usual, which made him even more unsettled. At that moment. Crack! Boom! A blinding flash of lightning split the heavy rain curtain, instantly lighting up the entire 31st floor like it was day. The following booming thunder seemed to explode right above his head, making the glass windows thrum. In that brief moment of almost ungraspable brightness, Bai Xiaojiang's pupils suddenly constricted. From the corner of his eye, he clearly glimpsed a figure, elongated and twisted by the lightning, cast on the carpet at the corner of the hallway across. That shadow stood still, as if it was peering at something. Someone was behind the corner of the hallway. The lightning was fleeting, darkness fell again, so quickly that one could doubt whether that brief glance was merely an illusion. But Bai Xiaojiang was absolutely sure that he had seen it, and that shadow was definitely not the proportions of a normal person. He suddenly darted out from behind his workstation, lowering his body, and rushed towards the corner like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly pulling out the toy gun from the night market. His movements were quick and silent, maximizing the advantages of his enhanced physical abilities. In the blink of an eye, he reached the corner, pressing his body against the wall, and abruptly peeked out. Empty. The corridor beyond the corner was desolate, with only a row of closed office doors. The carpet was clean, without any footprints or traces. That shadow had seemingly evaporated. Bang! Just as Bai Xiaojiang was filled with doubt, a clear sound of a door closing came from deep in the corridor. In the dead silence of the environment, this sound seemed especially jarring and loud. He must have gone to the bathroom. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xiaojiang immediately dashed towards the source of the sound, quickly arriving at the door of the men's restroom. The restroom was unlit and pitch dark. He suddenly pushed the door open, using the faint light coming in from the window to see a row of stall doors. All the stall doors were wide open. Inside was completely empty and unobstructed. There was absolutely no one. Bai Xiaojiang froze in place, a chill rushing from his soul straight to the crown of his head. That sound of the door closing had been so clear, right here in this restroom. Where is everyone? Just a hint, the only unique ability of the main character in this book is his wife, Yi Xiaoxiao.